Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to day 4 of the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. The final day is upon us, but the first scullers this morning in the time trial are already through the line. We've gone early. We went 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Things are so efficient here at the National Water Sports Centre, and we are kicking off this morning with the Open J15 single sculls, the first 2 of which are through the line. It's the Windsor Boys School, it's Beal Bridge, and they will be the first of 80 scullers we will have in the Open J15 single scull. It's an absolutely gigantic offering, and based on some of the results and sizes of events that we've seen in previous days, I think the finals that will come later on will be absolutely superb. But before we get to them, we've just had our sculler from Henley Rowing Club, Chapman. He's just come through the line, and they continue to come thick and fast. But this morning, like we have done on so many occasions here, we will be starting with time trials. And once again, it's an absolute whopper of a time trial that we have this morning. Again, over 300 crews racing, taking part as the second of our Henley scullers comes through, Henley B. That's Shanker, just ahead of Lovell of Walbrook. But this is it, the final day. We've had 3 outstanding days of racing so far, but we switched today from 2,000 metre racing to 1,000 metre racing. It's going to be shorter, sharper, and some of those finishes that we've seen, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 of a second at the finish, well, they're going to be even smaller come the finals this afternoon. I'm Fergus Mainland for the first part of the time trials this morning. I've got Charles Barry alongside me. He's our head honcho, head of commentary, and we're going to be bringing to life all of the time trials that we have this morning. But Chucky, it's 7:59. We've gone early. What a way to kick off Monday, day 4.
Yeah, indeed. And then for those of you who have been here earlier in the regatta, you will have noticed there's been a slight change to the format of the lake, because of course we have moved from 2,000 metre racing into 1,000 metre racing. That's no reflection on the exertions of the athletes, but it gives them an opportunity to race here at Nottingham in a slightly less daunting format for many of these J14s and J15s. That's Flower of RGS High Wycombe just heading over the line to complete his time trial. And of course, as you were saying, Fergus, these time trials are going to be critical. The first 12 will be going through to the semi-finals. Everyone else will be in minor finals or even perhaps eliminated, depending on the size of the field. In fact, in this event with 80, I think it's only the top 36 that will be going through into a side-by-side race. So actually, it's all to play for, because half of them will be going home.
I know, it's devastating. Absolutely devastating. But this is sculler number 9 who's just come through. That's the second. We should be getting our third. Yeah, bang on cue, our third sculler. We've had Flower, Shin, and this will be Bine of RGS High Wycombe coming through the line. They'll be followed by the sculler from the Windsor Boys School, Healy, and shout out to the J15s this morning, coming through in number order, which we absolutely love to see.
Yeah, indeed. And the regatta organisers, as you were saying, just moving the schedule early to start 5 minutes ahead of schedule, which, of course, is good for everyone who wants to get home on time. We've had loads of volunteers throughout the week helping make this regatta run. Of course, they've got homes to go to, so there's no harm done in starting a little early. Particularly as aligning some of the younger crews racing today can take more than the allocated time. Just seeing 2 crews cross the line, that's Hayes of RGS High Wycombe, followed by Gestopa of Notts County Rowing Association, who will be up on this morning merely metres away from his boathouse, enjoying a 1,000 metre scull on this lake. As we gaze out the window, we can see the singles coming thick and fast. Of course, with only 1,000 metres to cover, they're spinning around and blasting down the course pretty quickly. I'm always impressed, Fergus, to see J15s racing the single. They're, of course, only in their second year, but of course, we've not just got J15s racing the single. Later, we've got a J14 time trial as well.
We do. That will be coming up at 10:26. We'll have about 40 scullers racing the Open J14 single sculls. We'll have another 20-odd scullers racing in the Women's J14 single sculls. So what have we got this morning? We've got single sculls, the J15s. We've got double sculls for the Women's J15s. Across the board, the Open as well, and then into the J14 Coxed Quads, Open and Women's, and then through to the J14 singles, and then rounding out this morning at 10:52 and 11:02 will be our G14 Open and Women's Double Sculls. So plenty of it to look forward to as another one of our Windsor Boys scullers come through. I think that's number 14, just ahead of about 15 at Presling of Marlow Rowing Club.
Well, indeed, and thank you from us and the commentary team to all the scullers who are racing down in sequential order. We had, I have to admit, a bit of a nightmare on day one on Friday, where it would be crew 30 followed by crew 7 followed by crew 62, and while we hadn't quite had enough coffee at that point in the morning, we were struggling a little bit to follow what was going on. Here comes number 17. That's Perkins of William Borlase' Grammar School Boat Club. They'll be sculling across the line. Fergus, you're a big rowing aficionado. What the sort of things we're looking for? What's the form book for the J15 singles looking like?
What's the form book looking like? Well, I think as you're alluding to, we've got some of our youngest competitors racing, which is outstanding. Really, really awesome. Who's this coming through? Number 19, that is, again, Windsor Boys School coming through in fine form. I think the form book is whoever is able to get out in front and be the bravest, quite frankly. Fortune favours the bold, I think is the expression, and that is the perfect fitting or the perfect description for 1,000 metre racing, because you remove your middle 1,000 metres of your 2K piece, get out in front, blast the first 250, then you can settle for a minute or two, but then by the time you get to, a minute or two into the race, that's you winding up into the final 300 metres. So I think whoever is brave enough to get out in front, hold their Bible out in front, will be the ones who are successful today and just go hammer and tong right to the finish line. So I appreciate it doesn't fully answer your question, Chucky, but I think we should be seeing some surprises across the racing today as number 21, that is Bray of Molesey Boat Club, comes through finishing up their time trial.
Well, it's not even 5 minutes past 8, and we've already used one of our commentary cliche bingo
Which one
lines,
have I done?
hammer and tongs.
Oh.
I used that about 3 times yesterday.
Apologies,
so
everyone.
We're all guilty of it. We'll try and think of some new phrases to bring to you about the singles. We did see that sculler from Windsor Boys, Mingre Acevedo, I think, from number 19, coming ahead of 18, so he's perhaps had a very good time trial to get an overtake potentially in 1 kilometre. 24 here from the William Borlase' Grammar School, Burns. Just a little unsure where the finish line is, and of course this might be many of these scullers' first time on the course. Here's Spencer Jones of Reading Blue Coach just crossing the line. A little bit of a gap back to the next crew. We've just got, I believe, that will be the crew from St Peter's School, I think. Yep, 28, here they come. And behind them, hopefully, will be another one of our Windsor Boys Schools, Dawson, just in the final 100 metres of their scull. Fergus, you've raced a single a few times, I think. Have you ever done anything like this?
I have. The G15 event was my speciality. I'll have silver
For
medal.
a very brief window of time, about a year.
Yeah, about a year. That was my speciality. Yeah. G15 quad silver medal here at the former British Rowing Junior Championships on this very course.
All right, we've all done things.
We have done stuff, yeah. And then it was all downhill after then. The momentum continued to about G16 and then it dropped off, which is why I'm sat up here with you this morning.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I said earlier yesterday in the competition, my first ever race was the J15 Coxed Quads as a Cox. Raced in July 2005 here at the Junior Championships, and so it was a race with a special place in my heart. But I'm yet to race anything more than 600 metres in the single scull, so perhaps I'll have to have my eye on Brit Masters or something next year. Here comes 22, Fergus.
22, Molesey Boat Club.
That's Gwennick of Molesey. He's having a really good look over his shoulder every stroke to find where that finish line is. Meanwhile, here comes 23, Cleland of Royalchester, charging up the line to get very, very close to him and put a significant gap into the next sculler from Notts County Rowing Association. This looks like 31, Clark of Notts County Rowing Association. He's having a great scull, clearly. And as we look back up the lake a little bit further, there seems to be a side-by-side battle going on, Fergus.
There is. Good old ding-dong, and I think, as we're alluding to this morning, you can get out in front if you just blast out the blocks. You've got Got 1,000 metres. What are we looking at? We're looking at about 4 minutes of racing in total. So it's not a particularly long period of time.
Well, it's 32. Weybridge is Liddell versus Burns of Radley College, and they are turning this into a blast down the tracks. Looks like that the sculler from Radley has just got the better of his opponent from Weybridge as he crosses the line about half a length ahead.
What does it mean? We don't know at this stage. We'll find out once all 80 scullers are finished.
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
That's a very
no
philosophical question for 10 minutes past 8. What does it all mean? Nobody knows what it means.
Nobody knows what it means. It's the time trial. It's the G15 single. We've got 80 of them. How do they stack up? Nobody knows.
Well, I'm just going to take a sip of tea, Fergus, so you'll have to keep commentating for a second.
So that was Radley College coming through the line. That was Weybridge as well in the mix. Then coming up, I think this is our entry. Of course, it is Stanford of Stratford-upon-Avon, number 35. He's coming through in fine fashion at the moment. Solo entry from Stratford-upon-Avon in the Open G15 single sculls on this occasion. And then coming through in quick succession, we've got another couple of them coming through to us. We've got Globe Rowing Club. But just ahead of them, it is bound number 25. That is Royal Chester.
So 2 clubs close to my heart. Royal Chester, obviously from Chester, where I'm from, and Globe Rowing Club, very strong East London club based down at the docks and at Greenwich, out in the east. Haven't quite come up from the equivalent to West is best for the east yet, Fergus. We'll have to be a bit. It's too early in the morning for me to be creative, but. Globe had a very strong showing this weekend at the regatta. They were silver medalists in the Coxus 4, and then they decided to grab another oar each and became silver medalists in the quad.
Silver medalist behind our gold medalist, Nottingham Rowing Club, who won the Senior Victoria Durham yesterday.
I know, I was quite amused at how many people decided it would be a good idea to jump in the lake or be thrown in the lake. So there was great scenes of celebration. Again, another side-by-side battle here between 37 and 36. So this feels like 37 has caught up. It's Eck of Berwick catching up Cottam of Henley Rowing Club. He is definitely getting an absolute shift on there, but it looks like Sculler from Henley has just managed to keep their bow ball out in front.
He was motoring, absolutely motoring through.
2 very contrasting styles of attack. One very agile and swift and high rate, the other sheer power and getting as much wattage into the water as possible.
Have you seen the Berwick Amateur Rowing Club boathouse, Chucky?
I have not.
Have you ever taken the train up from either London or Newcastle up to Edinburgh?
Many times.
So, you know, when you come through Berwick upon Tweed and you go over the bridge.
It's a beautiful view.
Yeah, a stunning view, absolutely stunning. But yeah, their boathouse is just off the bridge. You can see it as you're coming over the bridge. I think it's a stunning location to have a boathouse. But of course it's tidal there, so it's all dependent as to when they can get out on the water. But when it's high tide there, you're coming through Berwick. Absolutely beautiful.
Well, we just had, I think, number 38, Swingler of Lampton come through, and now we've got number 5. So keeping us on our toes, it's Welsh of Leeds Rowing Club. And then back to something like a sequential order. Here comes 39 from Rob Roy. It's Goodbrand.
Yep, Rob Roy, bronze medal for them in the Open J18 single scull on Friday, I think it was. The days are all starting to blend into each other at this point. I think it was Friday for the J18 singles.
Yeah, here's the purple, yellow and black of York City. Their boat's called Peregrine. There is a Peregrine Rowing Club separate from them. I think that's just a coincidence. I think that's my brain not firing on all cylinders this early in the morning. Here comes the sculler from City of Oxford. This is Bates, number 40, just heading up to the line, the final 5 strokes of their time trial. And then we've got a bit of a gap by the looks of things. So maybe Bates has had a very good scull to push off from the competition. Looks like it's Sedano of Notts County Rowing Association, number 44, who will be next.
That allows me to drop in my my little factoid about York City Rowing Club, if you'll allow me to. One of their great coaches, Phil Jones, was awarded a Medal of Honour in the King's New Year's Honours list this year for all of his commitment and services to rowing. What a fantastic coach, an outstanding coach who's given so much to this sport Phil Jones of York City Rowing Club.
Well, congratulations, Phil. I'm sure it's absolutely richly deserved. And there we are, the sculler from Notts County crossing the line. Just coming up behind them, it's the one from Windsor Borlazes. That's number 45, Grice of Sir William Borlazes Grammar School. Looking over his right-hand shoulder, and then the left, where is the finish line? A fairly common thought as you approach the 900-metre mark. And then a little bit of a gap back to the next set of scullers. It looks like we've got one from Walbrook, number 43, Whelan Rivas, just entering the final 100 metres. And then I think we've got another one from Leeds, 41. No, it's not 41. It's actually 48 of Durham Amateur Rowing Club, just coming into the final few strokes. 43 followed by 48. So it could be a significant development, Fergus. It could just be totally random.
We'll never know. Actually, we will know. We will know when the results get published on the website coming up later on today. Of course, live results are on the British Rowing website, www.britishrowing.org/BRCC. That's where you can get all of the results information and everything else you need to know about the racing.
Well, here's a sculler who you can't mistake. It's Zach Moon of Lee Rowing Club entering the final 5 strokes of his scull. That's a club colour that you won't mistake for others in a hurry. Although I will say...
And that's got to be bingo, actually.
I will say there are more clubs than I would like who are starting to share the orange of Lee Rowing Club. So
go on then.
We weren't quite the originals because I suppose the Dutch have got a claim to that. But we have Champion of the Thames Rowing Club. They actually use exactly the same shade of paint on their blades, which is...
It's a bit cheeky.
Cheeky. Grosvenor Rowing Club used to be a sort of goldy yellow. They've gone to a stronger shade of orange. American School London also use orange as well. So yes, unfortunately, it's getting harder and harder to just see the orange and know which club we're talking about. But anyhow, here comes number 50, Chin Kokla of Trafford Rowing Club, just coming up to the line, ahead of 47, Flynn of Molesey Boat Club. And here comes 51. Now this, we're talking about form. This is Grove of Monmouth Comprehensive, and he is absolutely shifting.
Absolutely flying through the finish line.
He must be rating something like 40 as he comes through the line there. He is absolutely on a mission to get into the semi-finals for the A and B races. Here's 46, Thomas of Globe, another one from East London.
East London, massive.
Yeah. And that means we're potentially about to turn the page to the second column of entries. We're seeing another side-by-side battle just coming up the course. This looks like to be the sculler 18. Well, there we are. We really are out of sequence. This is Jones of Leeds against 53, Clements of Evesham. So column number 1 on the near side, column number 2 on the far side, and they are again in a side-by-side race, but it looks like the sculler from Evesham has got the better of him, just about a third of a length's advantage as they go across the line. Not that it's actually advantage, because of course the thing they're really rating is the clock.
Yes, themselves.
What do they call it in the Tour de France? The race of truth.
Yes, that's it. The race of truth.
There's so much. In cycling. There's so much down to tactics and whose teammates did what, or where you are in the pack. You can only win the sprint if you're actually in the front of the peloton as it comes in. But the time trial, nothing affects that other than your own legs.
I suppose that makes anything, so doubles, quads, or 8, that makes it the team time trial, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's Ridgewell of Shanklin Sandown, looking absolutely shattered. He's clearly putting a huge effort in his time trial. And now 55, Ridgeway of Northwich Rowing Club. Northwich based up in Cheshire. They row on a short stretch of, I think it's canal, 2 kilometres or so.
Northwich, River Weaver, Northwich.
Yes, it's part canal, part river. I'm trying to remember which bit is which. Runcorn Rowing Club row on the Weaver Navigation Canal, which is a canalised part of the River Weaver. But yeah, that's where I'm from, Fergus. That's my... I learnt to row on the River Weaver. A little bit further down from Northwich.
You're a man of everywhere, Chucky.
56. City of Bristol, Hooper, with City of Bristol just holding off a challenge from 54, Wheatley of Warrington Rowing Club. Another club from the Northwest who've really come from strength to strength in junior rowing over the last 5 years.
He's shifting. That Warrington scull is moving really nicely at this point in the race. Really good.
And he seems to be doing more than a 1,000-metre time trial as he races into the finishing area. So does 56.
He's still going.
They're still going. Okay, they finally worked out they can stop rowing now. 57 from Star
Club.
Is Kelly of Star Club from Bedford. And then those scullers have put a bit of a gap between them and the rest of the field. Again, you're not entirely sure what that means because it could just be starting in a slightly different order, or the umpires have left deliberate gaps between the pack for whatever reason might suit them. So a little bit of a gap back to the next sculler, who again is also moving very nicely. This is the sculler 41 from Leeds. This is Steele of Leeds. These Blue Blades, dare I say, Blue Steel, as they come into the final 50 metres. He's being chased by 58 from St Peter's School, Corcoran of St Peter's School. And then we've just
got another one coming up the inside.
Coming up on the inside, coming in hot. It's Fang of Derby Rowing Club, who again is moving incredibly well. Just think that he's only in his second year of sculling and he's got rowing beautifully. Very sharp catches. Looking over his left shoulder now. Where is the finish line? Where is Corcoran of St Peter's School? And across the line. And a bit of a gap back then again because of that. Two very fast scullers. Two to watch there, I think. 41 and 60 for the semi-finals. Of course, we don't have live time, so we don't know what the situation is. Some regattas have public live times available. The Head of the River, for instance, put their times up automatically, but here we have to wait for the time trial to conclude, the umpires to be satisfied with the data, and then for that to be published. And again, we're seeing another bit of a ding-dong. So we've got, I think, 55 here. No, 66. Talking of bingo. Owens of Clare's Court School coming through, followed by 64. For Warren of Gorse Boat Club. And then behind them, 56, City of Bristol's Hooper. And then behind them, number 63, Hall of Canterbridgian Rowing Club. Well, after a little bit of a gap, we had a huge number of scullers coming through there. The sculler from Gorse just catching up slightly. Gorse Boat Club, of course, based in Leeds. Another rowing club from around there. We've seen a large representation from Leeds Rowing Club. So, again, good geographic spread being represented here at the British Rowing Club Championships. 62 from Falcon Boat Club. They're from Oxford. Just coming down the tracks now.
They've had a good regatta, Falcon.
Very good regatta. I've seen loads of very impressive finishes. There was a dramatic race. I think it was, as you say, they're all starting to blur into one in my mind, but I think it was yesterday we had a dramatic race in I think it was the doubles, where Falcon came through and finished very strongly, so clearly they've got something in the water going on there. Bit of a gap back from 62 to the next sculler, who's just coming to the final 100 metres, 67. This is Stokes of Exeter Rowing Club. Oh, and we've had our first capsize of the day. Fergus.
We have, but it looks like
it's 68.
They're next to their boat. That's the important thing. They've done the capsize drill.
So crossing the line now, Stokes of Exeter Rowing Club, and then unfortunately it's Everett of Sudbury Rowing Club who has capsized, so he won't be completing his time trial this morning, unfortunately. But glad to see that he's okay, doing the absolutely right thing, heading to the side of the lake, and there's a safety launch just going to check on him, make sure he's okay. 65 coming up to the line now. This is Wilson of Millfield School. Again, this is a rather brutal time trial because, as I say, there are 80 competitors on the start line. There are only 36 crews that will be going through to a minor final. unfortunately, the regatta can't run a comprehensive minor finals ranking for every crew entered, so it will be a pretty punchy outcome. We'll need to be good scullers to make it through to the minor finals later today. Bit of a gap now, and the next sculler coming down the course is number... Oh, the screen's just blocking my view. It's 73. 73 is from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. They're followed by 69 and 71. So Anderson of Queen's Park, Chester, following the school from Azra, and then it's Hastrell of Cambridge 99. We've had a very strong representation this week, Fergus, from the Aberdeen schools.
We have, as we so often do. We can spot their trailer, their encampment they've got set up on the other side of the course, and they're one of the most creative people when it comes to naming their boats, because obviously they row up on the River Dee, and Aberdeen is the Granite City. A lot of their boat names will take inspiration and will quite often have D in the name, or I think they had 3 different iterations of their boat called Granite City. They had Granite City 1, 2, and 3 as well. But they have like Zebedee. That's one to keep your eye out for.
All right. So 76 next sculler up. That's Moody of Queen's Park, Chester, closely followed by Johnson, number 74 of Stourport Boat Club, in the sort of colours that look quite similar to Cambridge University. Then on the far side it's 73, but I think he's been overtaken by 79 on the inside, so that's the sculler from Aberdeen Schools, again been overtaken from... Sorry, 75 is being overtaken. That's another Aberdeen Schools crew. That's Tinch of Aberdeen School. This crew from number 79 from Rob Roy, Kearley Sean, is absolutely motoring down the course, Fergus.
You're getting ahead of yourself. You've got your binoculars out, looking up the course, and you're calling them 250 metres out the line.
Well, I thought for those in the spectator stand, they might want to see the crews come past, announced before they get to the finish line. It was just a thought.
You're a man of many talents. Your eyes spot farther than mine do.
77 Gloucester Rowing Club just coming past the final 200 metre mark. And then behind them it's 78 from Queen Elizabeth High School. And then in the middle of the course it's 40. No, not 40. My eyes do deceive me.
Well, I was going to say, actually...
It's 80. That's the more likely... That's from Dunsford, from Exeter.
Do you know what I was going to say? The sculler who had taken a bit of a dip, bit of a plunge into the lake earlier, he's back in his boat, and he's back into the lanes, and I just think that is superb. I think that is fantastic. You know, he did all the right things, getting the boat pushed across to the side of the lake, got himself back in, took a moment of composure, and this is him now coming down in lane number 1, and I just think, chapeau, that is brilliant.
Yeah.
That is what this is all about.
If it weren't attached to the commentary mic, I'd take my hat off. And if you're in the stands watching, I think that deserves a round of applause. Number 68 from Sudbury Rowing Club, capsized, got back in their boat and is sculling down to the start. It's not to the start, to the finish. And I think that deserves some appreciation.
Outstanding. So that is 80. That is Dunsford of Exeter Rowing Club, followed by number 68, Everett of Sudbury Rowing Club. Through the line, chapeau to you, Everett.
And that means, Fergus, that we've now had, I think, all of the scullers from the J15 Open single sculls, which means we're moving on to the women's J15 single sculls, and I can see number 81 blasting down the course.
The page has been turned.
Stevens of Notts County Rowing Association is entering the second, in fact, not even the second, she's entering the final 300 metres of her time trial.
Yeah, awesome. Absolutely awesome. And as we've said this morning, we'll have our time trials going right the way through to about 11 o'clock this morning. And we'll just rinse and repeat the format. We then go into our side-by-side racing after that. We've talked about results. That's available on the British Rowing website, britishrowing.org/BRCC. But of course, if you are enjoying your time trials and you're thinking, gosh, I've seen that person in action before, but what was their result from yesterday? Well, you can either check the results or you can go back and watch all of our coverage. Across 4 days of racing, we're going to have over 40 hours of coverage, and Champs Live is available on the British Rowing YouTube for anyone to select exactly which race they're wanting to go back and watch, and it's all free of charge. Is Champs Live, which is absolutely brilliant.
Well, we're just seeing 81 there, the sculler from Notts County Rowing Station, Stevens, go across the finish line. She has done the last 500 metres true as an arrow through the middle of her lake. And again, she's a local crew. I can quite literally see her boat shed from the finish tower. Perhaps she's had a lot of practice on this lake with those boys, but it's very impressive to see no weaving, just going bang down the middle of the lake in perfect balance. Very impressive stuff. Here's 82 from Marlow, Fergus.
Yep, Sangster of Marlow Rowing Club, second through in this time trial. Trucking along nicely there, and they'll be followed. We've had two. We've got, what are we expecting? We're expecting about 60 odd scullers. We've had one scratch, but yeah, about 60 odd scullers coming through for the women's J15 single scull, and this is, of course, Welch of Trafford Rowing Club, who is third across the finish line.
And it's either them or the next sculler, I think 83 from Perkins School, who is receiving an absolutely enormous amount of appreciation from the crowds at the bottom of the finish tower. You can hear it probably on the background noise and our mics. 83, this is good old Parenti of Sir William Perkins School approaching the finish line. They're being followed by 84, sculler from Trafford Rowing Club. That's Welch of Trafford Rowing Club. And then a little bit further back from them is 86 coming up on the outside lane.
I've got my Traffords and my Barn Elms mixed up, Chucky. Apologies.
Both green, but from completely different places. So yeah, 86 coming up to the line now from Trentham Boat Club. That's Birchall of Trentham Boat Club coming across the line. I was thinking though, 87, the sculler from Barn Elms you were just mentioning there, she was well ahead of where her ordering suggests she should be. And while I did watch some of the scullers motoring down over this 1 kilometre much faster than their opponents, I would be surprised if that was because she's overtaken 6 other crews. Meanwhile, just coming up to the line, it's 88. That's a bingo call. This is a George Watson's crew, Fergus.
It sure is. Another great Watson sculler. We saw Alva Clements. She won the women's J16 single scull previously. Really excited to see what they can do over the course of racing today. Second in the J18 quads yesterday, just behind the Windsor Boys School, teamed up with George Heriots for a win in the women's J18 quads.
Yeah, indeed.
Going again in the women's J15 single.
So we'll have to see what Wilding of Watson's can do. But crossing the line now, it's Hopkins of City of Bristol, closely followed by Gregory of Peterborough City Rowing Club. A very strong community club. You were speaking of boat names. I think Peterborough City have the best boat names, frankly, because
really?
Their doubles are called things like 2 to tango, or their quads are called 4 peas in a pod. That sort of thing. So they've got the alliteration, wordplay, puns,
lockdown
down to a T. If there were a prize other than my admiration, Peterborough City would win it. Meanwhile, 93 here from Henley. This is Cotton of Henley Rowing Club in the final 5 strokes of her race. And 95 following her from Berwick. Haggerston from Berwick. Looking great, actually, this guy from Berwick. And clearly those choppy tidal waters have paid dividend on the placidly smooth Nottingham Lake. Yeah,
that's 2 Berwick scullers we've had in the open event, in the women's event, who have just looked so quick, so strong in the closing stages of this race. Now, of course, we need to wait and see how it all pans out. But yeah, both of those scullers I thought this morning have looked very, very impressive.
And as they're finishing their scull up, they're being followed now by the sculler from Molesey. This is Mead, number 96, just entering the final 5 strokes of her time trial. And then behind her, it will be Goodchild of Sir William Borlase's Grammar School, number 97, just coming into the final 10 strokes of her time trial. No, it's not 97, it's 91, Stitchbury of Sir William Borlase's. I've got my Borlase's mixed up. There's at least 3. No, I can see more than that. There's a D crew entered this event, so some clubs fielding multiple entries, Fergus.
They are. And I think it's an occasion that you can do just that. You know, we had the J15 quads yesterday, so I think there will be some of the clubs who are just taking the approach. It's like, well, you know, last big hurrah of the season. Yes, there might be some other events to be racing, but this is the last big one. Why not just get out and race as many boats as possible? You know, had a good old crack in the quads yesterday. Let's see what we can do in the single sculls.
Well, we're seeing another of the Borlase crews there, so that's 92 Nabang Kantalu of William Borlases, who's just staying ahead of 99. That was Batley Smith of Shanklin Sandown. They've just both crossed the finish line a moment ago. The singles continuing to come down thick and fast. So we have 85, 102 and 94 coming down the track. So sculler from Marlow Parker, sculler from TSS Tinsley following her, and then the sculler from, I think, Notts County, 94. Yep, Meadows of Notts County coming down the tracks. So not in order at all, Fergus.
No, but it's what keeps you on your toes. And I think Marlow Rowing Club, you know, they're top scullers this year, won the Diamond Jubilee at Henley Royal, and I just think that sets a really exciting example for your scullers, your young scullers coming through the whole system. Tideway Scullers, again, an outstanding programme. They've won that event in recent years as well. So both of those clubs that we've seen just coming through, Marlow, Tideway Scullers School, their pipelines are fantastic. Their coaches are superb. And I just think two great places to do your rowing, along with Notts County here at the wonderful National Autosport Centre.
Well, we're seeing a sculler from Royal Shrewsbury School just coming to the finish line now, 103. That's lapping of Shrewsbury. You're absolutely right, Fergus, though. If you want to win the big events, the Henley Royal Regatta events, etc., you need to have 4 excellent scullers and a couple of spares, frankly, at the J18 level. So you need some A finalist material at J18 level. And in order to get that, you're going to have to develop them from J14 or J15 level up through the next 2 or 3 years and beyond. Here's 100 from Ardingly, Prince of Ardingly Rowing Club, just crossing the line. So yes, so you're going to need to have a big intake at the J14, J15 level, which is why potentially we're seeing such large numbers of scullers being fielded this morning.
As we alluded to then, women's J15 singles, that's on the race course at the moment at 8:56 this morning. So in about 20 minutes time, we'll be advancing on to the women's J15 double sculls. And that will take us nicely towards the Open J15 double sculls. And then into the J14 quads, the Open and the women's, and then the J14 singles and doubles to round out this morning's time trial. So that'll be taking place at 11:02 for the women's J14 double sculls. Lots to look forward to as we build in excitement throughout the day. This is number 106 through the line. That is Eton Excelsior Stevens of Eton Excelsior. And then we've got another 2 scullers in quick succession coming through. 107. That is the Windsor Girls School. And they are closely followed by Marlow Rowing Club. 108 Windsor Girls, Eton Excelsior. You know, they're training so close to each other down in the Thames Valley. The two of them, very good friends, those boat clubs, Windsor Girls, Eton Excelsior.
I would say, Fergus, that it's great that we've got not just crews from the Thames Valley, though. We've got crews from Scotland, we've got crews from Wales, we've got crews from the south, very south of England, we've got crews from the northeast, the northwest. Very full and wide representation here at the club championships. Here's 110. That's the sculler from Bedford Rowing Club, Hardy, just going up to the line now. And a bit of a gap back to the next sculler, which will be 97. Another Borlases sculler. This is Goodchild of Sir William Borlases. And then behind them, 98, which is again another. No, this is from Sir William Perkins School. More of Sir William Perkins School. We've still got quite a few singles to come. We've had a large number down the track already. We're almost into the 100s. In fact, we've already seen one of the crews listed 100 coming down. That was Tinsley of Tideway Scullers.
Do we get to call bingo for 100? Is that a way?
So to go way,
Way.
up in the
No,
tunnel.
that'll be 180. We'll do that. We'll get excited when we hit 180. That's
Okay.
coming in the women's G15 doubles.
Okay.
We'll not tell you who it is, but we'll get excited for when it comes. This is Sir William Perkins, though. That's number 98.
Yeah, just crossing the line there, and then a bit of a gap back to Sculler from Kingston, which will be Gill of Kingston Rowing Club. About 10 metres from the line now. 10 metres, 10 strokes.
Now, of course, these scullers are scullers. It's all sculling today. Are all racing in their individual races, but they're all counting towards the Victor Ladorum. We've already mentioned we had the senior Victor Ladorum was awarded yesterday to Nottingham Rowing Club, who just had a tidal wave of gold medals across the whole weekend. Their whole club was really, really impressive to watch race. But it means that the junior Victor Ladorum is still up for grabs, and the overall Victor Ladorum is still up for grabs. So every position, every race, it all counts towards the final positions of the clubs. As who's this? This is 104 coming through. This is Richardson of Sir William Borlases across the finish line. And, you know, the word around the bottom of the finish tower yesterday, Chucky, at the end of the day's racing, or whenever the points were tallied up and submitted, there was 1 point separating the top two clubs in the Junior Victor Ladorum yesterday. Just a single point. So all of the races today are going to count towards the Junior Victor Ladorum, the overall Victor Ladorum, and of course, we've got a phenomenal prize. It's probably one of the biggest prizes at the British Rowing Club Championship. The club winning the most VL points across both the junior and the senior events will win a brand new SL Racing single scull supplied by Simba Racing. And they, of course, they're at the bottom of the finish tower. You can see the boat that your club could win, but it's all to play for in the VL standings today.
Amazing. Well, Nottingham Rowing Club had a massive advantage on the senior side. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the junior rowing. All to play for here today. We've seen Watkins of Lambton come through, as we have seen Hamilton of Exeter Rowing Club. But coming up to the line now from Sir William Perkins School, it's Leach heading up to the line. She'll just be in view of the finish line camera here, completing her 1,000 metre time trial. And as I look up the lake, Fergus, it's a bit like Heathrow Airport. Just all of those singles, and of course then moving on to the doubles, all just backed up like the planes would be at a major airport.
Are you saying we need a second and a third race course here? Is that what we're going after? We need a third runway here.
I think why not? Let's have 3 lakes side by side, doing different races. You can pick your choose. We could switch between the different lakes to commentate on the most exciting races.
Or we build a mega runway and we get 18 lanes of racing. That's the alternative.
Yeah, I think now you're talking.
Yeah.
Let's have 18 lanes side by side.
Yeah, we'll get the planning permission. We'll sign it all off just like Heathrow Airport.
Yeah. Okay, we've just seen Dunn of Stratford-upon-Avon while we were wittering on there come through the finish line. And again, now we've got a close race between, I think, 114 from Weybridge. That's Jones against the sculler from, I think, Marlow, 115. No, it's the Queen's Park Chester, also racing in red. And these two scullers, they will have been set off very close together. And it looks like Dutton of Queen's Park Chester is trying to get her overtake within 1,000 metres. If this had been a 2,000 metre course, I think she would have done it, but she's just half a length shy as she comes through, and she's just managed to flip her blade over on the finish line, but is cool as a cucumber there, doesn't be disrupted by that. No feathers were ruffled in the flipping of that blade. She recovers it very well and is having a bit of a breather now on the finish line.
Tell you who's moving well across the finish line. That is our sculler from Chester Street. Simpson of Chester Street, 113.
Do you know what though, folks? We had the Arden Life sculler. She was number 100. We didn't do our celebration.
100?
Yeah.
I said bingo. And then we decided we're actually going to get really excited for 180.
Yeah, 180. Okay. You spectators have got that to look forward to in a few moments' time. Here comes 117, the sculler from Trent Rowing Club, Brutton, who's actually just a little bit into the boys. Just needs to make sure she's staying true and strong as she comes into the final 5 strokes. And then a bit of a gap back to the next pair who are right up against each other. So the umpires do this so that they set them off they use each of the lanes in sequence. So first lane, second lane, third lane, first lane, second lane, third lane, and so on. So we've got 116 coming across here, and then 118. 118 is also a good number.
We've got to 116. That's Day of Newark. 118. White of Clares Court School.
Yeah, auspiciously famous number, that 118. But it looks like 116 is holding off the challenge from 118, the Clares Court. Sculler is doing a good job. We haven't seen 117, but that might not be meaningful. That might just be the order in which they've started at the top of the course, or as we can see, there's a bit of congestion there at the top of the lake, so that means that potentially someone might get stuck behind some other crews and they might not be on the start line exactly when they need to be. It doesn't affect their course of their time trial, but it does just mean it makes our life more complicated.
Now that we've got a couple of scullers coming down, but this is a perfect opportunity to tell you all about our official photography partner, Allmark One. They are the official photography partner for the British Rowing Club Championships. All of their photos are online for print or digital purchase. And if you can't decide which photo to get, well, you can buy the all-access pass to receive every race image of your crew. And they'll be based at the bottom of the finish tower, and they'll be getting some video, all sorts and everything. And yeah, Allmark One for your official photos from the British Rowing Club Championships.
Well, we saw a killer sprint from one of the previous Monmouth Comprehensive scullers in the boys' time trial, and we've just seen a similar thing from sculler 121 Kirkwood of Monmouth School. She was being pushed very hard though by Lawrence of Royal Chester 122, both of them just across the line now. And we're also seeing some excellent sculling from 124. This is Glyn Jones of Millfield School, who is coming right up against 120. That's Towsome of Wallingford Rowing Club. And just across the line there, the sculler from Millfield School, who I think will be one to watch later in this competition. Although, okay, the only thing to watch is, of course, the stopwatch, as we have a little bit of a gap back to the next set of scullers, which will be first down the tracks, will be 126 from Christchurch Rowing Club. And then behind them, they're being chased by 123. And then 125. So scullers from Evesham and Warrington down the tracks behind this Christchurch sculler, just in her final 10 strokes of the race. This is Gunningham of Christchurch heading up to the finish line.
We've got some results. We have the results of the Open G15 single time trial. That is live. There's 12, so we'll wait for that. I think there's a little gap. Not quite sure whether there's a gap coming up. We've got a couple of scullers, then we can announce the results of the G15 time trial. As we said, it's the first 12 going through to the semi-finals, then it's the next 24 to minor finals, and sadly the rest will be eliminated after racing today. But we've got two scullers coming through, the first of which is number 123. This is, of course, Swanwick of Evesham Rowing Club, just ahead of 125. Savage of Warrington, and we can tell you that the top 12 in the Open J15 singles was, of course, it was Sir William Borlase' Grammar School, Parkins, Radley College Boat Club, Globe Rowing Club A, the Windsor Boys School A, York City Rowing Club, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association B, Evesham Rowing Club, City of Oxford Rowing Club, Buell Bridge, Globe Rowing Club B, Royal Chester A, and Notts County Rowing Association A. They are your top 12, and just as expected, just 0.4 of a second separating 12th and 13th in the time trial. It's incredibly tight. The semi-finals and the finals and the minor finals are going to be fantastic, as our next two scullers are through across the line. That is 127 Stevens of Christchurch, 130 McLaren of Tees Rowing Club. You can dive into some of those results in a bit more detail as well. From 13th to 18th, 2.5 seconds separating 6 crews. From 19th to 23rd, 1.4 seconds. And from 25th to 30th, 3 seconds.
Well, I think the thing that perhaps might shock people most is the gap between the person making the F final, the final side-by-side race, and being eliminated was 1/10 of a second. Fergus. So the gap between, unfortunately, it looks like Spencer Jones of Reading Bluecoat is the fastest non-qualifying sculler in the 37th position, out of course, 76. The final position being taken, unsurprisingly, by that sculler from Sudbury who flipped, but he did a fantastic job to get back in and row, and he has a time nonetheless, so credit where credit's due.
We've had Christchurch come through. We've had Guildford come through. We've also had Northampton Rowing Club come through. Hickling of Northampton.
And this is 133 just coming up to the line. That's from Evesham. Savile of Evesham. Then we've got the sculler 131 from Star Club, Rob of Star Club, and then entering the final 150 metres, it's sculler from Dart Totnes, it's Howsgood, and then a bit of a gap back to the next trio of scullers. Now, Fergus, I believe there's been some additions to this club championships in the form of a wash station. Do you have anything you can tell us about the wash station?
I can tell you all about it. It's located in the finish area, and it's brilliant is what it is. As our Star Club sculler comes through the finish line, 131, Rob, as you've mentioned, Chucky, and our next sculler coming through. Yeah, this is brilliant. Once you've finished racing, you've got to take your boat to the washdown station in the boating area. The North Wales Wildlife Trust are here to make sure that you do not risk taking any invasive non-native species hitchhiking on your boat back home with you. They're one of the top threats to biodiversity in the UK and can survive in the unclean, damp parts of your boat for weeks, Chucky, waiting to infest your home waters. So please come and visit the team for further information and to get your boat washed so that you aren't taking invasive species back with you.
Yeah, very important that, because we face on the River Lee back home in Hackney.
You've got all sorts of weeds.
We've got pennywort weed, which is not just here, but many places as well. Here's the sculler from Sudbury, 136. This is Keeble of Sudbury crossing the line. She's having a successful time trial. Her bow really out in the air, and she's just continuing to race well past the finish line, so hopefully she's getting the message.
Do you think
stop?
If you race further past, you get seconds deducted off your time for going further?
It doesn't loop back. It's not the horseshoe theory of time trials. Okay, this is Collie of Newark just crossing the line. And then a little bit further up, it's sculler 135 from Dart Totnes Barker just coming up. And then we have on the inside 139 from Nottingham Union. It's Nichols just entering her final 100 metres. Just up against the boys, actually, so not always proof that home water advantage keeps you straight and true. That Notts County row we saw earlier, really just planing like an arrow through the middle of the lane. Across the line there for Nichols of Nottingham Union. And I think, we've had a little bit, speaking of steering issues, this sculler here from 137 from Tyne Trot, she has gone into the safety lane and then come back out. She's now back in the racing lanes, but she's having to look over her left shoulder pretty much every stroke, and that will of course affect her speed because she's having to focus on steering rather than pulling as hard as she can. And again, she's just struggling to stay straight, but pulling a little harder on her left, I think, rather than her right. Let's just bring her back towards the boys. She's coming onto your pictures now. Crossing the finish line, it's Trot from Tyne Rowing Club, and she'll be followed by 138 from Evesham, that's Bell, and then a bit further back we have 142 from Doncaster Schools, Green of Doncaster Schools, just going up into the final 100 metres. And they've got very vocal supporters, judging by the noises that are being made outside the finish tower. Can't quite make out what they're saying, but it's enthusiastic.
It's loud and enthusiastic, and that's what matters most.
Yeah, here comes Green of Doncaster Schools just up to the line. And I think we are on to our final set of scullers. We have, I think, 6 on the course right now. 140, a Scottish crew, Fergus. This is Glasgow Academy's Stark, followed by 141 from Shanklin Sandown. and a little bit further up the course, we have 145 from Warwick. That'll be Foss of Warwick Rowing Club, who'll be here in a moment. But right up against the line now, it is Stark of Glasgow Academy, closely followed by Eggleton of Shanklin Sandown.
From two real opposite ends of the country.
I know we've got the Isle of Wight versus one of Scotland's largest city?
Largest.
So, not the capital, but the largest city nonetheless. And then a bit of a gap back to the sculler. 145.
What have we got? Five scullers left.
Yeah.
Five scullers, and they're just holding the J15 doubles. They're raring to go. I can sense them. They're like racehorses in the gate before they set off at Ascot or Aintree.
Yep.
Or Cheltenham.
I can see them now. They've because they were doing a 1,000 metre start. What they do is they line up the doubles now behind the start line, and then just have one of them come through, which makes for a bit of an easier start process than being right up against the lake. Just coming up to the line is the sculler from Warwick. This is Foss. He'll just be crossing the line now. They'll be followed by the final scullers in this race. So we have first up 143 from Gloucester Rowing Club. That's Stratford. That's their surname, Stratford.
From Gloucester. Gloucester, great win in the men's club pairs yesterday. Did Gloucester Rowing Club have?
Yeah, a fantastic race which caught everyone by surprise, including themselves, to take that gold medal position. Then we've got Sheriff of Gorse Boat Club from Leeds, who's just going into the final 100 metres now. And then the final two scullers coming down the tracks will be 146 from Wallingford Rowing Club. This will be Folliard of Wallingford Rowing Club. And our final sculler, who I say it just seems to have stopped slightly, but is now re-going. 141, I think. 141 from Eggleton from Shanklin Sandown. No, it's 147. This is perils of calling it too far out. It's Furness of Warwick Rowing Club. Just up against the boys there. Had a slightly uncertain moment, but is coming back at it now in the final 200 metres.
So we'll bring you these results as and when they come through on the system. But as you look further up, those racehorses, those J15 doubles, they've been unleashed. They'll be hurtling down towards us in just a matter of minutes. As we said, I'm expecting this, 3.5, 4 minutes or so I'm expecting for this. Our top times from the Open J15 single sculls, that was a 3:16 for their time trial. So they are zooming down the course. Wallingford there through the finish line. A few extra strokes for them. Then our final sculler from the women's J15 single scull, as we have already mentioned. About 50 metres left for them. But our doubles, we look further up the course. The first of our doubles is already halfway through.
I know. The first one up should be Nyman of Walbrook Rowing Club coming down the course. Just seeing over the finish line now. Our final sculler, Furness of Warwick. Just having a quick look to see where the line is and gliding over it. Well, on to her. So that wraps up all of the J15 singles for this morning. As you mentioned, Fergus, we're now on to the doubles. And of course, the double is in some respects one of the perfect, it's one of the most balanced boats you can have. Everyone's got two blades, and pound for pound, I think it's one of the most efficient because unlike the single, which can be very heavy and you lose all your momentum as you're recovering up the slide, actually double just keeps moving forward, and it's got that nice balance of lightness and speed relative to other boat classes.
Sorry, that was a wonderful description. I'm in awe.
You've been mesmerised.
I've been
mesmerised.
I was looking at
you and you're putting the strangest facial expression.
Well, I'm looking at your T-shirt that you're wearing. It's the Lee Rowing Club Zesty Hot Sauce Henley 2025 T-shirt. That, I think, is one of the best bits of merchandise I've ever seen.
It's a collector's item, although I'm now regretting wearing a long-sleeve T-shirt.
No, there's nothing on the back.
In the greenhouse that is the finish tower spot.
It's toasty this morning.
Anyhow, well, there you are. So I was just wishing on about doubles, and Fergus was
mesmerised by
hypnotised.
Lee Rowing Club Zesty Hot Sauce.
Yeah, they're not for sale at any of the shops available, but
no. But what is available at the shops? is some of the official British rowing merchandise.
You'll have to settle for that, I'm afraid.
Well, it's outstanding because we've got hoodies and T-shirts and the T-shirts with every competitor's name on it as well, along with plenty of other exhibitors and retailers. They're in our retail village just by the Finnish Tower, and today is your last opportunity to see them. So, if you have been camped out on the scoreboard side of the course, get yourself over here and get yourself to the official merchandise and the other exhibitors and retailers because there is some great stash up for grabs. And right on cue, it's the first of our doubles coming through in the Women's J15 event. This is Walbrook Rowing Club. This is their A crew, looking superb, and I think could be one of the crews to beat in this event.
Well, I mean, I've been watching the racing over the last 3 days, and the thing that has stood out for me is the success that Walbrook Rowing Club have had in sculling over this weekend. They've seen some absolutely incredible results and potentially more to come, judging by the performance of that double as it comes to line. Here's a very smooth-looking double from Sir William Perkins School. They're just heading up to their line now as well. And Fergus, if I remember correctly, the crews are sort of seeded in order. It's sort of the organisers do it on points, I think. So one of the earlier crews are meant to be the faster crews, but it's not always the case. That's just generally how time trials run. Coming up to the line now, it's 151 from Marlow Rowing Club. This is Curzon of Marlow Rowing Club. And then another Walbrook crew coming through now. This will be Fall-In of Walbrook, their B crew, coming up to the finish line, about 100 metres left of their time trial. And indeed, just coming up to the line now, it's 152 from Walbrook. Then behind them will be another Perkins crew, 155. No, 153. I was having a moment of confusion there. This is Gunn of William Perkins School, closely followed by 155 from Rochester.
It's okay. It's the morning of day 4. You are allowed a bit of confusion.
Yeah, I think what I need to be allowed is a little bit more coffee as well. But we'll have to let that one percolate through my system for a little bit longer.
I see what you did there. That was good.
Yeah.
So William Perkins there through the line. Who have we got next? Royal Chester. 155. Royal Chester through the line. It's a hot one this morning, folks. The sun is out. You know, this time yesterday I was wandering in a jumper. So the sun is out. We're starting to heat up in our commentary box. So I suspect you two are also heating up around the course if you are listening to us and enjoying our coverage here at the National Water Sports Centre. So it's, what are we talking? We're talking sun cream, water bottles and shade seeking. They are your 3 priorities of the day. And if you were smart enough on the days over the weekend where Life Jacket, our official sun cream providers, were here, well, you would have picked up some of their products. They're not here today, so if you missed out on that, well, you can head over to their website and check out some of their products. But sun cream, water bottles and shade seeking are priorities of the day as 157 Henley Rowing Club come through in their time trial.
Indeed, and they're closely followed by the crew from Barn Elms, who are called Barnes. Barnes of Barn Elms, which is, for those of you who know anything about Barn Elms, they're based not very far from Barnes in London. So they're just crossing the line now. And 161 following them up from Lambton Rowing Club.
Lambton Rowing Club there through, and then we've got another, would you believe it, another combination from Sir William Perkins School. I think this is 162, and they're coming down ahead of our combination from Weybridge. Jackson of Weybridge, that's 163, closing in on 180. Are you excited for this?
I am, but we need to make sure we don't forget about it. We'll get too excited.
That'll be awkward. We will forget about it when we get there.
We'll be distracted by one of your approved announcements, no doubt. So yeah, a bit of a gap back to the next set of scullers. What else can we talk about, Fergus, from your approved list of information?
My approved list of messages from Phil Clements. What have we got? What else can we tick off? Dry robe. Not necessarily what we need today. However, we're forward thinking because winter is coming, as they say in Game of Thrones. And dry rope is the official change rope for British Rowing and the GB Rowing Team, as well as supporters of Love Rowing. The winners of all championship events this weekend, plus the J18 and Club Single Sculls, they were winners of organic towel robes. But now is the opportunity to start forward planning ahead of winter training to ensure that you have the appropriate kit to keep yourself warm and dry through the long winter months that we have here in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Well, I suppose winter is always coming. That's just a statement of mathematical reality. But 165 just crossing the line there from Windsor Girls' School, closely followed by another Perkins School. This is their D crew in this event, apparently. And we're seeing a battle royale between 167 and 170. That's Windsor Girls' School versus Queen Elizabeth High School. And it looks like Queen Elizabeth High School have just snuck out to take half a length in the last 5 strokes out of the Windsor Girls' School. Windsor Girls' School? The St Paul's Girls' School. No, it was the Windsor Girls' School. As I say, more coffee required. And here's City of Oxford, 171, just crossing the line now. Well, potentially that crew, 170 from Queen Elizabeth High School. They're based up in Hexham in the northeast, and they've been members of the British Rowing Performance Development Academy, I believe, this year. The Performance Development Coach Programme, even. They've been going from strength to strength, as we can see. They've got not a huge amount of water to row on, Fergus, so for getting these scullers down the course and racing 1 kilometre racing is very impressive indeed. 172 just coming up to the line now. This is Clare's Court, Murphy of Clare's Court School, and they'll be closely followed by crew 173 from City of Bristol. City of Bristol supporters out in force.
They've had their Weetabix this morning, yeah. City of Bristol supporters.
We can hear them from up here at the top of the tower.
You'd love to see it. Love to hear it.
Yeah, and then we should be seeing crew 176. They're from Queen's Park High School. We're getting dangerously close.
I know.
We're getting dangerously close.
I can't wait.
Although the supporters of Crew 180 are going to be utterly confused. And it might come at a very strange moment because we've had 176 who are being followed by 156. So there's no guarantee this is going to come at a predictable time. It's Gibson of Hartbury just closing in on that crew from Queen's Park, Chester.
Hartbury closing in. Then we're going to have another one of our combinations from Queen Elizabeth High School. I think that'll be 177.
That is correct. They're next.
Queen Elizabeth High School coming through. Just a few strokes left for them.
And then we'll have 178, 168, and 179. Fergus. So that will be Derby, Molesey, and Bulebridge, I think. Yeah, Derby just trying to get the advantage out of Molesey there, or Molesey trying to get the advantage out of Derby. I'm not actually sure who was up first between those two crews, but they're going side by side.
They've got a real shift on, yeah.
The final 100 metres. They know that if they don't do well enough in this race, in this time trial, they won't get into the side-by-side racing, so perhaps they're giving themselves an opportunity to get a bit of a taste of it now. It does look like the Derby crew just starting to move back on the Molesey crew. Again, with 10 places between them, I'm a bit unsure as to who started where relative to each other at the beginning. Here's 179, just to follow up on them. This is the crew from Bulebridge, who seem to be moving very well.
Yeah, they are. Bulebridge shifting along nicely. And this will be Rob Roy.
Yeah, 169 from Rob Roy from Cambridge. Doing a fantastic effort to get their crews here this morning as well.
Do you know what? This could be us incoming, you know.
I'm afraid not. It's 160.
Ugh.
Followed by 174.
160. Royal Chester. Hillier of Royal Chester.
They're in their final 150 metres of the race. Closely followed by 174 from Hinksey Sculling School. Hinksey Community Rowing Club down in Oxford. One of the few rowing clubs in Britain to have the word school in their name. There's Tideway Sculler School. And I'm trying to think of any others. There might be some others out there.
I mean, you mean clubs? Because I could list off a lot of schools.
No, as in a club that's called a school.
Yeah.
But it's not a school. It's a sculling school.
But they teach the dark arts of sculling.
Yeah, and they also race sweep, so it's confusing. Okay, Hinksey crossing the line there. Again, seeing two very closely matched crews heading down the course. We have 175. And get excited, Fergus. Leeds Rowing Club, number 180 are coming down the course. And if you're wondering why we're so excited
We've
about
been
that,
building up
it's
for this
because
for the past
we're
hour.
really impressed by Leeds Rowing Club.
Yeah.
Here comes Leeds now, a quarter of length, half a length's advantage over the crew from Gloucester and Hartbury. It's a composite 175 here. As they come up to the line.
Leeds Rowing Club, 180.
Hey! Crossing the line, about a length up on the composite from Hartbury.
Gloucester Rowing Club and Hartbury University and College, 175. That's a nice little moment of excitement.
It's good to know that the J15 doubles time trial can enthuse you so much, Fergs. And coming up behind them now, 181 from Brentford Boat Club and 182. Everything's back in sequence. This is good. Bewley from Trent Rowing Club. Just about a couple of lengths behind them. But the thing is, folks, we've still got a lot of crews to come in this event. We should still have another 30 doubles coming down the course. That is the nature of these time trials. There aren't very many of them, but each of them has got a huge number of entries in them. There is something like, for the first 4 events, there's an average of something like 60 entries between the J15 and boys and girls singles and the J15 boys and girls doubles. Between those 4 races, those 4 time trials, we have 284 crews entered. So actually, that's more than 60. It's an average of about 70 crews per event. And noting that only the top 36 can go through to the side-by-side racing means roughly half of the athletes who are doing these time trials this morning won't be doing a side-by-side race in these categories. They might be doubling up in something else.
Yeah, you're all about getting out and just having your best possible performance. You've got to start the day in strong fashion. You need your best possible road to come through and to hopefully see you into some of the side-by-side racing. What have we got? Clears court through over the line in good fashion. And just as I refresh the tab on the screen in front of me, that means we can, when we have an opportune moment, bring you the results of the women's J15 single sculls as well.
Well, we've just seen Powell of Monmouth School, Comprehensive School, go across the line. Here's 185 from Brentford, just coming up as well. Then we've got behind them a very fast-moving crew. This is crew 186 from Durham School. They're moving very nicely. And then I can see an Agecroft crew in lane 1 also motoring along. And on the far side, it's 187 from Stratford-upon-Avon who are racing. And then I think that would be a good time to do the results, Fergus.
I think so too.
Again, this Agecroft crew moving very nicely.
Yeah, I like the look of this Agecroft crew. I think they're really smooth. I think the boat is running really nicely in the water at this point in the race, and are just cruising really nicely up towards the finish line. Yeah, great row. Really impressive row from them at this point.
And here comes Stratford-on-Avon. So, Fergus, what's been happening in the women's J15 single sculls?
Well, the scores on the doors are as follows. As we've said, it's the top 12 through to semi-finals, the next 24 through to minor finals. The rest are eliminated. Heading through to the semi-finals in the women's J15 single sculls, we've got Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club A, Peterborough City, Trentham. We've got the Royal Shrewsbury School. We've got Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association A, Ardingly, Chesterless Street, Millfield School, Exeter Rowing Club, Marlow Rowing Club, Berwick Amateur Rowing Club, and Notts County Rowing Association B. And once again, 0.7 of a second separating 12th and 13th in the time trial. 0.7 of a second separating 18th and 19th between the C and the D final. And what have we got? 0.1 of a second between the D and the E final in 24th and 25th place. And again, another 0.1 of a second between 30th and 31st, determining E final to F final. A 0.3 of a second between 35th and 37th. Gosh, it's tight, Chucky. It's real tight.
Really tight. Well, we're just seeing the next brace of scullers coming through. So we've got Preston of Monmouth Comprehensive School just going across the line, closely followed by the Peterborough City crew who are just crossing the line there. And they'll be followed behind them by 192 from Wallingford Rowing Club, just entering the final 5 strokes of their time trial. Again, it's all to play for. Again, we're seeing most of the scullers coming down the course straight and true. Just look at the crew in lane 1 there. They've had a little bit of a weave. It's interesting with the water so calm and very little wind on the course. You can see the disturbances. What's it called? There's a word for it, that the bubbling of the water that is generated by the back of the hull, and that leaves a distinctive trail all the way down. And I can see that the crew in lane 1 have been weaving around a little bit. 164 just crossing the line, keeping us on our toes. This is Rob Roy's B crew in this event. They've just gone over the finish line, and then a bit of a gap back to the next set of scullers, who I think are from Walbrook. This looks like crew 189. It is. It's crew 189, and then the crew that's been having a little bit of a weave is the crew 194 from City of Oxford. Clearly a reflection of the immense amount of power that's been going through the water from these two scullers. And it's just meant they've not always been going completely straight. It does happen sometimes, Fergus. You are sculling and just one side is just stronger. You've got a dominant side potentially, or you're just more effective. In the same way that people write with one hand or the other, you can just slightly move to one side or the other, and you have to just think about it and correct for it.
Yeah, Walbrook through. They come through ahead of City of Oxford. 194. Nearly 200 crews already this morning.
Yeah.
Massive. We have head races smaller than this in this country.
I know, it's remarkable. I mean, as you say, like there are about 358s that race in the women's head of the river, the men's head of the river, there or thereabouts. So to have, we've got, I think, a total of 480 crews that are going to be doing time trials this morning. So you're absolutely right. This is bigger than your standard head race. Just crossing the line there, it's Marlowe's B crew. Okonkwo, who was racing on Friday, I believe, based on the time trials we're doing then. And here's the unmistakable emergency high vis of Thames Scullers in 196. They're just going across the finish line. Many clubs are starting to mandate high vis for their bows or their single scullers. No need for them to worry about that and having different kit for training for 196, because you can see them at all times of the day.
You can indeed.
Now 193, our next scullers coming down the course, followed by 197 from Marlowe, and they've just overtaken, I think by the looks of things, 198, which I know sounds implausible, but I think 197 have gone through them. Perhaps they started not quite in sequence order. It's Falcon Boat Club on the far side there, Marlowe on the near side. Just coming up to the line onto the finish camera, it's 193 from Stratford upon Avon.
But a good contingent from Stratford this morning.
Yeah, we had co-commentator Poppy Baines on the mic and over the weekend, and she was on the water on Friday. So great to see her doubling up. So I think she's one of the few people racing at the regatta and commentating at the regatta. In fact, I'm trying to think of anyone else who's doing the double.
Well, I think actually it's a big moment, because she's now leaving junior rowing and heading off to Edinburgh University. So I think this was her, not only her final rowing event as a junior, but her final commentary as a junior as well. Onwards to Edinburgh University.
Gosh. Well, there we are. Half a length up for Marlowe over Falcon, who've lost their bow number, actually, by the looks of things. So they'll need to get that sorted out with the umpires. A little handshake there. The two scullers from Marlowe clearly delighted with the way that time trial went. So, as I say, we'll only know how it went when the stopwatch comes through. But now we're seeing the scullers from 199. This is from Hereford, who had a very strong composite yesterday in the junior boys quad. And clearly the sculling pipeline is continuing to work as they motor up towards the line, keeping the rate high. Then they've got 200 from Globe, another East London crew. Just having a little bit of a wobble there in the last 5 strokes, but they've resumed course and they're going across the line with a strong performance. So we're into our 200th crew we've seen this morning, Fergus. 201 now coming up to the line. This is from Worcester. This is Grant of Worcester heading up towards the finish.
Worcester Rowing Club there through the finish line. And as we keep saying this morning, so many crews taking part. It is so wonderful to have the hundreds of crews racing today, the thousands of athletes who are taking part. We've had 169 clubs competing across all 4 days. You are so welcome here at the British Rowing Club Championships from all across the UK and from Calpe as well. The event, the British Rowing Club Championships, this is the third iteration of this event, and continuing to grow, continuing to attract more and more junior entries. And of course this year, you know, the senior entries are the ones that are really growing. They were up last year on the first year. They've gone up last year on again this year. I think another 25-30% entries in the senior entries. So it's so brilliant to have you all here racing. We hope you have enjoyed it, whether you've been racing across all 4 days, whether you're just here for today, or perhaps you have raced on Friday or Saturday and you're retuning in to see what all the action is today. We hope you had a wonderful time here competing, but there is so much still to go, because we've got our semi-finals to come, we've got our minor finals, and of course our medal finals are right at the end of the day. We've got racing going right the way through. We've got another 9 hours of racing, Chucky. We'll go until about 20 past 7, assuming everything, or not 20 past 7, 20 past 6, provided everything runs to time. So there's so much to look forward to, as this is Chalk and Tarn.
Yep, 206, Talc and Tarn. We've seen 203 and 204 go across the line. So we had a crew from Rochester and Worcester and Brentford, I think 202 just earlier there. Here come 204, sorry, this is from Kingston, just coming up to the line, and they're being pursued by the crew from Wallingford, 205, about 4 lengths behind them. Yeah, when you said there were 9 hours left of racing, Fergus, I have to admit I just felt very tired all of a sudden, which is a reflection, of course, of how much effort the volunteers who are making the regatta run are putting in. They've done 3 days already. They've done shifts driving launches, umpiring races, checking entries, controlling the regatta, doing safety launches and so on. And of course a few of us have been commentating as well. And of course without those volunteers this regatta wouldn't be possible. So thank you to British Rowing, and thank you to all the volunteers who've made today's regatta possible, because it's shaping up to be an absolutely beautiful morning. You couldn't ask for better conditions. The gentlest of breezes on the course, almost mill pond-like conditions as we come into the finish. 209 from Queen's Park, Chester, enjoying the best of these conditions as they head up towards and over the finish line. And here comes 208 from Worcester Rowing Club. We're almost at the end of the J15 women's doubles. The girls' race will have the boys' doubles coming down momentarily, no doubt. 207 just coming up to the line. This is a Tyne Rowing Club crew, Trevorrow of Tyne Rowing Club. Again, they're probably one of their first races on this course. They're curious to know where the finish line is, but they are through it. And a bit of a gap then, back actually to the next set of scullers. Got the red blades there of, I think it could be Dame Allen's School, and it is Dame Allen's School.
Knowledge. Good knowledge, Chucky. Well, with a bit of a gap in racing, that is a great opportunity for me to shout out to everyone who is around the course. Perhaps you are leaving as a junior, you're finishing up your last race, or anyone who has a bit of extra kit that they perhaps have grown out of, or I've decided it's time to move on from. If you have a spare piece of kit, you've got a spare kit, whether it's rowing kit, sports kit, whatever it is, you can drop it off at the kit round collection points at the finish tower and at the registration. Kit Round will sort and sell the kit with all proceeds going to Love Rowing, British Rowing's charitable foundation, and a great way to recycle your old sports kit and rowing kit.
Well, we just saw coming across the line that crew from Dame Allen's, number 212, and they were followed by a crew from Henley. They high-five the two scullers there, high-five, so clearly happy with their time trial. Their bow number hanging on precariously. It's sort of as a 45-degree angle, which is a new one for me, but there you are. 211, crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association coming down, and I think we might be into the final 5 doubles in the women's section of this event. We'll have the boys coming down in a moment, Fergus. A bit of a gap back to the scullers, so we are expecting down on this course. Here comes 215 from Derby Rowing Club. They're the penultimate but one crew. Then we have 213 from Strathclyde Park. Then also on the course are the scullers from 214 Queen Elizabeth High School and 211 another Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association crew, I think.
I've got a Strathclyde Park story for you, Chucky.
Oh, yes?
Last night, as we were enjoying the bar here at the National Water Sports Centre, the sun was coming down and we spotted a few lights over on the far side of the course in the trailer park. So a few of us thought, do you know what, we're just going to take a little wander over and just make sure everything's all right. And lo and behold, it was not the rapscallions that we thought it was, but it was actually a few of the rowers from Strathclyde Park who are camping, but they had forgotten to tie on one of their boats last night. So we had an entertaining encounter with some of the Strathclyde Park lot who were just coming back over to make sure they tied on their boats last night.
Well, that's certainly something you didn't see before. I thought you were going to say that I was struck by the lights of the waffle van, which seemed to leave itself on.
That was like the North Star last night. It was just beaming the waffle van, just illuminating the park. It was the Strathclyde Park rowers doing the good thing and tying their boats on last night.
Yeah. So 214 Queen Elizabeth High School crossing line, and here are Calpe Rowing Club 217. I think it's Calpe's 150th anniversary this year, Fergus. So congratulations to them, not only to getting here from Gibraltar, but for being here 151 years after starting. They're having a very enthusiastic final segment of the row. And here it is. Here's our last crew of the women's J15 doubles. It's 216 from Talkintarn, Archibald, and then a little bit of a gap. Got a couple of minutes gap, I think, back to the boys, who will just be starting to come down the course momentarily.
150 years for Calpe, you say. It's a few big celebrations this year. Calpe 150, Maidenhead Rowing Club 150, Eton Excelsior 200 years.
That's very impressive knowledge, Fergus. I just got that one from Calpe from the commentary notes, but you've memorised those things.
It's all dialed in the head somewhere. Yeah, big celebrations for some of these clubs. 200 years ago. What were you doing 200 years ago, Chucky?
I was a glint in the milkman's eye, I think. So, we'll see. I'm not 200 years old myself. So yeah, just looking at the crews that are coming down, we will be seeing first up the crew from Leeds. The J15 double will be the first one to race down the course, and they are indeed about 500 metres into their race, Fergus.
They are indeed. What have we got? How many of these J15 doubles have we got coming up? We've got by number 218 to kick us off, and we're running right the way through to 284. We've got another 65, 70 doubles coming down the track, and these, as we've said, this will take us to just about 300 crews racing. You know, open the J14 quads, which we'll have coming in at 9:48. That's when we get the first of the 300 bow numbers. That privilege goes to Marlow Rowing Club, but it just keeps on coming thick and fast. And there are massive entries. You know, we've talked about it before. Massive entries that we have racing here. Really great to have everyone coming here and competing across the weekend. But yes, moving on to the Open J15 doubles first. We're getting ahead of ourselves with the quads, because we've seen what the girls can do, and now we get an opportunity to see what the Open crews can do as well.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, Fergus. I was just having a look at the commentary notes, seeing if there's any of the crews that are racing in this event who submitted information. Doesn't look like it just yet. There was a crew from Hampton, but I think they were racing in a different day, so they haven't submitted their information. But you can do so if you want us to read things out or to praise people. We do have a commentary notes system. You can go online and message British Rowing on social media, and we'll make sure it's added to the system. And here comes our first crew in this event from the J15 doubles. It's not Leeds Rowing Club out in front, because the prize of getting across the line first in the time trial will go to the Windsor Boys School. It's 219, that phenomenon of British sculling at the moment.
And British sweep.
Indeed, we saw them win the J18 Open 8s not yesterday, on Saturday, with a little help from Lee Rowing Club in the process. Here's 220 from Wallingford Rowing Club, so we haven't actually seen that Leeds crew, and I can't see them in my immediate vision, Fergus. Perhaps they're not racing this morning.
We'll have to wait and see. We know there have been some jiggery-pokery with some of the alignments and the orders people are being set off in, but two of the clubs near the top of the Junior VL standings, the Victor Durham standings, Windsor Boys School, Wallingford Rowing Club. Perhaps this will be the deciding event.
Maybe.
Perhaps it will be the J15 doubles, the Open J15 doubles, that determines who wins the Victor Durham.
I mean, it might even come down to the very last race of the day, Fergus. You never know. Walbrook there, 221, just coming across the line. So that's row of Walbrook.
Yeah,
finishing up their time trial.
Walbrook, they've already won the J15 quads, the Open J15 quads. They went undefeated this season. I think they won at national schools, everything that they competed at. So now we've seen how good they are in the quads. Let's see what they can do in the double sculls now. And they're followed by Marlow Rowing Club.
Another powerhouse of junior sculling. As we mentioned, they won the girls event, the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, and clearly they've got a significant pipeline and a great coaching team in place. Meanwhile, just a little bit further up the course, we're seeing Hereford and I think Brentford having a go at each other. I'll refrain from using your commentary cliche, Fergus, but that's the sort of thing.
Ding dong. We can't say ding dong anymore.
I was thinking hammer and tongs.
Oh, hammer and tong. Hammer and tong is written off for the day. No more hammers and no more tongs.
No, and in fact, this is 224 here across the line ahead of 223. So that's Hereford ahead of Brentford, and we should see another Brentford crew. In fact, here they come. Looking very accomplished, this crew, 225 from Hereford.
Well, I think we're about to enter a transition phase here in the commentary tower, so I'm going to leave you with one more cliche, and that's the first bucket hats of the day. So I'm going to sign off with Brentford coming through, the bucket hat boys.
Not only bucket hats, but boonies as well. So,
that's a proper bucket hat.
Aficionados of headgear. And the Brentford crew just show off a little bit by keeping their blades in the air as they finish their time trial.
Yeah.
Is that a sign of confidence or overconfidence?
Confidence. Always
we'll have
confidence.
to find out when the results come out later. Okay.
Right.
We're going to hand you over. I've been Charlie. This has been Fergus. We're going to hand you over to legends of commentating, Carol Wallace and Zoe Thomas.
Well, just a change of commentators, and it is myself, Carol, and Zoe just taking us through the last of these J15, or the beginning of these J15 double sculls, taking over from the Blue Star team that has been Fergus and Charlie. So that was Barn Elms just going through, and we have Hereford 233 there, just finishing their 900 metre time trial. You can recognise the distinctive kit of Windsor Boys School. Their B Crew 234.
And next up, coming down the Red Boys, it's Crew 235, Molesey Boat Club A. And that looks like Clare's Court School kit to me. So that will be 236 Clare's Court School A coming up next.
I've seen a lot of Clare's Court crews this weekend, and day 4 we're still seeing even more of them. Great strength and depth in these school programmes.
Absolutely. And next up it's 237 Royal Chester A. And just behind them we've got a bit of a battle side by side. It's always great in a time trial to have another crew alongside, just to give you that extra push as you come down. And it's 238 AB7 and 231.
Would that be Weybridge?
Indeed. Preference. Oh. And we'll just do a couple of quick announcements for you. I don't know if you know, if you've been here all week, I know you might just be here today, you can get your boat washed down at the pontoons. Once you finish racing, head down to the washdown station in the boating area. The North Wales Wildlife Trust are here to make sure that you do not risk taking any invasive, non-native species hitchhiking on your boat home with you. They are one of the top threats to biodiversity in the UK and can survive in uncleaned, damp parts of your boat for weeks, waiting to infest your home waters, which we absolutely do not want. So please go and visit the team for further information. They'll be happy to wash your boat and have a chat with you.
So just going through, we had Composite from Bedford and Northampton, 239, and they're closely followed by Royal Chester. Oh, good battle going on here, so just between these three crews. And as you said earlier, it's great to have that feeling of somebody alongside you in a time trial just to push you on or pull you on.
Gosh, they're really going for it. It's 243 up the front. And they're
That's
being
Guildford.
challenged by 242.
Brentford.
With 244 hot on their tails, trying to get in on the action there.
And it's Nottingham and Notts County Rowing Association and Nottingham and Union Composite in 244.
Yeah, a great little battle there.
And Brentford's still not giving up, and they must be through the line by now and just battling it on.
And next up, that's got to be Kingston in those
It's got
stripes.
to be Kingston in those stripes.
2, 4, 5.
I just spotted that one as well, just coming towards us. It's another beautiful day here at Nottingham. If this is your first day or your first day spectating, it's been pretty much similar conditions for the past 3 days. I think the wind, there was a bit of a tailwind yesterday and Saturday, but it seems to have dropped. The windsocks just hanging there quite limply, and our flag over on this side is just dangling on its mast.
Indeed, and if you've taken any photos or videos of your weekend here, please make sure you follow us on social media to see highlights from the event. Tag us in all of your memories at British Rowing on Instagram, X and Facebook. We'd love to see what you've been up to.
I think that crew just coming towards the line by the colour of the blades is 246 from Marlow. And they're being chased by another maroon crew, George Watson's College, 247.
Correct. And next up, we've got 248 looking really strong as they come into the last sort of 15, 20 strokes. That's the crew from Peterborough City.
Looking at these crews, you forget that this is a J15 category. Some of them are very polished and very well schooled, looking very strong as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. The standard that we've got here this weekend, I feel like every year that we come to these events, it just gets better and better. Everyone's just upping their game, and it's great to see all of these crews from all across the country here this weekend coming for that challenge to get that coveted medal.
Absolutely. And we know there's Victor Ladora prizes out there as well, and just adding to the club's tally, just getting themselves up there.
And we've got another great battle here, Carol. 249 Royal Chester and 250 Warrington coming up to the line.
That is a cracking battle. And then just on their inside, we've got this crew just... and I think that's Chester Le Street by the colours.
It is.
Just really pushing on there. Really trying to overhaul the other two crews.
And it sounds silly to say, but it's great when you see these athletes crossing the finish line and they sort of slump over. You know from that they've worked hard, they've given it their all, and that's what you want at the end of the race, especially the time trial. I was talking to some of the Borlase parents this morning, and saying, it's time trials are difficult because obviously you get set off apart from the other crews, and you might not always have someone to push off all the way down. So you've just got to go as hard as you can all the way and just hope for the best. And up next we've got 252 just crossing the line now.
Just Weybridge.
And we've got another Kingston crew coming up. I believe that's 253. Some more battles ahead.
But looking at the number of J15 doubles entered here, there will be a few that, as you said, will possibly not make it into the F final later on today. I think we've got high 60s, 60 odd crews in this event. That's a huge number.
And just sprinting towards the line now, it's 254 Clare's Court School C crew being chased down by Camford School. Yeah, that's always it's great to see how many boats we've got in this particular category. It just shows how many juniors out there have a love of this sport, so it's fantastic. But then it's the disappointing side that you might have to go home early. As I said earlier, over with the Borlase parents, one of my colleagues' son, he's got to go home now, he's done for the day. Disappointing, but lessons learned, and you just got to come back stronger next year, haven't you?
Well, that's right, and you've got a huge depth of J15, J14 athletes that we'll see later, which is building a sort of base of the club that hopefully will follow on through as they progress through their rowing careers.
Absolutely, and that was 256 Buell Bridge just making their way across the line. Next up is 257.
Monmouth Comp.
Looking very polished there.
Aren't they just? I was just going to say that. So just looking strong.
I've seen them in, I think they were in a quad yesterday. Looked like a really tight-knit, gelled crew. Obviously, they're at school together. They might be training a little bit more than everybody else.
I think this is Durham 258.
You
just
are
from the kit.
correct.
It's taken me 3 days to get my eye in for kit colours and blade colours. So I'm finally there, I think.
I think this might be Henley Rowing Club. It is 259 Henley Rowing Club. Just coming in through the Red Boys now. And for some of these juniors who will have been here throughout the weekend racing, they've really got to shift today because it's 1,000 metres today, 900 in the time trial, so it's half of what they were doing over the rest of the weekend. They've really got to change that mindset, completely change their race plan or condense it down. So it's going to be great lessons learned and great experience for them today to do this sprint.
260 Wallingford.
Correct. And we've got
That's
another
Wallingford D just going through there. Quite a few Wallingford crews. I was down on the pontoons helping with the buy slot numbers, and I just seem to see Wallingford kit everywhere.
We've got 262s, 261. 261, I believe that's Windsor Boys. And they are chasing down the crew from Huntington, who might have rode through them if they've gone off in order.
Well, I think most of the other crews have come down in order, so very strong performance there.
Yeah, it's always a nice boost when you row through someone in a time trial, and then at least you know you've got your skin in the game. And it's 263 and 264 just coming down side by side now. Who do you think is going to cross that line first, Carol?
Looks as though Marlow got slightly better boat speed at the moment. They're just pushing off, but they've probably started just in front of Time United, who are 264. I think they've probably come down pretty much together all the way down the course, and that'll really have boosted them. And, oh gosh, they're still gunning for this line, aren't they? Time United putting in a big push, and just Marlow on the line there.
If that was a semi-final or a final, I think that might have been a photo finish there, Carol. That was super close, wasn't it?
I'm sure the judges were just thinking, who's going to get this first? And there's a few Finnish judges down there just keeping an eye, just so that they can actually separate these crews. And I'm sure they weren't expected two to come through so close on the line.
Not at all. And I saw the two barmen in each of the boats giving each other a little thumbs up, a little bit of acknowledgement, which is great that they're getting that camaraderie so early on in their rowing careers. As 265 City of Bristol crosses the line.
And Hereford just slightly behind him, 266. That's the B crew from City of Bristol, and this is the C crew from Hereford. And I recognise the boat coming down, and this is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, 267.
And I think that might be City of Oxford coming up next, is that right? 268.
Indeed it is.
There you go.
So we've both
you take the north, I'll take the south.
We've both got our eye in for kit colours now.
Next up, we're going to have 269. They're just coming into the Red Boys now. Red Boys, the danger zone. That's where you've got to give it everything, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to finish thinking I have got a bit more in the tank. But this is Queen's Park Chester, 269.
And if you would like a little souvenir of your time here this weekend, we've got a couple of options for you. You can head over to the event merchandise in the event village for the official club championships merch. There's hoodies, t-shirts, maybe t-shirts in this weather, but hoodies for later on in the season. And they've got every competitor's name on them, along with lots of other exhibitors and retailers. Alternatively, there's our official photography. All Mark 1 are our official photographers for the championships. All their photos are online for print or digital purchase. If you can't decide which photo to get, you can buy the Access All Areas Pass to receive every race image of your crew.
I think you had me sold on the Access All Areas. It's always a great pass to have wherever you are. We just had Tyne United B crew going through, and this is the Aberdeen Schools B crew just coming up to the line now.
And just in the distance, we have got... I think that's Molesey.
In the bottom of your
272.
screen, if you're watching this at home, there's a lovely shot of all these boats ranked up at the 1,000 metres, because we're only using the bottom half of the course. So you can just see how many boats are up there just waiting to turn round, come into their time trial. And then the top of the screen, we're focused in just on this finish line.
And it's Molesey who'll be coming in at the bottom of the screen first, 272, with Wallingford 273 just ahead. They've got about half a length overlap on them, so they've made up some good time in that time trial. Followed by crew number 275,
Christchurch Rowing Club.
and next up is 276, which looks like a composite to me.
Indeed it is.
Bristol Aerial, sorry, City of Bristol. And we were saying yesterday, it's great to see so many composites here this weekend, and it could be for a whole host of reasons. You know, they might not necessarily have enough athletes in their own clubs to make up a boat, or I can't remember who it was now. Somebody made a good point that it might be, you know, somebody could have moved away and they want to come back and row with their old teammates this weekend, which I thought was a lovely... I'm going to go for that reason every single time, because I think that's a lovely sentiment. But it's great to see everyone collaborating here this weekend.
That's a lovely word to use, it, collaborate and cooperate. It's always nice to see that.
And it's 277 next.
Another crew from Wallingford, their B crew this time.
And they've got 278, just a few lengths ahead of them, making their way to the line.
— 278 from Rob Roy.
Next up, we've got 279.
Queen Elizabeth High School.
It's lovely to see how many supporters we've got out here on the bank today. If you didn't know, we do have a big screen up next to the event village. We've got all the seats on the steps that you can sit on, with a big screen for you to watch what we've got here on our screens and what everyone has on the live stream at home. You can watch the race unfold down the course, and then as it gets in front of you, just take a little look over and watch them cross the line. Great
Just
addition.
coming across the line now is the purple boat from Glasgow Academy.
And then we've got crew 280
It's
coming
the
up
Royal
next.
Grammar School High Wycombe. And you can see another purple boat.
Yep.
And
Spotted
guess
that.
what?
It's Glasgow Academy.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, loving the purple boats. I think they look really smart. And making their way down next, it's crew 284.
And that's the third crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And I think that's the last crew we'll see in the Open Junior 15 double sculls.
I was going to say the same, because we've got a nice big gap coming up now.
Huge field, over 60 crews, and that is huge breadth of sculling at that age. Just wonderful to see.
What have we got coming up next, Carol?
Coming up next should be the Open Junior 14 Coxed Quad Sculls.
Fab.
Always a great boat class. Aberdeen schools just finishing their course there. Rowing a boat that was named after one of the rowing masters at George Watson's College, Jim Ferguson, a legend in teaching people how to scull.
And I've just noticed this little announcement on our key messages that I haven't seen yet, but I did actually see when I was walking around the event village. If you've got any spare kit to donate, you can drop it round at the kit round collection points at the finish tower or at registration. Kit Round will sort and sell the kit, and all proceeds go to Love Rowing, which I think is fantastic. So if you've got anything that you wanted to get rid of this weekend, you can get rid of it at Kit Round, and then you can head over to the official merchandise and get some fresh kit. Yeah, exactly. Why not? One in, one out, I say.
And just going through the line, we have the first of our Open Junior Quad Sculls from the Windsor Boys School. And I wished I'd known about that initiative, because I'm sure I've got some kit at home that would have been serve another purpose.
Well, I expect we'll be seeing that around at lots of different races throughout the coming months and years.
Brentford Rowing Club just going through the line there. And then we are got Gorse.
Apologies, my squeaky chair. Next up, it is crew 289.
289 from the city of Bristol.
Yes, I recognise that boat. I raced in that when I was a junior. And that is 288, just chasing them down.
288 is according to my programme here, is a composite from Canford School, Cranmer School Juniors and Guildford. And as we were talking earlier, it's nice to see people just putting athletes into boats together. As you said, you might not have enough athletes in one club, or it might have been somebody moved away, but giving them a chance to row together.
Definitely. It's all about collaboration in this sport. And next up, we have crew 292.
292 from Tyne.
And we've got 295, I believe that's the Henley Rowing Club, just coming up now, their last few strokes. And lots of people starting to gather on the bank now. Get yourself down here to the finish line. It's the best place to be. You're right next to all the food and the shopping. You've got the big screen, somewhere to sit, and you'll be in prime viewing spot for all of the semi-finals and finals that will be coming down later today.
It's lovely sitting in front of the screen, because you do getting, when we move on to side-by-side racing, you're getting these shots from up at the start and all the way down the course, which is giving you a great indication of how the crews are doing before they come towards you in the finish line.
Absolutely, and it's 297 Gorse Boat Club B, just making their way across the line now. That'll be 290 next. Gosh, that's a shiny, bright, clean boat, isn't it?
Isn't it just? They've obviously been down and had it washed.
I think so.
And that's Trentham.
I believe we've got Kingston making their way down now, crew 301.
With the bigger boats and the sort of tightness of the area up at the start, they're not necessarily managing to get them in numerical order. There is a restriction on space there, so it is quite hard just sometimes to jiggle these bigger boats. I think the cocks could tell them they could wind down. Kingston certainly rowing through the line there. I thought they were going to approach the pontoon.
I was just about to praise them all on their steering.
I was thinking they might approach the pontoon with a bit too much boat speed.
Yes, and whilst we're talking about the pontoons, just a reminder to all competitors and coaches, you please make sure you make use of all of the landing pontoons. I think we've got about 4 of them down there with our lovely umpires. Please make sure you use all of them, especially in the smaller boats. You can fit a couple on each side. And please make sure you are clearing your blades away as well, so nobody trips over them. A bit of housekeeping. Next up, I think.
Windsor Boys
Very loud,
School.
yes, Windsor Boys.
Lots of support there for Windsor Boys School.
And it's Borlase coming down next. 291. Yes, looking very, very together in that Borlase crew. Again, these schools, I think they have that sort of extra benefit of being able to train a little bit more than some of the domestic clubs do, because they'll have it in part of their games. Classes will be that they'll go and do rowing, for example, so you will expect them to be nice and gelled as a crew, as they look like they are as they just cross the line now. And we've got a little side-by-side. Looks like Wallingford 305. Is that Wallingford?
Indeed it is.
Yes. And they're being chased down by another Borlase crew, 293.
Really pushing on for the line there. Wallingford just really motoring on. Determined to stay in front of Borlase.
Coming up next, it is crew number 300.
Marlow.
I was gonna say, but
Oh, sorry, I jumped in
but
before.
it's all right. No, well, I was going to, but then sometimes it's difficult because you do get a lot of other clubs that have got similar kit. So I don't like to jump the gun unless I'm feeling very confident, and I'm not confident in this next kit. It's 299. Who have we got there, Carol? Weybridge. They'll be crossing the line next. And I'm confident in this one. We've got Clare's Court coming up now.
Some good battles going on here. There's another Windsor Boys School crew just coming up towards the line. And you can hear the support from downstairs just as they are coming towards us.
And speaking of support, we've got a phenomenal prize, one of the biggest prizes at the British Rowing Club Championships. The club winning the most Victor Ladorum points across both junior and senior events this weekend. So just junior today, as we've finished these senior events, will win a brand new SL Racing single scull supplied by Simba Racing. Come and find Simba Racing near the boating area to chat more. Gavin is eagerly awaiting you to come over and have a little natter. Go and look at the boats. They are incredible. I believe they've put the 8 away now, but that was my favourite. But they've got some gorgeous sculls there. So they will be creating you a bespoke boat for your club.
And that is a wonderful prize to have for any club. Just to have a boat made to your exact spec. Wonderful prize. So
yes.
302, just going through the line, were Queen's Park Chester. They are being followed by...
I've got Wallingford coming up next.
Brentford.
Yes, with Wallingford behind them. And as we've got a little bit of a gap here, well, I'm going to tell you who's coming up next, and then we've got a bit of a gap. We have got crew 306 just making their way towards the line now.
They are from Maidenhead. As you say, there's a bit of a gap. These boats tend to be clumped together, but...
Yes, and time for a little announcement. Just as a reminder, you can find live results on the British Rowing website, www.britishrowing.org/BRCC. And if you're watching this live stream, then you already know that you can support at home and follow all of the live action via British Rowing Champs Live on the same website as previously read out, and just follow the links on there. So that's www.britishrowing.org/BRCC. You can find all of the results live there. And we've got crew 312 making its way down next.
A 312 from Durham.
And 311 Henley, trying to close that gap as much as possible.
I always think up in commentary you got the best view of racing, but I can honestly say with this coverage we're getting from the live screening, it's almost as good as being here in the tower. Just because we're getting this, you're seeing this, the same view that we are seeing, and just giving a feel for what's happening on the course.
Definitely, it's great for us to be able to bring this action to everyone, not just on the bank, but at home as well. And next up, we've got 315. Is that George Watson's College?
Indeed it is.
Yes. And then we've got, I believe we've got Molsey coming down next, 313.
Indeed they are. Gosh.
I thought it might be a composite, but the two man's just sporting a very fetching pink t-shirt.
I think that's maybe just to keep the sun off.
Well, very wise indeed. And they have got, trying to get some overlap, crew 298. The numbers flipped upside down, so it's very difficult for me to read.
I've seen a lot of Leeds crews this weekend. They're certainly a club that up and coming and just making a presence felt in these big regattas.
Absolutely, it's great to see such a diverse range of clubs here from all over the country. And new clubs popping up as well, like in Infinity Boat Club. They've been here a lot this weekend, so it's great to see new clubs being created all over the country. And I believe we've got another Clare's Court crew coming down now. It's crew 307. Then we've got 314 next.
314 from Hinksey Sculling School.
And they've got 317 just behind them.
Monmouth Comp School. Right, we've just got the last few of the Open Junior Coxed Quads, and then we're going to move on to the Women's Junior 14 Coxed Quads.
It's great to hear some very enthusiastic coxing from coming up to the finish line, as they should be.
And that's without the Cox box as well.
Yes.
Just,
Yeah, I've seen a few crews actually this weekend in Sternloader quads and fours without Cox boxes. And I think rather you than me, I've had a few situations this year where my Cox box is cut out in the race, and you wouldn't catch me being able to shout for that long. I'd lose my voice completely, which is not great for commentators. And next up, we've got 320 coming down.
Northwich.
Oh, but just ahead of them, just hiding behind the pillar, we got there 308.
308 Leeds. Cox boxes are wonderful, but they can be a bit temperamental at times, and there was a few crews I helped in yesterday that Cox was apologising because the Cox box cut out sort of halfway through the race, and it's not the ideal situation, as you say.
Yes, well, I've spoken to a lot of Cox's races, and they don't realise that you do have to. It's kind of like having a car. You've got to get them serviced. You've got to clean them quite regularly. Take care of them as you do your boats and blades. Otherwise, they won't be too kind to you.
And it's an expense. Well, you spend a lot of money in your boat and your blades, and the Cox box is an expensive piece of equipment as well, and you need to look after them, as you say.
Indeed.
Isn't it lovely to have the privilege of watching these juniors at the start of their racing career? You know, J14, and this is possibly the first time they come to a big event like this, and then they're just performing, having to go through the time trial and then the side-by-side racing. It's just, you know, you just wonder where their careers will take them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I was saying this yesterday. I was seeing a lot of the J18s racing, and I thought I saw them all crossing the line, and I thought to myself, we'll be seeing them at Bucks next year.
Oh,
and I can't wait to see where they go. And, you know, these, not just the J18s, but everyone here, this is the future of British rowing here. These are the athletes of tomorrow. We could see them at World Championships and even Olympics in the future. Aim high.
So 316 is from Lambton, just going through the line, and over on the far side, I think that was... Can't quite see.
That's 321 over there.
Ah, Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe.
High Wycombe. Lovely.
So just the last few of the open quads coming through, I think.
We've got 318.
318 is another boat from the Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe.
And there, Cox is sporting some fantastic loons there as well. And it is 319 up next.
It's another... And the last quad from Royal Grammar School High, Wycombe. And a bit of a gap before we have the women's junior 14 quads coming down. And you were talking about the kit store and the T-shirts with the names on the back. I know that I've spoken to some senior athletes who still have kept every T-shirt that they've had with their names on it going back to their J14 days, and they're all in a drawer somewhere. And I'd heard one who was distraught at one stage because his mother had thrown them out, put them to charity, and he said, "But that's part of my history." So, you know, if you're thinking of something to buy your offspring who is maybe appearing here for the first time, they do like having bits of kit with their names on it.
I've got all of mine, Carol, going back to 2004.
Good for you. That is just a wonderful thing to have.
And they're all in storage at my parents' house, hopefully. Hopefully she's not throwing them out, like you've said. But yeah, it's a fantastic thing to have. And I've got a lot of my junior kit, you know, when you get your personalised tops made up for events and stuff. And, you know, I'll probably never wear them again, but it's just a nice thing. Maybe I'll to get them made into a blanket or something one day. But yeah, it's a great memento, and it's such a fun little game as well, like scanning through all the names, trying to find your club and then find your name. And
but then
yeah,
if
great.
you've got that history, you can see that you've maybe been at the same event as a future Olympian.
Absolutely. And we've got 3-2-3 kicking off the women's quads now from Henley Rowing Club, and I believe, without even looking, that's Lee following them.
Indeed it is. I was just commenting to Charlie last night that I really like that boat.
Yeah, they're very smart, aren't they? I think when you've got such bold, bright colours at a club,
You have to embrace it.
you have to, for sure, but I think the way they've done it with the black and then just a touch of the orange,
It's very nice.
very classy. Love it. And next up we have got... I've gone behind the pillar, so I can't see, but I want to say Peterborough City.
No,
325.
325's Walbrook.
Walbrook. No.
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 I'll just stop guessing. And next up, it's 327 Maidenhead.
Maidenhead, well, you can carry on guessing. Yes, absolutely.
Well, the trouble is, when I was a junior, their kit didn't look like that. We've got all these different new up-and-coming kit suppliers now. So people change their kit to make them all flashy, and then I don't know what they are anymore.
I totally agree with you, and it's getting a bit like football strips, really.
Yeah, and we've got 326 Weybridge just coming across the line now.
Oh, good race going on here between these two quads, just coming towards us. One in lane 3, one in lane 1. I'm sure the Coxes can see each other and look ahead and just use
We've
that
got
impetus to G their cruise on.
328 on the far side.
That's composite between Canford and Guildford.
And 329 closest to us, Sir William Perkins School, who have been doing phenomenally this weekend.
I've seen the name quite often in the medal tables and in the A finals.
Yeah, they've had quite a bit of success over the years. That I've been on a few launches doing the commentary at Henley Women's, and I've seen them having some fantastic races. So great to see them here. And next, it's Borlays.
330.
And it's 331 on the far side. Coming
Brentford.
down in the red boat. And they've got Molesey just chasing them down a few lanes away. They'll be coming through at the bottom of your screen if you're watching on the screen or the live stream. And in the lane in the middle of the two of them, a few lengths back, trying to close that gap, we've got 334.
And 334 are from Gorse.
And we've got another Henley Rowing Club crew coming up next. It's 335, Henley's B crew.
So I was intrigued by Gorse. I've seen the name a few times this morning, and I think I've seen them in the past, but I hadn't never looked up as to where they were. They're based in Leeds. A pioneering inclusive rowing programme in Leeds, operated by the Gorse Academies Trust. I always like to know where these lesser known clubs come from and where they do their rowing.
No, it's definitely great to see lots of up-and-coming clubs being created, and it's 344 coming up next. Is that Monmouth Comp?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. And we have got 336 next.
Windsor Girls' School.
And they're being chased down by 337 in the same lane, so...
That's, yes. Falcon in 337. Just usually set them off in separate lanes, just so that this doesn't happen of the overlap just as they come on the line.
Now I believe we've got Marlow coming down next. 339.
Indeed they are.
And they have got 340 behind them.
Barn Elms, yes, good spot.
Well, one of the two seats got a green T-shirt with Barn Elms in big capitals and white on the back, so I couldn't get that one wrong if I tried. And now we've got a nice little gap now. So for those of you that don't know, in the time trials they set them off. I don't know the exact timing gap, but at different races it's usually sort of 10 to 15 seconds. Not only does it give our wonderful finish judges time to make sure that they are getting the right time for each person, because there's a bit of a gap and no bunch up at the finish line, but it just makes sure that there's no clashes on the water as well.
And sets them off in different lanes so that
Yes.
there's no impedance as they come down, so that everybody gets a really nice clean run.
But then it gives you something to work towards as well, doesn't it? Knowing that that crew's 15 seconds ahead of you, you can see if you can
Close the
catch
gap.
them. And we've got Claire's Court 341 just coming down now. Cox struggling to see. She should go get herself some official merchandise over in the event village.
Get a
It'd be a
visor.
nice cap, yeah. And next up, it is 347.
Queen Elizabeth High School.
I like those all-in-ones and lovely straps on the back. It's lovely when you see all these different all-in-one designs with nice sort of different straps, you know, bringing a bit of fashion to the water.
It's nice because it means that you don't end up with a traditional wide-strapped all-in-one suntan where you can't wear anything strappy for the rest of the summer because it looks ridiculous.
And we've got 338.
338 Hereford, with black and white stripes.
Indeed. With 351 coming down next.
Trentham. I can hear the support for Trentham there, just directly below us.
And Trentham, of course, are one of our fellow commentators. Rose for Trentham, Millie.
Does she?
She does, yes.
Oh, I didn't get a chance to meet Millie yesterday, so good.
And up next it is, recognise that boat, 343 Evesham.
Indeed.
Although I've never seen it rigged as a quad, only ever as a 4. Speaking to some of the Evesham guys yesterday, they said, "You're that commentator that always comments on the boat Nemo." And I said, yes, because it's just so wonderful to see it still in action after all these years since I left that club as a junior. So I will continue to talk about how wonderful it is to see it still going. And next up we have got...
I can't see the bow slot number, and I didn't catch the back number either, so I'm very sorry. We've just lost you. Can't see the TLA on the boat either.
I think it might have been...
I did wonder if the kit was from Aberdeen
because
Schools.
I saw the boat code. ASR,
Yes,
must
that'll
be.
be them. Well done. I didn't recognise the boat, which is... I'll get
359 next.
359. Another boat from Gorse.
I used to always play this game when we were driving home from rowing regattas. Every time you drove past a trailer, could you work out what club it was from the boat code?
Yeah.
So I got pretty good at the boat codes because back then, Carol, we didn't have all these flashy trailers with people's clubs written on the side of them that gave it away. You had to do it the old-fashioned way.
359 from Gorse. Yeah, it's a great game to play. It's also a good one to play blade colours, blade painting patterns.
That's 349 just coming up now.
Trafford.
And they've got 357 William Perkins.
A nice cluster of boats just chasing each other down towards the line.
Just keeping us on our toes here. We have got first up, it is, that's Molesey 342.
Yep, that's Molesey's B quad.
And then we've got Wallingford 353. And then 354, another Wallingford crew.
Yeah, it's Wallingford B and Wallingford A. And Molesey just coming into the screenshot just now, going through the line. Rapidly followed by these two two Wallingford crews. You wonder with some of these big clubs with huge entries what their boat houses look like at present. It'd be a good time to get a boat house clear out and sweep the floor, you'd think, because most of the boats must be over the far bank.
That's a very good point. And coming down now is 346.
Leeds. More and more people appearing on the bank, just near the finish line, just keeping an eye on the crews, keeping an eye on the screen. Just
I'm loving the matching. It looks like they've got some sparkly bows or something in their hair in this Leeds crew.
well, you notice that it's juniors you tend to notice the sort of detail in the hair, but I saw yesterday quite a few senior crews doing the same thing. Same ribbons, same bows in the ribbons, taking a pride in the appearance.
We love to see it. And we've got two more crews just coming down ahead. One of them furthest away is a Borlase crew. Can't quite see their number at the moment because their cox is sat bolt upright in the bow loader, which cannot be comfortable. But first up we have got 355, I believe.
Christchurch. I was trying to spot the kits and I knew it was a very bright colour, and I keep forgetting about Christchurch. And you'll just see them coming into the screenshot if you're at home watching this time trial. But Christchurch just finishing their women's J14 Coxed Quad Sculls.
And next coming into your view will be Borlase next to cross the line.
And just if you're watching on a screen, you'll see in set just all the boats just making their way up to get in line for their time trial. We've got some single sculls, J14 singles, and then the J14 doubles.
We've got another Borlase crew making their way down now. That's 3, 4, 8.
At this stage in their racing career, having a stern coxed boat is probably sort of advantageous. Just nice to get a bit of coaching as well as you're rowing along, and the cox can keep an eye on what everybody's doing rather than having to feel for it.
Yes, I mean, and Charles was saying yesterday, it's hard to teach someone how to learn the feel of the boat. So I think if you're a junior and you're just starting off at coxing, stern load is probably a little bit better for you. You can see what's going on a bit more, not as aerodynamic, but we shouldn't worry about those things too much at this stage. It's just all about learning, and being able to see will help them do that even more. And coming down next, it is 350.
Queen Elizabeth High School.
Fabulous strappy all-in-ones again.
Yeah, bright yellow boats. It's always nice to see.
Next up, very funky boats.
I know
Red,
exactly
yellow
who that
and
is.
green. Who's that?
Doncaster Schools Rowing Association.
I've seen that one before.
It's you often see it with Doncaster crews. They tend to use that boat. I've certainly seen it at Bucks a few times. It's just one of those wonderful boats that it just sticks in your mind because it has got that red, yellow and green. See the boats just waiting patiently to go into the pontoons. It always gets congested with bigger boats because you can only get one boat on at a time, but it does help if once you're out your boat you can move it off the pontoon just as fast as you can and just assist with the other crews getting in.
And it's 361 Chesterley Street, who will be coming into view on the top left of the screen if you're watching on the bank or the live stream. Yeah, I've got about 10-15 strokes left.
Chesterley Street just picking it up in those last few strokes, just zipping it across the line.
I believe we've got Northwich 362. They'll be coming through next, followed by what looks like another Wallingford crew.
The 360,
360, yeah.
The third Wallingford crew. But it's great that you can get so many juniors at that age in a club, which sort of a big pyramid that you hope someone will follow through all the way through and carry on rowing for the club.
I'm not surprised to see so many Wallingford juniors here this weekend. I've been to their boathouse before and trained out of it, and it's pretty full in there. So they will have plenty of boats to accommodate all of their juniors here this weekend.
It's a nice stretch of water at Wallingford.
Yeah, beautiful.
See some of the doubles on the far side of your screen if you're looking at the inset picture on the top. Just the J14 doubles making their way up for their time trial.
I think this might be Stourport coming up next. See if I can get a look at their number.
363.
363, correct.
I think we've only got 2 more quads, and I think it's the smaller boats of the singles just behind them that I can see started. The J14 singles.
That must be City of Sunderland on the far side.
So Stourport just coming through the line now. City of Sunderland in bluish kit, I think, as I recall.
That's correct, yeah. And then on this side, again, another very tall cock sitting upright, but I think that is Clare's Court. I can just about make out their kit from here.
364.
Yeah, indeed, and that rounds out the Women's Junior 14 Coxed Quads.
So a good battle going to go on between these last 2 quads in this event. Clare's Court School. Probably on the bottom of your screen you'll see first with City of Sunderland just on the top of the screen. And they'll be in the blue kit with Clare's Court more in a white kit. Winning out in the battle between these 2 quads, it's Clare's Court going to come through the line. Just slightly ahead of the City of Sunderland. You'll just see them on your screen just shortly. They're just approaching the finish line. And they are being rapidly chased down by City of Sunderland, just going through the line. But just immediately behind them, we have the first of our Open Junior 14 single sculls.
And first up is 366.
That's Waits from Walbrook. Oh, he's certainly picking it
Rapid,
up. He's
look at him go.
A great push for the line here, just picking it up and driving it on.
Exactly how it should be done. Fantastic sprint to the line there. We've got 367 Windsor Boys up next.
That's Coombs of Windsor Boys School.
And 364 on the far side, also looking like they are working their rate up now. And we've got another nice side-by-side battle coming down further up.
Oh, this is a cracking battle going on here.
And we've got 371 versus 369.
So that's Camas against Windsor Boys School. Almost matching each other stroke for stroke. Really pushing on there. Windsor Boys School just picking it up to get through the line in front of Camas there. Just, wow, this is going to be a tricky one for the judges.
Well, Windsor Boys seems to be rating slightly higher, getting, you know, almost a stroke and a half in versus Camas, but didn't quite have enough water left there, but super, super tight.
Indeed, so Camas going through the line just in front of that Windsor Boys School sculler. And these junior single scullers certainly attacking the this race. 372 also from Camas. That's Thornton of Camas just chasing down his clubmate Lewis, just who's gone through the line.
And we've got 374 next, which I thought it might be Star Club by the Blades, but didn't want to guess. And it's 373 up next.
373 Jones of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. These J14 single scullers are certainly shifting their boats. Really got some boat speed on them there.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. And it's 375 Shanklin Sandown J Batchelor, who will be coming towards the line next.
And we have almost 40 single scullers in this time trial. It's just the determination and sort of effort going in for these single scullers. Quite impressive to watch.
It certainly is. And coming up next, it's 376.
That's Busby of Falcon.
But just ahead is 370.
So Falcon have got the blue kit as they come towards you, and 370 is Aylett of Leeds. Stay in front of the Falcon sculler, maintaining that distance, picking it up to chase through the line.
Coming up next is 378 sculler from Lee. With 371 on the far side.
Another Camas sculler.
Apologies, 377. I thought that wasn't that kit, no.
I am laughing a bit because Zoe and I found out at a previous event that neither of us are very good with distances without binoculars, and both of us are pretty useless using binoculars, but we're doing a great job today. We've overcome that.
Well, it's hard to use them without your glasses on, and I really should have my glasses, but we persevere, and hopefully we are still bringing you some good commentary here as the sculler from Walton crosses the line now.
379 Crouch of Walton, just taking his last few strokes, and you can see the quads having cleared the pontoons. The scullers are getting in quite quickly after their race.
And it's 381, just about to come into view for you on the top left of the screen.
It's a new club for me this weekend, West Norfolk.
Oh, never heard of them either. Again, great to see a variety of clubs showing up here today.
Absolutely.
And we've got 382 coming up now.
Lambton.
Lambton.
Up in the northeast.
Followed by Hartbury Sculler 383.
Marshall.
And I think that might be Hereford 384.
So you'll see the Hartbury Sculler in your screen shortly with a vibrantly bright green Stamfley there, just coming into shot, coming into finishes line. And it is indeed the Hereford Sculler 384 Hargraves.
With 385, yep, Stourport coming up next. That's W. Baines of Stourport, just about to come into view now, if you're watching on the screen or the live stream at home. He is charging towards the line.
So a 900 metre time trial is sort of shorter distance than we've been seeing over the previous regatta, but probably far enough for these athletes, because they will probably, if they end up in the semi-finals, they will end up probably racing 3 times today, which is a big ask on a young athlete.
Definitely, but as we keep saying, it's all about the experience, learning how to pace yourself in different distances, learning how to make sure that you are refueling in between, staying cool in the shade, staying hydrated. As we see Sculler 387 crossing the line
From Warrington.
with 386
From
just
Peterborough
behind.
City.
And next is another Sculler from Lambton. It's 388.
That's their D sculler, Divine of Lambton. They've got quite a few scullers in this event.
And I do wonder, Carol, whether some of the athletes might be doubling up as well over today or over this weekend. And that, again, is a lot for them to learn to balance.
Indeed.
And we've got 390
City of Oxford. Just caught the kit at the same time.
And it's 389 coming up next. I can't tell who this is because they've got their official merchandise on, Carol. They've got their T-shirt with their name on it. So I can't tell the kit from this distance.
So City of Oxford just finishing his time
Camouflaged.
trial. Well, it just shows that the T-shirts are selling fast.
Definitely. And we've got another side-by-side coming up. It's 392.
I think that's 389. White of Trafford just going through by the bow slot number. And
391 Lambton being chased down by 392.
so Wordsworth of Lambton being chased down by Walker of George Watson's College. That's be a nice race, a nice time trial for these two gentlemen, just be sitting side by side. Both of them looking over at each other, just wondering who's in front as they've come through the line. And gosh, that's a real close one for the Finnish judges. I think the bow balls went through the line at the same time. But,
Next up is 393.
393 from Stratford upon Avon. Sivarkowski.
And we've got another side-by-side from yet another Lambton Sculler, 394,
394 is McLean of Lambton.
being chased down, by 395.
I think there's 4 Lambton Scullers in this, so that's
So Quadsworth
McLean, and then we've got Rupp of Trent, 395.
with 396 coming up next.
396 from York City. The Lions. I think the boating pontoons are now empty, which probably means that all our athletes for their time trials have boated and are now all serried up there. From look at the bottom left right hand corner of the screen, you can just see how many there are up there just waiting to get in order for their time trial.
And we've got 397
Agecroft.
coming towards the line now, followed by 398 Hereford.
It's the bright red of Agecroft going through the line.
Then 399.
And then we'll see the black and white hoops of Hereford Just coming into the screenshot, and 399 from Queen Elizabeth High School. Good battle just coming towards us in the tower. It's these two scullers almost side by side.
It's 400 being hunted down by 402. 402 really going for it. 404 looks slightly relaxed considering they're being chased down. But oh, there we go. Just taking the rating up a bit more now. They've definitely got clear water.
So 400 Rob Roy just picking it up, and 402 Talking Tarn. I think that's the first time I've seen Talking Tarn this weekend.
I was going to say the same. I've heard of them before, but not heard them for a while. So good to see them back here. Next up is going to be number 403.
Shanklin Sandown. Just pushing it on, just coming into screenshot on your live stream just now, and still more and more scullers coming down. I was just thinking we're almost at the end of the Open Junior 14s, but I'd forgotten about the Women's Junior 14s just coming on directly behind them.
And it's 404 Tideway Scullers, Kay Caradogan next to come into view. Then it will be 405 Trent J. Knight Dutton closing out the field for the Open Junior 14 singles.
And then rapidly moving on, I don't think there's much of a break there into the Women's J14 single sculls.
So we'll be kicking it off with 406 Henley Rowing Club.
And you just got the last of the J14 on your screen going through the finish line, and that's the Trent Sculler.
Yeah, this Henley Sculler looking super strong, coming down the last sort of 10-15 strokes and be coming into view on the finish line very soon. Yeah, super strong, really sending those puddles away really nicely. Being hunted down by 407 from Walton.
And all these scullers doing what the coaches have been telling them, rode through the line, scull through the line.
And it's 408 up next. It is O Forsyth of Maidenhead. Then we will have 409 E. Blackman of Sir William Perkins School being chased down by 412. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
And that is a tight clumping of these scullers. All of a sudden they just seem to have clumped together.
And coming in at the top of your screen next will be 414.
Queen's Park Chester.
Followed by 410. Agecroft.
Indeed they are. That is he of Agecroft.
And again, at the top of the screen is going to be 418.
Southampton Coal Porters. Now there's another name I haven't seen this weekend so far.
With 413 Sir William Perkins School chasing down will be coming in to view at the bottom of the screen for those of you watching.
Some really nice long loose sculling we're seeing this morning, just from these junior 14 ladies. And this water just looks stunning on your screen. You can see it down the bottom left hand side. You can also see what the water's like at the finish. Just really, really nice.
No, I can't quite see this number. Just very long hair in the way. 4-1-1. I know it's Sir William Perkins.
Zhekov of Sir William Perkins.
With 4-1-6.
Brocklehurst of Grosvenor.
Followed by 4-2-1.
And that is Lowe of Warrington. So just going through, we have Sir William Perkins. Just throwing through the line.
And we've got 4-1-5 coming up next as well, another Grosvenor sculler.
I can hear the shouts of encouragement coming from down below, just all the way through the line, all the way through the line.
And it's 4-2-0 who'll be coming into view next.
And that's a sculler from Berwick.
It's 4-2-4 making their way down next.
That's a sculler from Camas. Just about
4-1-9 sideways scullers. Almost coming up level now. 2 lanes away.
Tideway Sculler's sculler is just definitely lifting it there as just coming towards us in the line.
Oh, making friends with the boy line.
Oh.
Be careful there,
And,
especially when you pick up that speed at the end.
Just going through now, at the top of the screen we have the Camas sculler, and then we'll see the red and yellow of Tideway Scullers at the bottom of the screen.
And it's going to be 4-2-3 coming up next.
It's got about 70 or about 80 metres just to finish the time trial there. So 423 is the sculler from Stratford upon Avon, M. Heenan. Just coming into the shot now. Shortly, just coming into the shot just to finish our time trial of this morning.
That'll be 4-1-7 Hereford coming up next.
Barnstaple of Hereford.
With 4-2-6 Sir William Perkins behind. Who's being chased down a lane over by 4-2-2. I want to say of Agecroft.
So it's Barnstaple of Hereford just coming into shot on your screen, but good battle going on here. That Agecroft sculler is really pushing on.
4-2-9 also just coming in to join the party at the back of the pack there.
Oh, good race for the line here. It's who's going
Great
to go through.
shift there by Agecroft.
Oh gosh, and I think she just pipped Sir William Perkins sculler on the line.
And it'll be 4-2-5 coming into view next.
425, the Pale Blue of Strathclyde Park. Just a few scullers left in this women's J14 single sculls, and then we'll be moving rapidly into the double sculls.
And it'll be 4-2-7 G. Turner Wilkes of Gloucester Rowing Club coming up next, followed by Star Club, I believe, 4-2-8.
Indeed it is.
And that potentially might be it. We might have lost a couple along the way because I can see through the binoculars looking down. It is all of the doubles descending down the 900 metre time trial course, and this is going to be the Open Junior 14 double sculls.
So, and just completing her time trial, we have Turner Wilkes of Gloucester, 4-2-7. Being followed by 4-2-8 from Star. I can tell this crew without looking through the binoculars, so I'm sure it's the Windsor Boys School crew 430, and the first of a few boats they have in this time trial. The 430, the Windsor Boys School. It's beautifully presented. He always seemed to have the same short sleeve tops on, very smart, very professional with their caps. And as we were saying earlier, it's hard to believe just how junior some of these athletes are, looking at how polished they are, just as they're coming towards us on the line.
And it'll be 4-3-1 next to come into view.
And that boat is from Trafford.
With 4-3-2, they'll be coming into view at the top of the screen after Trafford.
Well, I think 432 are having a big battle there, and I'm not quite sure who it is just below them, but it's just Trafford going through the line now, and then we've got Brentford in the pale blue being hunted down
by 4-3-3 of Evesham.
By Evesham. As I said, some really very polished performances in these J14 double sculls.
And it's 4-3-5 coming up next.
Buell Bridge.
With Chester Street 4-3-7. Hot on their heels. Attempting to close that gap as much as possible to give them a great shot at their race later on today.
The 23 double sculls in this event, so they'll be aiming to get themselves into the AB semis rather than the minor finals later on.
Yes, so the first 12 to the semi-finals, to the AB semi-finals for these guys here.
And I'm assuming this is 438 from Lee.
Correct.
Bright orange, and you'll see the bright orange kit on your screen shortly as they come into shot.
And then we've got a good battle coming up next. It's 4-4-1.
This battle has been ongoing for quite a distance up the course because I could spot them as they were coming towards me. I could spot one of the crews being from Aberdeen Schools, that'll be 439. And is it Globe 441?
And we've got 443 coming up.
443 from Peterborough City. And just the bright yellow of Peterborough City kit just coming to cross the line to finish their time trial.
And it'll be 440 of Stratford upon Avon coming through next. And then we've got a good little group of a little reverse chevron there of 3 doubles, 2 of them on the outsides. Look like they're pretty neck and neck battling it down the course. We've got...
Just going through the finish line, we have 440 Stratford upon Avon, and as Zoe said, we have got a great battle going on here between 3 doubles. The one, probably the bottom of our screen, is really moving on.
That's 445.
445 from Monmouth Comprehensive.
444 Azra at the top with 446, I believe, is that Walton coming in through the middle.
Yeah, Aberdeen Schools on the top. And then we've got Walton. I can hear a proud dad and a proud coach there. His youngest son, Oren Baines, in the stroke seat of that Aberdeen Schools boat.
Next up, it's 447
Queen Elizabeth High School.
with 434. Is that Marlow chasing them down on the top?
Yes, that will be Marlow.
And then we've got 448 coming through.
Oh, very nice,
Further
colourful
down.
kit and crews. Queen Elizabeth just coming into your shot now. Bright yellow boat with really nice bright kit. And then we've got Marlow. They'll just be appearing on screen. A distinctive kit. And then we have Falcon just coming into shot now to finish their time trial.
And as you can probably hear on the bank, we've got Windsor Boys coming up next, 436 with 449.
436, the second of the Windsor Boys School
Christchurch.
doubles, and 449 from Christchurch.
Gosh, Carl, can you see that just further down?
Oh
We've
gosh,
got
that's
two
a bit of coming
doubles.
together there.
They're trying to share a lane, just separating now. There we go, they're both back in their rhythm now. We will catch up with them shortly as they make their way towards the line. And it's crew 450 who will be at the bottom of your screen as they come through.
That's Queen's Park Chester.
And then it's 451 RGS High Wycombe, who are trying to close that gap as much as possible as they also make their way towards the line.
So Queen's Park Chester just coming into that finish line with the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe just almost immediately behind them.
Then we've got 452,
452 from Durham School.
followed by 442.
So Durham School followed by Star.
453.
And that's Trentham.
And then we've got a small gap.
That might be the end of the junior 14 double sculls, because we've only got 23 of them, and then we move on to our last time trial of the morning for the women's J14 double sculls.
Fab. And whilst we wait for them to catch up, just a few reminders. All Mark 1 are our official photographers for the championships. All their photos are online for print or digital purchase. If you can't decide which photo to get, buy the Access All Areas Pass to receive every race image of your crew, which I think is definitely the best option, isn't it? And you can also visit British Rowing, www.britishrowing.org/BRCC, where you can find live results on the British Rowing website. And also visit the British Rowing website for everything you need to follow for the racing today, britishrowing.org.
And this
Keep in
is the
touch there.
first of our women's junior 14 double sculls. 454 from Buellbridge. Really powering on for the line there, just making a... You know, being the first in the time trial is quite difficult sometimes, because you just try your hardest. You've no idea what everybody else behind you is doing. I just do, like anything in a time trial, you just do go as hard as you can and just see what the other crews can do behind you. It's funny, sometimes you don't need the binoculars to spot the crew or the crew numbers or distinguish the kit, because you can often hear shouts of encouragement from the back. So City of Bristol just going through the line now, being encouraged just to make sure they race through the line.
And we've got 457 coming up next.
The Windsor Girls' School.
And they've got 458 Sir William Perkins School. They'll be coming through next.
I missed Hartpury University and College go through the line 456.
And it's 459 coming down next.
That's the second of the Windsor Girls' School boats. They'll be trying to see what their clubmates have done and see if they can emulate it or beat it. Windsor Girls' School just will be coming into shot on your screen shortly. They've got about 4 or 5 strokes left to go in their time trial, and they're being closely followed by the
460.
bright colours of Tideway Sculler School. Just pushing on just to finish their time trial.
Next up, we've got some crews from City of Bristol. We've got 461.
Yeah, 461 and 462, both from the City of Bristol. There's 2 City of Bristol crews chasing each other down the course. Just wondering where their time trial results will place them in the finals later on, or whether they'll be into the AB semis or not. And just going through the line, we have Stratford-upon-Avon. No, in fact, that was a Marlow boat. I do apologise.
And then we've got 467 Walton. They'll just be coming into view now as they make their way towards the line. And it's 466 Borlase coming up next. And 471
Lambton. First of... Oh, they've got 3 Lambton boats in this event.
And they've got 463 Stratford-upon-Avon.
Yes, I've been expecting them for a while, but there we go. The Lambton crew just going through the line. We'll just see the Stratford-upon-Avon crew just coming into screenshot there. Then we've got a bit of a gap just before the next cluster of boats. And you can just see that the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see that there's very few boats up there now. I think they're all in position just to start their time trial. So if you've, I suppose it's a bit late to talk about time trials now, but they're done in a rolling start. So they're swung around, put into lanes, then given about a 10 stroke to build up to race pace. And hopefully by the time they're at race pace, that's when the timing point will time them, and they'll be timed when they go through the line.
And coming up next, we've got, I think that's another Marlow crew, 473. I think that's the last one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they've done. Yep, I think they've only got 2 crews. Only got 2 crews. No, they've got 3 crews. There's a C crew too.
Oh, and here comes their C crew, 472, followed by 474, so William Perkins.
And that's their C crew as well. You know, it's the huge depth in these schools and club programs at this level.
And then we've got 479 York City. And then we've got a bit of a gap before we have the remaining.
Marlow just going through the line. Sir William Parkins just going through the line, and York City. And as Zoe said, there's a bit of a gap before they get the next cluster of boats coming towards us.
I can count about 13 through my binoculars. Up first, that's going to be the crew from Evesham, 480.
Yes, definitely Evesham. I could hear the crowd shouting below you. It's just wonderful. Such a vocal support we have this early in the day. And in a time trial, it's always nice to hear your name called out round about this phase, just to give you that little boost of encouragement to know that somebody is watching you and somebody is trying to support you along the race. So it's the Evesham double that will come into your screenshot first, and then I can see that nice purple of Glasgow Academy.
Yeah, well, then it'll be Sir William Perkins. They'll be coming through at the bottom of the screen next as well.
Well, in a race with Glasgow Academy there for the line, Sir William Perkins. Evesham just finished there. There's a bit of high five going on. Glasgow Academy picking it up for the line, racing with Sir William Parkins there. And it's going to be Glasgow Academy, to my eye, just going through slightly in front of Sir William Perkins.
And they better keep moving, Sir William Perkins, because they've got Notts County Rowing Association in the same lane as them, coming in hot across the line now. And up next, it is... It's 475.
Cantabrigian.
And then we've got Talking Town next,
I was gonna say,
476.
you should recognise this kit. It is Talking Town.
Followed by City of Oxford, 469.
Talking Town just going through. City of Oxford just going to appear on our screen shortly. Just to finish their time trial. You can just see possibly 5 or 6 boats left to round off this time trials of the morning.
And we've got 477 coming up now with some fantastic matching hair bows.
Thames Colours, that distinctive fluorescent kit with the very bright blades. And yeah, I do like the ribbons too, Zoe.
And then they've got 470 following them.
470 from Derby.
I think I can see 5 doubles making their way down now. Starting with 482.
AB Severn.
Followed by Lambton.
Followed by Strathclyde Park. You can recognise the boat.
Followed by, I think, another Lambton crew.
That would probably be right, yes.
By power of deduction, followed by
Dame
I believe
Allen's.
Dame Allen's.
So AB Severn just coming into the line now. It's their last stroke or so, just racing through that timing point. Being followed by Lambton, their B crew. Just picking it up for those last few strokes, and then I can see Strathclyde Park double 484. Just coming through now, and then we've got another little bit of a gap before these last 2 crews come towards us. You can see the umpire's launch is coming in for a bit of a shift change, and then we move rapidly into the side-by-side racing.
Yes, we will be back. We're having a short break. We'll be back at midday. I'll be back with Fergus for the semi-finals, to kick off the semi-finals.
There's the third Lambton boat, 485, just coming towards us. Just picking it up. This coach is just standing below us, encouraging them on. Just, as I said, sometimes just getting that wee bit of encouragement just as you come towards the line is just enough to give you the confidence to pick it up and just sprint for the line. So that's Lambton finishing their time trial, the penultimate boat to go through the time trial this morning. Lots of boats just making their way into the pontoon just to give these athletes some rest time before they may have to come back and do the AB semi-finals, or they might get a longer rest and do for the minor finals later this afternoon.
Exactly, and here they're just about to come into view now. If you're watching on the screen, the final crew of this time trial for the women's Junior 14 double sculls is going to be Dame Allens as they cross the line. And that's it from us.
And that's it from us, and I'm no doubt you'll be hearing both of us later on this afternoon. So
you will.
Just, we're looking forward to it because we both like side-by-side racing so much. So signing off now for a little while. Bye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the British Rowing Club Championships 2026 and welcome to Champs Live, your place to follow all the action here in venue and online. Make sure you visit the British Rowing website for all the information you need about racing today and all the live results. Visit britishrowing.org/BRCC.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
Want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal. 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort, and I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size, and I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness, and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. When I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Adam Stevens, co-founder at KitRound. I'm delighted to be here today at National Water Sports Centre for the British Rowing Club Championships. Working with Claudine and the amazing team here to get kit collected from clubs so that we can get it repurposed, reused, reducing waste, saving CO2e and water from production of new kit. So got some kit collection bins at the finish line, down at registration as well. I've been delighted to see what's already been left in those bins, both here and at Masters. It's absolutely amazing. So we'll get that kit processed, get it listed on kitround.com for sale, and then raise a lot of money, and the proceeds all going to Love Rowing to get more people out on the water and enjoying this fantastic sport.
On your marks, get wet, go. Dryrobe. Live young, dry fast. Visit dryrobe.com.
I love the way that the SLR is so responsive, especially out of the start. I love the way that I can rate really high without any extra effort. And I love the comfort of the boat. It's been made specifically for my needs, which I think is pretty similar to any heavyweight woman of my shape and size. And I think it's a boat that could be raced by any ability. I love the stiffness and I love the way that it responds when you really want to. So if you're coming into a sprint or out of the start, I think it's really dialed in and locked on, and that's what I love about this particular model. What I love about it is the knowledge that it's going to be made to absolute perfection, because that's the attention to detail that Simon and Hamish and the team at SLR show when they're building their boats. But when I sat on the start line in Paris, I knew that I was in a speed machine and it was up to me to make the boat go fast. So yeah, it's been an amazing process to be part of, and working with the guys at SLR has been a privilege. I think they take the mentality of customer service to the next level, and their attention to detail is some of the best in the world.
and welcome to day 4 of Champs Live. I'm not Meg with dyed hair. I'm Sasha Castelbranco, bringing you the last of our wonderful racing days at the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. Day 4 brings some slight differences in terms of the course. We've got just 1 kilometre for these crews to race down, so it'll be a sprint finish from the get-go. But before we get to the racing, Meg Chester caught up with the British Rowing CEO Tom Salisbury earlier this weekend to have a chat about some of the events that you can look forward to if you are already experiencing British Rowing Club Championships blues. We've got the British Rowing Beach Sprints Champs as well as British Rowing Indoors to come. Tom and Meg will take us through.
There's so much exciting stuff coming up for British rowing and rowing in Great Britain. We've got the Beach Sprints Championships in Bournemouth in September, which I'm really excited about, our new format going forward to the LA Olympics. We've got the British and World Indoor Championships in Birmingham in December. We've obviously got the international racing coming up. We've got under 23s, under 19 shortly. Then we've got the World Championships in Amsterdam. So there's loads going on. Plus, of course, the launch of our new strategy in the autumn. So yeah, very exciting times.
Wow, that is it. There's a pretty stacked list of things going on there.
Absolutely. But it's how we love it, right? Everyone's really passionate about the sport within British rowing. So we just want the best for the sport, for it to grow and to really showcase rowing and the wonderful benefits that rowing has in changing people's lives for the better.
And you must see the kind of first-hand that impact of it changing people's lives, especially with going around the UK, going to different clubs. You must have seen that first-hand.
Yeah, I have, and it's what's come up so much. It's what people tell me all the time, how rowing has really changed their lives, and whether that be someone, becoming Olympic champion, whether it's someone who was a bit lonely and found some belonging in a club and somewhere to go for a cup of tea and do a bit of training. Rowing really does have the power to change lives, and that's something that we really want to lean into as an organisation.
Thank you very much to Tom and Meg. I think we all know just how much rowing can touch lives. And someone who is new to the rowing family is Blue Peter presenter Abby Cook, who joined us yesterday with a unique challenge of her own.
Well, I started rowing only around about 7-8 weeks ago, and so as part of a Blue Peter challenge, I'm here today because why not? It's like the biggest race. It's awesome. So I'm basically just attempting to race my first race and at least actually get to the end of it. I feel like that's the goal.
It's a good goal, and do you know what? To be here after only a few months really of rowing, that's a pretty big impressive achievement in and of itself. Tell us about that journey.
Always been a journey. A lot of bad sessions, a lot of rowing in 30-degree heat. It's been tough. It's been so many ups and downs of it, and also trying to fit it around just anyone's schedule is so difficult. Everyone's going to have something that they're doing that's really busy. So some weeks you didn't have any sessions, some weeks it was 3. It's been quite something. So I got into rowing after Will Stockton chased after me in Salford Quays and said, "Have you ever tried rowing?" And of course, we had to make it into a Blue Peter challenge, because why not?
Why not, indeed. And you've been getting some advice from some pretty big names in the rowing world, haven't you?
Yes, we met Ben Pritchard and Frankie Allen at Caversham this week, and I feel like I've taken all of that on board. And one of the really good things that Ben told me was, after every 500 metres, ask yourself, can you finish this race? Because I've never done a 2K before. Can you finish this race? And if the answer is no, you're going too hard. If the answer is yes, you need to ramp it up. And if it's don't know, you're doing exactly what you should do. So I feel like I'm taking that on board, and we're getting there. It's okay.
There's so much to think about up at the start, especially when you're in a single up there on your own. What's that like, being there just yourself in the boat, head in the zone?
I think it's quite nice though. I wasn't actually side by side racing with anyone else, so I was only racing against myself, and I think it was good because I'm known to not be able to focus. So I think actually having minimal distractions was good. I'm known to almost capsize myself because I've spotted a swan. I love seeing some ducklings. So I think it was probably a good thing that I was on my own and in my own head.
If someone is watching this, as we've said, I'm sure they will be, and they're thinking, maybe I'd like to try a new sport, maybe I'd like to try adaptive rowing, what would your message be to them?
I'll give it a go. just give it a go and give it a couple of weeks. One session doesn't count. Give it a go, because you will have a moment where the first 2 weeks you'll think you're the worst rower in the world, and one day it will just click and you will have fun doing it. And this applies to all different sports as well. Give it a go a couple of times. Fair enough if you don't like it after that, but it is so much fun, and the community is actually what drives it. Everyone that I have met has been so lovely, so supportive. I've asked so many silly questions today and no one has made me feel silly, and trust me, they were very silly questions. Mainly, how do I get back into the boat? And it's been many times of doing that, and I was still asked that question, and people will still be very kind. So the community around have just been so supportive, so please do give it a go.
And I think that's a big thing about sport, isn't it? It's that community around. It's what it teaches you about yourself and about other people, right?
Oh, absolutely. I have tried so many sports in my life, through Blue Peter or doing other disability sports in the past, and everyone is so kind, not just in the disability community in the sport, but everyone else. Like it is so similar. It's such a similar sport, and everyone is so willing to learn from you, and also I'm so willing to learn from other people, and just being that receptive is it is amazing. And I do think that I started rowing for the rowing and then stayed because of the people.
Well, as you can see, Fergus has got some incredibly exciting merch. I would like to say I also have a Blue Peter badge, but Ferg, you've got a wonderful piece there from some of the work you've been doing with Abby. So thanks, Abby, for all of your work. How has it been working with Blue Peter?
It's been fantastic. You know, we had them down at the National Training Centre at Caversham earlier on in the week. She was getting some last-minute advice coming from Frankie Allen, from Benjamin Pritchard, two of our Paralympic champions from the Paris Paralympic Games, and it's been wonderful. I think it's going to be a fascinating story once it's all brought to life in October, or whenever it is that Blue Peter choose to air this. But I just think her story is superb. You know, starting off 8 weeks ago, learning how to row, getting into a boat. I think she was accosted by Will Stockton, one of our Paralympic pathway coaches, who chased after her. I think she was cycling, or not, she was wheelchairing up the hill quite quickly, and I think Will was like, right, we need to get her on the para pathway, and got herself classified, and here she is getting stuck into rowing. So it's been wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, we've really seen some wonderful stories being brought to life over the last couple of days, and I think we saw a lot of people on the banks cheering her on. There's been a lot of support across the weekend. Have you felt the atmosphere as well?
Yeah, definitely, and I think even from this morning's time trials that we had, particularly some of the dads. I think the dads have been outstanding, and I think just as dads often show no signs of embarrassment, they are very happy to bellow at the top of their lungs coming out. Berwick Amateur Rowing Club, great support, as you so often do from the northern clubs. It's the northern bellows coming across from the banks of the course. The support on day 4 is as good as it has been all weekend.
I mean, speaking of bellows from the north, we've had some exciting moments come to us from Aberdeen this weekend, haven't we?
Yes, and I think probably both of them have been as they come across the finish line. Jakob, their single sculler, took a tumble in, but you know, everyone that I've been speaking to, they've been saying, well, this is Jakob through and through. He'll embrace this moment and enjoy it. And I think actually chatting to some of the umpires and officials from Aberdeen Boat Club, I think this will be a photo that will be framed up and put onto the walls up in the boathouse. So one that will be remembered for years and years to come. But I think as well, the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association there, I think it was their J15 quad yesterday, won the B final. It could have been the Olympic final, quite frankly, as they were standing up, they had their blades held above their head. I think the best celebration of the weekend, and hats off to them, because they're clearly delighted with their performance.
Absolutely. And speaking of delightful performances, have there been any others that have stood out to you yesterday or just across the weekend?
To be honest, I'd look at the time trial results from this morning, and I was reading out the first events this morning, the Open J15 single sculls, the Women's J15 single sculls, the margins that we're going to have in the minor finals, the semis, and in the medal finals will be razor thin. We've had 0.3 of a second separating people from getting into semi-finals, getting into minor finals, or the opportunity to race for medals and not race for medals. 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 of a second. We've had 1.5 seconds separating an entire final of 6 racing in our single sculls racing. So that this afternoon will be outstanding. And I think, in terms of big highlights from this afternoon, I think it has to be Windsor Boys in the Junior 8s, breaking a 36-year-old record and posting a 5:57 from those guys. That was awesome, and it meant a huge amount to them. It was the last race for a number of them for the Windsor Boys. So yeah, that was cool, particularly as the sun's coming down. It was the final race of the day on Saturday. That was a special one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were all sat there on the pontoon and it just felt like we were right there in the boat with them, weren't we, celebrating. And I think I was saying yesterday with Meg, we watched them cross the line and we thought, you just keep going, you're quite far ahead of the crews, why are you going? And they clearly had that course record in mind, and you see that a lot, don't you?
Well, you do. I think we saw it with Thames Rowing Club in the mixed eights as well. I think they did a 6:12 last year, and there was a lot of chat from them coming that they wanted to go sub-6. They wanted sub-6 in the mixed eights. 6:04 on this occasion, so they're getting close. So they're going to have to come back next year and have another crack at it. But they had 5 Henley winners on board, so it was a pretty outstanding unit that they had for that. But yeah, 6:04 for them in good tailwind conditions. So we'll have to wait and see if they can do it next year.
Well, as Fergus said, we've got a lot of races that I think will be right down to the line in the semi-finals and the minor finals this afternoon, so we won't keep you any longer. Get down to the banks and we will rejoin our commentary team to take you through this afternoon.
Well, hello everyone, welcome back to Champs Live on D4, the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. And we've reached our final block of side-by-side racing. It is semi-final times. We had an outstanding set of time trials this morning, which has given us just a mouth-watering set of semi-finals. And we will be kicking off with the Open J15 single sculls. The women's J15 single sculls, we go through doubles, we go through quads, we do everything. It's the full shebang here. And we will be riding with semi-finals right the way through until 2:40, and then at that point it will be minor finals and everything will just be bubbling nicely and building right the way through to our A, B and C finals, which will be rounding off the final day of racing here in Nottingham at the National Water Sports Centre. I'm Fergus Mainland. Alongside me is Zoe Thomas. You've got us for the next hour or so as we kick off with the side-by-side racing, which will be coming in just a few minutes' time. 12 o'clock we're due to kick off. We can have a look up the course. We can see, of course, racing is from the 1,000-metre marker at the moment. We haven't quite got our crews attached yet, but Zoe, once they are attached, we are set for a thrilling instalment of racing, aren't we?
We are. We have got the Open Junior 15 single sculls, semi-final A, B, 1. We've got full 6 lanes here, and it's the first 3 to final A and the remainder to final B, so they will all be hungry to get across that line in that top 3 so they can get through to that all-important medal contention later on today.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, so much to look forward to. Our first race that we'll have coming up, we've mentioned we're not quite on the start yet. Our scullers are under the watchful eyes of the marshals and of the umpires. We've got a floating stake boat has been put in across the course. It's temporary. It's not normally there, of course. We've had 2,000-metre racing for the past 3 days here at the National Water Sports Centre. So nervous moments at this point for our scullers, who are just getting themselves ready to rock and roll. And I think, Zoe, they're just starting to move round onto the course now.
Yes, it looks as though they are. And we were talking this morning in the time trials about how all these juniors, they've got to adapt a bit today if they're used to racing 2,000 metres, and they might have been here racing 2,000 metres yesterday. So today they've got to come on. It was 900 metres in the time trial instead of the usual sort of 1,900s, and then here today it's 1,000 metres. So they've got to really adapt with their coaches what they're going to do differently in their race plan. I imagine there'll be not a lot of settling down and just keep going up and up and up to the line. And you know, having raced 1,000 metres at a few regattas this year, it's over quicker than you think it will be. So yeah, they're going to have to give it their all.
Yeah, I'm expecting full guns blazing from all of our competitors. Hello to everyone around the course. We hope you are having a wonderful morning, transitioning into afternoon at the moment. And hello to everyone who's tuning in across the country on Champs Live on our YouTube channel. If you are tuning in on Champs Live, or if you're watching on the big screen, you're getting the fantastic drone shots of the National Water Sports Centre, the new paddle courts that have been built, causing decisive opinions, I think they are. Just over there, the big white courts. Just next to that, though, is our retail village where you can get all your shopping and bits and bobs. It's, of course, your last day to pick up your event merchandise. Check out all of our other shops who are there as well. Grab yourself a T-shirt which has got your name on it if you're here competing. And of course, we get the view over to the hundreds of people who are all across on the scoreboard side of the course. It's a packed boat park. 169 clubs here racing at the British Rowing Club Championships, and it's wonderful to have them all, isn't it, Zoe?
It is, yeah. And Carol and I were saying this morning, it's lovely to see some of the sort of smaller domestic clubs that we haven't perhaps seen on the circuit for a while at the multi-lane regattas. There was a few clubs this morning that we hadn't spoken their names in a few years, so it's great to have everyone here, great to have people back, and also great to see lots of collaboration in some composites across this weekend too. And we're just taking a look through the binoculars now to see if we can get a better view for you. We are due to start imminently.
We are, and I can tell you, having put down the binoculars, we're not quite attached yet. Our scullers are just getting themselves onto the state boats. The umpires marshalling them into position at the moment. Conditions changed from yesterday. If you have missed this morning's time trials, you will be able to see that there isn't much going on the course at the moment. There's a few little gusts of wind here and there, but the windsock is... well, it's not flying. I can't really get a better description of it at the moment. It's not really doing much at the moment. Perfect conditions for racing the semi-finals, our side-by-side racing, which we were hoping will be bringing you in a couple of minutes' time or so. A reminder then of the 6 scullers we're expecting in this side-by-side race. In lane 1, we will have Bealbridge Rowing Club. That's Daniel Ribbons. Next to him will be Rowan Turnbull of York City Rowing Club. We'll have Cole Perkins from Sir William Boyle's Grammar School. Harrison Brown of the Windsor Boys School in lane 4. Johnny Clemens of Evesham Rowing Club in lane 5, and rounding out the field in lane 6 will be Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association's Arlo Gestoppa. They are your 6 scullers that we are expecting in the first semi-final of the Open J15 single sculls.
Yes, and another reminder, it's the first 3 to final A with the remainder to final B. And Cole Perkins in lane 3 of Sir William Boyle's was actually the fastest in the time trial. So I know he will be hoping to go out there and retain that fastest time, get through to the A final with the view to hopefully pick up a medal later, and I think we're underway. There we are.
We are underway. A reminder, Bealbridge, York City, Sir William Boyle's Grammar School, Windsor Boys School, Evesham Rowing Club and Notts County Rowing Association. Your first 6 scullers in the first of our semi-finals. And after some of the times this morning, the time trial, 3 minutes 19, 3 minutes 20, they're rapid times. Really, really impressive. We're expecting this race to be just as quick. Over in a matter of minutes. And as we were saying, Zoe, getting out of the blocks, getting a quick start is so important, isn't it?
It really is. And, you can do so much so quickly in a single. You can slow down very quickly and speed up very quickly. Just a few good strokes in a burst can take, half a length out of your competitor. And, they had the time trials this morning where they could have overtaken some other crews to let them know that they were going to be up there beating people, but here they're side by side. It's completely different mentality. We probably will be producing faster times than in the time trial because they've got that added advantage of having someone next to them to push off as we go down the course.
Well, I tell you what, we're already through the opening stages, and immediately your eyes are drawn to the centre of the course. They're drawn to the familiar green and gold of the Windsor Boys School. Brown of Windsor Boys going with him nicely. I think it's our sculler in lane 1. That's Daniel Ribbons of Beulbridge on the far side of the course. 3 of our scullers, as we've mentioned, Brown of Windsor Boys, Clemens of Evesham Rowing Club, Gestoppa of Notts County Rowing Association. But it's tight there in the middle of the pack. But I think the bows, yes, the bows of lane 1 and lane 5 just starting to, or lane 4 coming out in front. That is Ribbons of Beulbridge. He's got advantage over the pack. And what a surge from him in the middle. He's coming through 500 metres now. And he's right where he wants to be, leading out this one.
Yeah, looking super strong, charging through. He's in a fantastic position. Nice clear water. Got great view of the rest of the field, so he will know as soon as they start to push that he's got to put in another push to make sure he stays ahead.
Yeah, it was a look across, a nervous look across from our Beulbridge sculler Ribbons, because of course on the far side of the course coming through Windsor Boys, Evesham, Notts County Rowing Association moving really nicely, as is our sculler Turnbull from York City sitting in lane 2. We're starting to see 5 scullers separating themselves from the rest of the field. 3 out in front, Windsor, Evesham, Notts County Rowing Association. Perhaps they'll be the ones who will roll through our early race leader, Daniel Ribbons of Beulbridge, who had an almighty start, a really impressive start from him. But with 250 metres left to go, we've perhaps got our race leader, but it's unsure at this stage who is going to be second and third.
Yeah, definitely. I think it could, as I said before, it could change so quickly in a single scull. It's all about who's got the longest, strongest strokes as they come through to the final stages. And you can just get it on the surge. If someone's taking their stroke at the perfect time, they could just get a jump on you as we come across to the line. But it does look like the sculler from Windsor Boys has put in a phenomenal burst. Deceptive angles, but it does look like he's just got his bows out ahead, but we can't discount everyone else on the outside. It's the sculler from Beulbridge, Daniel Ribbons, who is still doing an almighty push on the outside in lane 1. It's the battle for second, though. There's probably 3 or 4 of them in it.
Yeah, moving nicely out in front. Windsor Boys School with a few strokes left to go. A really impressive middle half of the race from Brown of Windsor Boys. Beulbridge will hang on. It was a nervy middle stage of the race for him, but he's done enough. That impressive start put him in a commanding position. He'll finish a length ahead of Turnbull of York City, and on the far side of the course, Notts County over Evesham. Then coming through in the middle lane will be Parkins of Sir William Borley's grammar school. So provisionally then, heading through to the A final later on this afternoon, the Windsor Boys School, Beulbridge and York City. But of course we'll get official confirmation of those results coming through. We can head back up the course because our next race is already underway. Semi-final 2 with Globe Rowing Club in 1, Notts County in 2, Radley College in 3, Globe, their A sculler in 4, City of Oxford in 5 and Royal Chester in lane 6.
Yes, and exactly the same as was before. First 3 will join the other 3 in the A final, with the remainder joining the remaining 3 in the B final.
Well, out in front then, it's in the middle of the course. It's Radley College out in front. They're leading this one. George Burns of Radley College had a cracking time trial this morning. Therefore, he gets one of the good lanes, one of the middle lanes. And it gives him a good vision of who's to his left, who's to his right, who's making a bit of a move and looking to hunt him down. We can see Globe Rowing Club going nicely in lane 4. Oscar Wilmot moving well, as is, I think, the scullers on lane 1 and 2, Zoe. That's our scullers, our B sculler from Globe and Notts County as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tight one, I think, maybe even much tighter than the one before, because they're much more bunched together as they come through the first timing marker at the 500. As you said, it is George Burns of Radley College leading the field, and we'll just wait for the rest of the times to come through. But they've all still got that all-important contact. As soon as you break that elastic, as we always talk about, as soon as you get that clear water, you can just really go for it. But whilst you've got that contact still, then everyone is still all got some skin in the game.
Well, 4 seconds or so separating scullers across 5 different positions at this point, with less than 500 metres left to go. Radley College then in the middle of the course, leading out in front, looking good. And a quick look to the right, we'll see he's still being chased by Notts County. still being chased by Oscar Wilmot. Still being chased by Artemis Thomas of Globe Rowing Club. And again, we're seeing there a bit of a surge coming from lane 1, bit of a surge coming from lane 2, but Radley College out in front, right where they need to be at this point in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We're coming up to the final 250 now. And it's all about who's got enough left in the tank, who's going to go first. And when the people side by side to you go first, can you move with them? Look at that fantastic shot there. You could throw a blanket over second place now. We've got that chevron. We've got the sculler from Radley in the middle, but it's the Globe A and B and Notts County B, and it's also the sculler from City of Oxford. They all want that second place. They all want to be in that A final.
Well, here we go then. Up to the line, Radley College, and in a race behind it's 4 scullers for 2 spots. Globe in the middle of the course. Wilmot moving nicely. He's taking City of Oxford with him. Bates moving well. What can Notts County do in the closing stages? It looks like it won't be enough. We've got all sorts going on. Thomas of Globe drifting across into the wrong lane, but out in front, Radley College will take the win. It will be Wilmot of Globe just ahead, I think, of City of Oxford, with Notts County pushed down into 4th, Thomas of Globe into 5th, and on the far side of the course, Cleland of Royal Chester will finish in 6th place. But again, just a couple of seconds separating 1st, 4th and 5th across these semi-finals. What a great way to kick off our side-by-side racing.
Yeah, that was very exciting. If that's anything to go by, we're going to have some even tighter finals later on today. And we will next be moving back up to the start for semi-final AB1 of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls. Same format, first 3 to final A, remainder to final B. We've got Exeter Rowing Club, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, Shanklin Sandown, Royal Shrewsbury School, Millfield and Nottingham County Rowing Association. So we've got their A sculler in lane 2 and their B sculler in lane 6.
Well, green light. We are underway in the first of our semi-finals of the Women's J15 Single Sculls. Exeter, Notts County, Shanklin Sandown, Shrewsbury, Millfield, Notts County. What a field, what a collection of scullers who all did so well in the time trial. You know, the Women's J15 Single Scull, it was packed. It's the largest women's event here at the British Rowing Club Championships. So we're getting 12 of our very best scullers coming through over the course of the next 5 or 10 minutes here in Nottingham. But I'm just looking at the moment. I'm looking at the back of our sculler from Millfield. That's Manon Glyn Jones, who I think has had a really impressive start just over there on the far side of the course. She'll be coming down the scoreboard side. But again, just looking at the rest of the field from right to left as we look up. Exeter, Notts County, Shanklin Sandown moving nicely there in the middle of the course. And I think that Shanklin Sandown sculler might just be starting to distance herself from the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, great shot there of Manon of Millfield coming down the course. We're about 1 minute 15 in, so we're coming up to the halfway marker. They'll be coming up to the 500 metre timing very shortly as we're moving across. It does look like that sculler there from Shanklin Sandown is just getting her nose ahead. That is Connie Batley-Smith of Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club, just getting the bows out, getting the legs down nice and strong, really asserting her dominance in this middle section of the race.
Yeah, I'm expecting really exciting things from her. You know, she was racing up as a J16. She was across in France, the GB France match just last weekend in the single scull. So she's incredible. I'm excited to see what she can do in the J15 field. But through halfway, she's got a really exciting race on her hands between her competitor who is sitting in the lane next to her, Elise Stevens of Notts County Rowing Association, who has gone through just ahead, I think. There we go. What is it? A canvas? Half a canvas or so between Shanklin Sandown, between Notts County, and the two of them just bouncing off of each other. are really starting to open up clear water on the rest of the field. Sitting in third place at the moment, I think it's Royal Shrewsbury School. But those two scullers, it's nip and tuck, it's stroke for stroke right the way down the course, and are just setting the standard in this first semi-final.
Absolutely, and at this stage, it's just about staying with the person next to you, not letting them break your stride, and it's just about being really on it technically. No room for mistakes. As soon as you make a tiny little mistake, they'll be able to capitalise on it. So it's just making sure you're staying nice and long, nice and controlled, really sending those finishes away and just chipping away at the person next to you, seeing if you can just eke out further and further a bow ball, a canvas, keep going. And it looks like she's doing exactly that as she comes down.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we can see from the overhead shot, and everyone will be able to see on the banks, that those two scullers, their bows continue to be out in front. And I think momentum still with Notts County, but I love the rhythm that Connie Batley-Smith is in at the moment from Shanklin Sandown. It's looking controlled. It looks like she's right where she wants to be, knows that she's sitting in one of the top two positions at this point in the race. Out in front, as we said, leading third place, Royal Shrewsbury School, Annabelle Lapping, who is just sitting far enough ahead. She's got clear water over the rest of the field. So at this point, with about 50 metres left to go, out in front, Connie Batley-Smith just pushes her bows in front of Notts County Rowing Association, and will be able to ride up to the finish line ahead of Notts County, ahead of Royal Shrewsbury School. And they are three very confident scullers who will be heading through to the A final later on today. Job done, business taken care of for the three of them. And the hat straight back on for Shanklin Sandown. Recovery mode is activated. But coming through then, we've got our sculler from Exeter Rowing Club through in lane 1. Millfield come through in 5, and the B sculler from Notts County coming through in lane 6. Rounding out this first semi-final of the women's J15 single.
Yeah, fantastic finish there from Shanklin Sandown and Notts County. And we go back up now to semi-final AB2. We've got Marlow, Ardingly, Peterborough City, Trentham, Chester Street and Berwick. And they are well underway now. They're coming through the 500.
They are indeed, and I think it's the sculler in lane number 3, which is Peterborough City, Beatrice Gregory of Peterborough City. We look across from her just to check out where the rest of the competition is at this point. We've got one sculler out in front. That's our Peterborough sculler going nicely, I think just sitting slightly further back. Perhaps our sculler from Chester Street over on the far side of the course in their distinctive red and blue kit. They're going well in lane 5, I think, as is our sculler just in lane 4 as well.
Yes, you can see there the second sculler. Well, it's the top left furthest sculler out to the front. That's lane 5, Chester Street. Dana Simpson looks like she's got her bows out ahead. But then there's still the sculler, Beatrice Gregory from Peterborough City in lane 3, who is challenging her to the first place position to get to that final A. And now we can see our sculler from Chester Street out ahead. But we can't discount, it's only 1 second, just about 1 second between Chester Street and Peterborough City as they came through the halfway marker. So it's still all to play for as they come up to the line. But It does look like Peterborough City is really putting in a great big push now, potentially getting the bows out ahead.
Yes, we shall see as we come up to the finish line. Our three scullers, much like the semi-final before, we know who our finalists will be, our provisional finalists, and on the line it will be Peterborough City, heads through ahead of Dana Simpson of Chester Street, with our sculler from Trentham, Sophie May Birchall, the three of them provisionally heading through. Coming through then in lane 2, that was Ardingly ahead of Berwick, with our sculler from Marlow Rowing Club rounding out this A final. So job done for our three scullers, very much like we saw in the race before. Almost two races, the field splitting in half with a clear top 3, and I'm fascinated to see how the top 6 get on in the A final later on today. But we are already underway. We're back up because we move from single sculls to double sculls now. The first semi-final of the women's J15 double. And that's already hurtling towards 500 metres.
It is. They're coming in thick and fast. And we've got Walbrook, Royal Chester, Agecroft, Lambton, Buell Bridge and Leeds. Same format. First 3 to final A, remainder to final B. And it looks like a nice clean start from all of them. We can see they are charging towards the first timing marker, 500 metres. We'll have that graphic on the screen for you imminently. As soon as they cross that line, our fantastic volunteers in the timing hut, all of our umpires, they'll be pressing that button and we'll get that straight up on the screen for you here.
So halfway then, 500 metres down, 500 metres left to go in this first semi-final of the women's J15 doubles. Coming through the line then, it's the bows of Agecroft Rowing Club going nicely in lane number 3. Sitting next to them, it's the combination from Buell Bridge going well in lane number 5. But of course, Royal Chester, Lambton right in the mix as well. And just look at that. What have we got? 2-3 seconds separating our top 5 scullers. Agecroft, Royal Chester, Lambton, Buell Bridge, Walbrook with Leeds Rowing Club just a few seconds further back on the chasing field. 5 boats then, 3 places to determine it, and with about 300 metres left to go, this first instalment of doubles racing looks like it's going to be an absolute thriller coming up to the finish line.
Indeed, and we're being treated to some phenomenal semi-finals here today, which just gets me really excited for the finals later on today. And as we come down the course, it looks like lanes 2 and 3 there, that Royal Chester and Agecroft are really asserting their dominance in this semi-final out ahead. But it's still a really tight race for third. They all want to be in that coveted A final.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Well, out in front, Agecroft, our leaders at halfway, being chased down by Royal Chester, going well there next to them in lane 2. Agecroft, just a bit of weaving from their steering earlier on. They've corrected that. They're back straight and narrow where they want to be. They've now hit well into the last 100 metres or so as we come up to the finish line. Looks like Agecroft are set to go in, perhaps Royal Chester as well. But that race for third place, what have we got? We've got Buell Bridge, we've got Lambton, and I think we'll probably throw Walbrook into the mix as well with an outside shot in lane number 1 who are motoring nicely. But I think perhaps out of those 3 boats, it's Lambton Rowing Club in the middle. I've just got their bows in front of Buell Bridge as they come up to the finish line. Royal Chester, I think, will do enough to hold on as they come up to the line. But there, on the line, a couple of strokes left to go. Agecroft Rowing Club, they've got clear water over Royal Chester as they come through. Lambton will hold on half a length ahead of Buell Bridge. And despite the surges coming through, Walbrook will settle for 5th, with Leeds Rowing Club coming through in 6th place on the far side of the course.
These margins just keep getting tighter and tighter, don't they? It's going to be fantastic later on today. And we go back up to the start now for the semi-final AB2. Same again, Women's Junior 15 double sculls. We've got Rob Roy Boat Club, Sir William Perkins School, City of Oxford, Queen Elizabeth High School, Hinksey Sculling School and Marlow Rowing Club. And we are well underway, and it's Marlow, City of Oxford, who seem to be getting their bows right out ahead. They have got...
It's a second.
Point 3 over Queen Elizabeth High School, who've got 0.4 over Sir William Perkins School, with Marlow only a couple of seconds behind, further 0.8 seconds to Hinksey, and then another second to Rob Roy. So, yeah, about 4 seconds across the whole field. This is going to be another really, really tight race.
Yeah, the joys of this 1,000-metre racing. We get an unbelievable final, 250 metres every 5 minutes, and you're going to get that right the way through to about 6:20 this evening as racing comes to its big climax. But out in front, they were leading at 500, still leading at the moment. That's City of Oxford next to them, moving nicely. We've talked about the Queen Elizabeth High School combination, Sir William Perkins in the mix as well. I think the 3 of them are just starting to distance themselves from the rest of the chasing pack on the far side. Marlow and Hinksey are in a bit of a race of themselves, as is the combination from Rob Roy. So we've got our 3 leaders in the middle of the pack. Bit of steering there from City of Oxford. They've got to be careful of their boy line as they come into the final 150 metres. But I think those three crews have done enough in the opening 800 metres.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think they've definitely done enough. They've just got to, as you said, be careful of that boy line. That can really catch you out. If you're really in your rhythm coming through to the finish, just takes one little catch in that boy line, it'll all be over for you. But they're doing a phenomenal job here. The crew from City of Oxford, they're not letting off. They're not going to let off until they cross that line. They're just really powering on through, taking more and more water away from the crews from Queen Elizabeth and Sir William Perkins. Sir William Perkins really closing that gap nicely. Could almost get level with the crew from Queen Elizabeth. I think they just about came into third. Really happy there. And next to cross the line, it will be the crew from Hinksey Sculling School, followed by Rob Roy, followed by Marlowe on the far side.
So the white flag of the umpire is raised. She's happy with that one. We'll wait for the official results to come through from the timing team. But job done then, provisionally, for City of Oxford, Queen Elizabeth, for Sir William Perkins' school, who provisionally head through to the A final of the Women's J15 doubles. And we stick with doubles. We've had the Women's J15. We can move nicely on to the Open J15 double sculls, who are up at the start line. So we get to ride with this one from start to finish, from metre 0 to 1,000. And we'll have in lane 1 Peterborough City back in action. We'll have Leeds Rowing Club in 2, Trentham in 3, Kingston in 4. We've then got a composite in lane 5 between Bedford Rowing Club and Northampton Rowing Club. And then we'll have St Peter's School. On the far side, they'll be on the scoreboard side in lane number 6. And we are underway then. And what a start. What a start from Peterborough City, who I think in the first 2 or 3 strokes, they jumped out. They had, 3, 4, 5 feet, a canvas or so, out of the blocks. And I think in 1,000 metre racing, they have started with such intent. And I'm so excited to see how they get on down the course.
Yeah, that was fantastic. It was like they were springing off some kind of board there. It was amazing. And hopefully they've not used all their beans up in those first few strokes. Hopefully they can continue this and keep building on it as they power towards the 500 metre marker. All these crews looking super strong here. We've got a great shot there from the crew from, I believe that's Kingston there, in those infamous stripes. And then we've got the composite from Bedford and Northampton at the top of your screen there, who look like they've just settled into a slightly more relaxed rhythm than the crew from Kingston, who are really getting their hands away together. But look at that crew there from Trentham there in the middle there. They are really putting in a great push. I think this is going to be another super close race to the line. Again, first 3 to final A, remainder to final B. They all want to be in the medal contention. Trentham storming down the middle. But be interesting to see as we come through the first timing marker very shortly if that crew from Peterborough City in lane 1 has managed to continue to assert their dominance.
Yeah, here we go then, halfway through, about 500 metres left. And as we pan round, we'll get a really good indication. Trentham, though, it's a bit of a crab in the Trentham bulk, and the rest of the field is catching up with them. Trentham, they had clear water over the rest of the field. They've got to get themselves back up and running, but they now find themselves in amongst this chasing pack because it's going to be so close between the rest of the crews. Leeds Rowing Club, they're caught up perhaps a little bit in it as well, but it's all kicking off with about 500 metres left to go. Trentham have got to get themselves back up and running, which means it's now just a straight out 500 metre drag race. We've got about a minute and 45 seconds to determine our top 3 crews who'll be heading through. And Trentham, the question is, they're out in front. Can they get themselves back in position to book themselves a spot in the A final?
Oh, let's hope so. They were on an absolutely stonking rhythm there. Really, really strong, really out ahead. They didn't lose a massive amount of ground there. They still managed to get through the timing marker in second. I think they were quite close to it as they drifted through it. But they've still got a pretty strong rhythm. Hopefully they can't let that shake them and they can stay in the mix. And it looks like they are in the mix for that top 3 still. They should hopefully still make it through to the A final with the crews from Peterborough City and Leeds will be at the right of your screen in lanes 1 and 2, closest to the finish tower side. They are in a really strong battle, but it does look from this angle like Trentham might have managed to get back on their rhythm and get their bows back out ahead to potentially cross the line first.
I think you're bang on, Zoe. I think Trentham, that shock of adrenaline that has come through them over the past 200 metres, has put them right back into position A. They've regathered, and talk about composure. What a way to recover it and get yourself back out in front. That they've avoided the chasing field, and what a chasing field it is. We've got Leeds, Peterborough City duking it out closest to us in the tower. Out in front though, Trentham, what a race, what a performance from them, what a recovery. Sees them back out in front, and they'll be cruising up to the finish line. But the chasing field, the composite crew, Kingston Rowing Club, continuing to apply pressure to Leeds, to Peterborough. Trentham come through first, there'll be Peterborough City, Leeds coming through, and the two of them will finish a length or so ahead of Kingston and the Bedford Northampton composite, with on the far side of the course St Peter's School coming through. But wow, goodness gracious, Trentham Boat Club, what a performance from the two of them.
Wow, indeed, what a recovery. God, it made me a little bit emotional. Yeah, that was fantastic. So to be able to compose yourself again and recover like that as a J15 is great. That will set them up for a really strong career. You know, I've seen seniors have, you know, little crabs, and it's just completely mentally ruined their whole race. So for them to get back moving that quickly, get back onto their strong rhythm and get it back out to win that final was amazing. So congratulations to all. They'll be progressing through to the A final later on today. And we are well underway. Got that fantastic side-on shot there for you. This is the semi-final AB2, first three to final A. Remainder to final B, we've got George Watson's College, Barn Elms, AB7, Chester Street, Notts County Rowing Association, and Nottingham and Union Composite, and Hampton School Boat Club. And we are off 30 seconds in. Let's see what happens in this one. Is it going to be as close?
30 seconds in, and I think immediately, just looking at the backs there of the crew in, I think that will be lane number 4, I think Chester Street, you know, that infamous red kit. They're looking at long, powerful strokes, but I think just you can compare and contrast the two styles, because one lane over from them, AB7, their rating is just absolutely through the roof at the moment. They are flying along, and I think it's paying dividends for them. They are out in front leading this one, hurtling down at about 38 strokes a minute, and just racing with absolutely no fear at this point.
Yeah, fantastic. And as we said earlier, no room to settle in this short course. So they will probably have to try and maintain that 38 all the way to the line, and even go up and up from that if they can. And it looks like the crew from AB7 are still powering out ahead in the middle of the field. But they've got some contention there from the crews from Chester Street and Notts County. They are hot on their heels. This is going to be a close one, but that black boat there from AB7, they are still charging out ahead with those. And who's that there? We've got Chester Street.
Chester Street, then the Nottingham Composite, yeah. And AB7, you know, we clocked them at 38 strokes a minute. They're still chugging along at 37 strokes a minute at this point in the race. Out in front, a little look across from there, Bowman, just to see where the rest of the competition is at. Coming into view, we've got Barn Elms and George Watson's College. What are we at? We're at 300 metres left to go then. Barn Elms are in a cracking position. Chester Street looking strong as well. But the rest of the field, I think we've got Barn Elms, we've got the Nottingham Composite. That's lane 2 and lane 5 respectively. I think it's going to be oh so close. I think AB7, I think their move has been checked by the rest of the field. We've got about 250 metres left to go to see if they can hold on to Chester Street, who are starting to raise their rate of striking, starting to move quickly, as is that combination from Barn Elms, who I think have rode through that combination from Notts and Nottingham Union.
Yeah, that crew from AB7 still managing to keep their bows out ahead, but the Hampton School Boat Club crew on the outside lane 6 on the scoreboard side, they are really charging through now, putting in a massive surge. But it's the crew from AB7 and Chester Street, who are still out ahead. Hampton School are saying, we want to come to the party too, and they could put in a phenomenal push. If they go now, they could come through first. Is it going to be enough? AB7 storming out ahead. They are going for it now. It's the pedal to the metal, and Chester Street closely following behind with Hampton School. Think that's going to be it for the top three. But look over here in lanes 1 and 2, George Watson and Barn Elms are sharing a lane. What has happened there?
Well, goodness gracious, Hampton School, that's the story of the race. You know, they were down and out of it in the opening stages. They are delighted with that performance to take third place ahead of the Nottingham Union, Notts County combination, who will come through in fourth. Steering all over the place from Barn Elms in the closing stages sees them finishing in lane 1, just ahead of George Watson's College. But Hampton School, what a sprint, what a surge, and they have booked their spot into the A final of the Open J15 Double Sculls.
Fantastic. And now we are doubling in size. We're going from doubles and we're going on to the J15 Open Coxed Quads. We've got City of Bristol, the Gorse Boat Club, Leeds, Henley Rowing Club, Sir William Borlase and Wallingford.
I'm so excited for the quads. I think they're going to be the fastest boats of the day. We're going to have just everyone sort of effectively thrashing all over the place. I think it's going to be brilliant racing, and once they're up and running, they will just thunder down the track, absolutely full steam. As we've said, City of Bristol, Gorse, Leeds, Henley, Sir William Borlase, Wallingford, and just a few last-minute adjustments. If you're enjoying our coverage on Champs Live on the website or watching from the big screen, you'll see some of our scullers, they're sitting quite relaxed at the moment, so we're not yet under starters' orders. Everyone's just getting themselves aligned, getting straightened up at this point in the race, and just tapping their bows around. The windsock, it's just picked up ever so slightly. It looks like we've got a bit of a slight headwind at this point.
Just a touch.
Just a touch. But it will make the conditions, if it's a headwind, it will make the conditions up the course slightly more challenging, just because the wind's got a bit more time to pick up down the course. So that'll just be blowing perhaps some of the bows around ever so slightly. We can now see the flag, the British Rowing Champs flag, that's flying nicely now as well. But they'll have seen yesterday's tailwind conditions, and the competitors will be thinking, do you know what, I fancy a bit of that. But no, the Nottingham weather gods have given you a headwind today.
Yes, you'll take what you're given here, and I love watching them all aligned on the start like this. It does something for my OCD, seeing them all perfectly aligned, ready to go, and this is a great angle we've got here for you. You can see the action side on, and let's see who gets the jump when the green light goes.
So we're not quite ready yet. I think City of Bristol, they'll be closest to us in lane 1 as they come down. A couple of taps from them. We're also seeing the different coxing positions. We'll have some bow loaders with the coxers, the likes of City of Bristol, just lying down there in the bows, getting as low as possible. But their opposition 1 lane over from Gorse will have a stern loader. He'll be able to look down the crew, keep them all in check. But yeah, chilled out vibes in the Gorse boat at the moment.
Yeah, it's funny, we were talking about the different coxing positions this morning and how with the stern loaders you do see a lot more of them in the junior races. It's not the best for weight distribution as you get older, but when you're a junior, to be able to see all the rowers and not have to worry about learning about the feel of the boat is it's probably the best place for them. They can see everything that's going on, because learning the feel of the boat is a real skill and it can take a long time. So they'll be sitting up, getting a full view of everything. I do love being in a bow loader though, because when you win, you get to cross the line first.
First over the line.
Yeah. It's always good. And we are not quite ready still, just a bit relaxed. Will be any minute now we will get going. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen in the middle of the field, those lanes 3 and 4 with Henley and Leeds. Henley always have a pretty strong junior squad, have done for many years. But we also can't discount the Borlase crew in lane 5.
well, someone's not happy up at the start. We've been sitting around for a while, waiting for our crews to get underway. We've still got some tapping here and there. We have just been informed. We've been waiting for a crew to come and join us up at the start, and I think that is the combination coming through in lane 5. So
yes, it does look like there's a gap there, doesn't it? Now I see it.
I think that Sir William Boyles, as they are now getting themselves attached onto the stake boats. That explains why everyone was so chilled out.
Yeah, it does. I can't believe we didn't notice there was a gap. It's difficult from this angle, but now I know that there's someone missing. I can immediately work out which lane it will be. So we will just wait a few more minutes. We'll have to give them some time to squeeze into that gap, get themselves aligned, happy and straight. And then they will go through the roll call. I imagine they will probably go through it quite quickly. They'll potentially get a warning. I'm not sure how strict they're going to be here. Might give them a warning for being late, but they will want to get moving quite quickly so as not to disrupt the rest of the schedule today.
Yeah, we can just see some of those bows just moving up and down. They're just being adjusted by the wonderful volunteers on the stake boats to make sure everyone is straight and level. But now they come forward. Now everyone's looking much more dialed in because we are locked and loaded at the front end, all crews ready to rock and roll, and we are just moments away from the first semi-final of the Open J14 Coxed Quads getting underway. Here we go then, and a quick start in the middle of the course, I think, from crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4. Gorse, Leeds, Henley, the three of them thundering out of the blocks, getting themselves up and running as best as they possibly can. I'm expecting this race to be done and dusted in about 3.5 minutes or so, even quicker than our doubles that we had a few moments ago. So yeah, probably looking 3 minutes 10, 3 minutes 20 for some of these quadruple sculls, so it's going to be over in a flash.
I think so, yeah. Blink and you will miss it, and they are already storming down the course now. It does look like, as we predicted, those crews in the middle, Leeds, Henley Rowing Club and Gorse, have got a really strong start. They'll be looking to assert their dominance early on in this race and just keep building on it as they move down. I expect we're going to have some times for you really, really shortly at the timing marker. As you said, Ferg, it's going to be about 3 minutes. I think they're going to be here very soon. And it does look like those crews in those favoured middle lanes have got their bows out ahead. I'm sure we'll have some fantastic different angles for you very shortly so we can tell a little bit easier what's going on. But great shot here. We've got of all of the crews coming down the lake.
Yeah, Gorse going well, I think, there next to them, as we've mentioned. Leeds Rowing Club, one lane over. I think on the far side of the course, despite being late to the start, Sir William Boyles' Grammar School moving nicely in lane 5, and I think just building speed, building momentum in the middle stages of this race, and sitting a little bit further back than Henley Rowing Club, perhaps, half a length back. But yes, race leaders through then. Gorse over Leeds, over Henley, over Boyles. I think in that order as we come through 500 metres. 1.5 seconds separating first and fourth. 2.5 seconds separating first and fifth. We've got a length between our top 5 crews. We've got 450 odd metres left to go, and at this point, yes, Gorse are out in front, but it's by half a second. There's going to be a lot that will chop and change in this closing 400 metres.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Gorse have got a really strong start here. They're going to be coming down closest to the finish tower side, with sort of going in a diagonal line across the other way. It's Gorse followed by Leeds, followed by Henley as they come down. Will that crew from Henley be able to close that gap and move with Leeds as they all start to wind up for the line now? It still looks like Gorse are ahead, closely followed by Leeds.
Yeah, Gorse out in front, still leading this one. Leeds Rowing Club moving nicely. But I tell you what, City of Bristol, they're one of the slower crews out of the blocks, but they're really starting to find momentum at this point with 150 metres left to go before we hit the finish line. We still don't know who's going to get that third place. Borleys is moving nicely on the far side of the course. Henley Rowing Club, they occupy it at the moment, but Leeds Rowing Club, we've got Gorse out in front, still hanging on to first and second. Bristol moving nicely there, half a length back on Henley. Borleys is half a length back on Henley as well, but they're closing down. Are Leeds going to get caught? Are Gorse going to get caught? I think Leeds are perhaps now into the lead. Momentum's with Leeds in the middle of the course. They'll be the two crews who come up to the finish line. Just Gorse ahead of Leeds with was it Henley? Was it Bristol for that third and final spot? Borley's come through ahead of Wallingford. I don't know who got third place.
It looks like provisionally it's 0.4 seconds to Henley. We'll just wait to make sure that's
I don't think
confirmed.
It was 0.4 of a second. I think it was closer than that.
That was amazing. Fantastic for City of Bristol, even if it was third or fourth, for them to come through from the back of the field like that. When you said though they found their momentum, I thought, I don't know if they've left it too late there, but apparently they didn't leave it too late. Maybe that was their plan all along. Who knows? But what a fantastic last part of that race that was there for you in the first semi-final AB1.
Wow. We'll wait for the big scoreboard to change around and bring you that result. But we can head back up. We've got semi-final 2. Again, top 3 will be heading through. We don't know who they're going to be joining at this stage, quite frankly. But in this one, it's Tyne Trentham. We've got a composite of Canford School, Cranmore School and Guildford Rowing Club. We've got Windsor Boys in 4, Queen Elizabeth in 5 and Brentford in lane 6. And we're out up and running, and we are already underway, approaching 400 metres or so into this race.
And it looks like Trentham in lane 2 have got a pretty strong start with the Canford composite next to them. Deceptive angles. Possibly they might be ahead at this stage. It's really hard to tell. And then we've got the crew from Windsor Boys School. They look like they're pretty level with the crew from Trentham. But I think the Canford composite has just managed to charge out ahead there in lane 3. We'll wait to get a little more side on. But we've got Brentford coming around the outside as well. Super tight here. There we go. As we level out, it looks like it's the crew from Tyne, Trentham and Canford all on this side of the course, but with Brentford on the far side. And there you go. It's the Guildford Canford composite with Queen Elizabeth High and Brentford on the outside. And it's hard, you know, when all the action's happening on this side of the course and you're all the way over there. It's really hard for you to stay in the game, but at least they've got the Coxes here to help them with it as they come into the final stages. It is the crew on the closest side, Tyne, who are giving it a good go.
Aren't they just? But I tell you what, Brentford on the far side are moving well with them. I think Queen Elizabeth sitting ever so slightly further back at this point in the race. But what have we got? I think we've got a length and a bit separating all 6 crews. We've got 250 metres left to go. This could be one of the best finishes we've had so far in our first block of semi-final racing. I think out in front, it's that composite crew. It's the Guildford composite leading this one. It's still ever so close between the rest of the chasing pack, though. Windsor perhaps in second place. Maybe it's Tyne. Who's that crew? Trentham in lane number 2 and Brentford still hanging on in there. It's a crab, though. It's a crab in the Trentham boat. They've got to get themselves back up and running because with about 100 metres left to go, this could still go in any one of 6 different combinations.
That Canford composite is going, but the Windsor Boys are going with them, as are Brentford on the outside. I think Brentford might be able to pull this one out of the bag. They are storming towards that line, trying to stay with the Canford composite as much as possible. It looks like they might just have about a canvas and growing on them. But look at the crew from Windsor Boys coming through. Are they going to be able to take second? Ever so close there.
Well, on the line then, the Guildford composite, Brentford, I think, just ahead of Windsor Boys, ahead of Queen Elizabeth. Tyne and Trentham coming through in 6th place. Outstanding racing, absolutely outstanding from all of our quads here. And we can just take a moment with that second semi-final. We can look to the scoreboards and we can tell you that from that first semi-final of the Open J14 quads, it was Gorse, it was Leeds, it was Henley Rowing Club going through to the A final later on today. Henley Rowing Club, they were 0.2 of a second. 0.2 of a second between themselves and City of Bristol, who unfortunately end up in 4th place for them. We'll race again in the B final. But joining them, we are expecting the Guildford Composite, Windsor Boys and Brentford.
Yeah, fantastic race by Brentford there. They just held their own around the outside. They were away from the action for a bit, but they managed to hold on. But that's the beauty of having a Cox as well. They can help you, keep you in check with what's going on in the race, and they did exactly that.
Well, back up then. We stick with quads. This time it's the women's G14 quads. Wallingford are in 1, Falcon in 2, Trentham in 3, Sir William Perkins' school in 4, Walbrook are in lane 5, and it's Weybridge in lane 6. And we're already approaching 500 metres, halfway point then in this first semi-final of the women's J14 quads. And again, you know, we look across and you start to run out of adjectives and descriptions as to how close this sort of racing is. But I think at the moment, I think my eyes are drawn to that Trentham combination going well in lane number 3, and I think going with them nicely. I think Walbrook Rowing Club, just on the far side of the course in lane number 5, going nicely, as is Sir William Perkins as well in lane number 4. So there it is, Trentham, Walbrook, Sir William Perkins, a second separating our top 3 quads. Wallingford, they're 2 seconds back. Weybridge, Falcon Rowing Club. We're set up for another humdinger then in the women's J14 quads, semi-final 1.
We are, look at that, less than 4 seconds between either end of the field. It's going to be a close one. 0.8 seconds between Trentham and Walbrook. So are Walbrook going to be able to overturn Trentham, or are they going to have the same tenacity that double had earlier when they had that crab and had to recover? Are they going to be able to, you know, are they going to all have, they've all got the same coach, I imagine, so are they going to be able to keep powering on and charge all the way through to the line to take the win, to go through to the A final later on today?
Well, we've still got to wait and see who that's going to be. Out in front, Trentham Boat Club moving nicely, leading this chasing pack, and goodness gracious, what a pack it is. Sir William Perkins, Walbrook Rowing Club in lanes 4 and 5 respectively, moving nicely closer to us. It's Falcon Rowing Club in lane 2. Perhaps they've got themselves in 3rd, perhaps they've got themselves in 2nd place at this point in the race. One clear leader though, Trentham Boat Club. They've got about 150 metres left to hang on to the advantage that they had. But I tell you what about Wallingford storming through in lane number 1? 100 metres or so left to see if they can snatch a top 3 position. Trentham still looking good though. But here we go then. Wallingford, Falcon, Sir William Perkins, Walbrook Rowing Club. Less than 100 to go, and we still don't know who's going to be in the A final.
Yeah, Trentham looking really strong there with Falcon on their tails, as well as Sir William Perkins. This is going to be a really close one. I don't think Wallingford, I think they've left it too late, but it is going to be Trentham going through. They are plenty ahead. It's going to be super close though between the crews from it's three for second there. I think that was just the crew from Falcon there over Sir William Perkins, followed by Walbrook, with Wallingford and Weybridge rounding out that semi-final AB1.
Wow. Don't go anywhere. The next semi-final, the women's J14 quads, will be coming down next. That was an absolute corker from the first semi-final. Trentham had an absolute blinder across the line, and that margin that was razor thin at the 1,000-metre, the 500-metre marker was 3 seconds at the finish line, and they were able just to avoid the chasing pack. But we go back up then for that second semi-final. Maidenhead are in 1, Barnelms in 2, Lee are in 3, Queen Elizabeth High School in 4, Henley Rowing Club in 5, Trafford in 6. We're already through 500 metres then. We're riding with Lee Rowing Club at the moment. They are your current race leaders, who have got a second over Queen Elizabeth High School. And Zoe, a second in this these 1,000-metre races just feels like so much time, doesn't it?
It does, and it doesn't at the same time. It's, you know, when you count it out from 1 to 2, it can feel like a long time. But I think in these Cox quads, if anything's to go by that we've seen already today, I think they could make back that second quite easily. And then there's another second from QEH to Barnelms as well. So are we looking at Lee, Queens and Barnelms to join the others in the A final, or have Henley Rowing Club got enough in their back pocket to come through? It looks like the crew from Lee are still leading the field, with Queen Elizabeth High and Barn Elms close behind at the moment. We've got a little chevron going on.
Yeah, I think Lee Rowing Club, they have been really good, really impressive, and the Cox in the stern loader is in a cracking position. Just to see where the rest of the competition are. They're going up through the gears, the rate's coming up, but they've done enough, and I think with Clearwater at this point, they look to be confident they'll be heading through to the A final. Barn Elms as well, just starting to move towards the boy line. They've got to be careful with 100 metres or so to go, because Queen Elizabeth High School are waiting to pounce Henley Rowing Club, waiting in the shadows for any mistake that might come from Barn Elms. I tell you what though, Henley Rowing Club, they're not just waiting, they're absolutely moving at this point in the race, because with a few strokes left to go, Lee Rowing Club are across the line because we come up to the finish. Oh, I think, yeah, Barn Elms and Queen Elizabeth will head through. In what order, I'm not quite sure. Henley Rowing Club will take fourth. We'll have Maidenhead coming through then in fifth place. And on the far side of the course, that will be our combination from Trafford coming through in sixth place in lane 6.
Yeah, great comeback from Barn Elms there. They had a little bit of steering difficulty, which I thought was going to lose them a lot of ground, but they actually, I think, managed to come through to potentially take second to go through to the A final later on today.
Or we can head back up the start. We can take a moment. The quads racing delivered. We had 4 sensational semi-finals of the Open J14 quads. Because now we can head up for the single sculls, for the Open J14 single sculls. We've got the Windsor Boys, they'll be in lane 1, Walton Rowing Club in 2, Camas, their B sculler will go in lane 3, Walbrook in 4, Starrport will go nicely in lane 5, and George Watson's College in lane 6.
And just before this gets underway, I will say bye for now, see you later, and I'm going to head over to the lovely Carol.
And just whilst we're waiting for this race to progress, I can't believe it's taken me all weekend to have a session on the mics with Fergus. So I'm delighted to be up here with Fergus this afternoon. But I've just had a request from the organisers that they are struggling for stake boat personnel. So if you have finished your racing and you may have to hang around for the club to go home and you've got some spare time in your hands, why don't you take yourselves up to the 1,000-metre pontoon and just help out with the organisation of the regatta. We need quite a few because it is quite warm out there, and we're trying to swap the personnel out frequently so they're not too exposed to the sun. So if you've got some spare time in your hands, the organisers would be delighted if you could help with the stake boats.
Yeah, why sit in the grandstand and watch when you can watch from the best seats in the house, the stake boats? Our next race though is underway. It's, as we've said, it's the first semi-final of the Open J14 single sculls. Windsor Boys A, Walton, Camas B, Walbrook in 4, Starrport in 5, George Watson's College in lane 6. At this point in the race, we're getting a nice pan with our camera, seeing all of our scullers who are in action at this point. A little bit of a wobble from Walton Rowing Club back up and running. And we are approaching 500 metres then, halfway through this race. Actually, we can see at the moment the umpire has got the flag out, which would suggest we've got a couple of bits of steering from some of our scullers, just waiting to be corrected. But I think out in front at this point, Carol, I think it is our sculler in lane number 3 from Camas Rowing Club.
Now, I remember watching them in the time trial earlier this morning. There were quite a few Camas scullers, and they were all sort of progressing down the course with some degree of enthusiasm and excitement. And I'm not surprised to see a Camas sculler in the AB semi-finals.
Yeah, looking good, and they are, clear ahead of the rest of the chasing pack. Over 3 seconds, clear water. Great position for them to be in at this point. Walton moving nicely. Just a wee look across from him at this point in the race. That's Ethan Crouch just checking out where he stacks up against the rest of the competition. but it's slightly more spread out than some of the quads racing that we've been seeing a few minutes earlier. But Camus at this point have put themselves in a cracking place, haven't they?
Oh, definitely, and they can see what's happening behind them. And as you said, that it was a Walton Sculler looking over, and I think over to the far side to see what was happening with Stourport in lane 5. So it's quite difficult when you're in lane 2 and you're fast-moving crew in lane 5. Stourport now look as though they've overhauled Walbrook. So it's going to come down this sort of 4-boat sprint for the line.
As it so often has been in these semi-final races that we've had. And yeah, as you're alluding to, Walton going nicely. We've got our Sculler in lane 1, Windsor Boys. We've seen some outstanding performances. And lane 1 has given us some great sprints as well over the past 3 days of competition.
If you from the time trial, these Scullers will be fairly close boat speed-wise, so being seated in lane 1 is not necessarily a bad place to be. But the honours at the moment are with the Sculler for Camus, Matthew Lewis, and that is a commanding lead at this stage in the race. He's just sculling so relaxed, taking it all in his stride, just putting the blades in and just looks so relaxed with the whole effort, knowing he's been chased down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, tell you what though, tell you who's not relaxed at the moment, that is Stourport going in lane 5. Walbrook going in lane number 4, and our Sculler from Walton going in lane number 2.
Gosh.
Two of them. Walton's been out in front for so much of this, but Walbrook, what a sprint, what a surge. And I think Stourport might have just rode through Walton in the closing stages of this. They'll take third place. Walton take third ahead of Stourport in 4th. Windsor take 5th. George Watson's College come through for 6th.
Wow. I've been watching most of the previous semis, and there's been some fantastic racing.
We've been getting all excited up here calling it. It's been brilliant. But the next one's underway. This is the second semi-final of the Open J14 singles. That was Camus B who just won that one. I can't wait to see what Camus A can do in lane 1. Star A next to them in 2, Trafford in 3, Lee Rowing Club in 4, Shanklin Sandown in 5, and Hereford, they go in lane number 6.
And these Scullers just getting underway, just coming past the cameraman in that viewpoint, and where we'll get the side-on view of them. And it looks from just up here that they're pretty much line abreast, as I can't see any of them really getting their noses out in front yet.
I think if anything, Star Club, I think Alexander Barker of Star Club, perhaps moving out in front of the rest of the field.
It's one of these ones where you sometimes have to stand up just to get a better view up the course. We can see it on the screen, but sometimes just looking from our eagle-eye view just up the course, we can get a better view. I think you're right. I think it is maybe Star Club just pulling themselves in front there. But going with them, we have Trafford and Lee. And I don't think Shanklin Sandown are that far behind.
No, I don't think so at all. We're coming up to 500 metres then. Halfway through this race, and I think Star Club out in front at this point. Lee Rowing Club, they're moving nicely. Scullers on the far side. I think Hereford as well, moving nicely. But there, through 500 metres and half a length advantage, it is Star Club over Lee, over our Sculler in lane 3. That is Trafford, Hereford, Shrewsbury and Camus rounding this one out. And again, 5 seconds separating 5 different Scullers. But what a rate of striking from that Star Club Sculler. He is absolutely going for it.
Absolutely, and that's J14, and we often see very high ratings, and I'm sure you'll remember those days, Fergus. Time on the slides, time wasted. But no, it's a really nice performance. He doesn't have that same luxury that the Camus Sculler in the previous race had, because his chasing pack are much closer to him, so he's still having to push on with every stroke. And I think it's the Camus Sculler in lane 1's come back into action there, up alongside Stafford and Lee. And then we've got Shanklin Sandown slightly behind at present, with overlap with Hereford. That Lee sculler is moving on just now, though, isn't he? Look, you can just see that the bright colours sort of moving through the field.
Well, it was half a length at 500 metres. Now I think it's even less than that. And in I think the middle of the course here, that third place spot with Trafford Rowing Club, Leo Chandler of Trafford Rowing Club at this point in the race. I am fascinated to see what Camus can do, because, you talked about Star Club rating high. Well, I think rating even higher is our sculler from Camus, Toby Thornton, who is putting himself in a great position to challenge for that third place spot,
I think his rating's going up in that, just as he hit the 250 metre out, he just thought, I'm going to ramp the rating up and just try and get into this A final. Look at these scullers just sprinting for the line. I think Lee is almost level with the Star Club sculler there. But in the middle, Trafford's picked it up as well. Camus have picked it up. Shanklin Sandown have gone up, as have Hereford.
Absolutely.
All these scullers going. And it's going to be Lee stealing that lead from Star Club just in those last few strokes. Lee and then Star and then Trafford holding on to that third place, despite that amazing effort from Camus in lane 1.
Fourth place then for Camus, ahead of Shanklin Sandown and Hereford, who round out this second semi-final of the Open J14 single sculls. And we will head back up to the start of the course. I think we can take a moment, just regather, for the first of our semi-finals for the women's J14 single sculls, who are sitting... are not quite ready. We've got a few taps coming. We'll take you through the roll call, though. This is City of Sunderland, Grosvenor Rowing Club A in 2, Henley in 3, Walton in 4, Warrington 5, Gloucester are in lane 6. And I think just a couple of last-minute taps from our sculler of Henley Rowing Club in the middle of the course. But we are just about ready to rock and roll.
And as you said it, the red light came and off they went. Pretty much level off the start. I
think lane 2, I think Grosvenor Rowing Club's Florence Pritchard, I think she had a belter of a start over the rest of the field. I think the rest of them, but I think that I thought she got a really good jump there in the first little bit, and I think I saw it with one of the double sculls this morning. In the first block of semis. Peterborough City were able to get out, and the jump that they had paid dividends, and they were able to book themselves a spot in a final. So we will see how Florence Pritchard does as she gets down the course. For those of you enjoying Champs Live, she is in our orange kit. She's second from the right. She'll be in lane 2 coming down the course. But I think on the rest of the field, I think Walton are moving nicely, as is Henley Rowing Club's Eliza Van.
Yeah, the umpire's launch just following just that little bit behind. Sometimes with sculling boats, you see the umpire's launch and you know that things have started to move, because they are quite small at this distance.
Well, we're at 250 metres then into this second semi-final. And at this point, you'd start to talk about the crews relaxing and getting into their race pace, into this race rhythm. Not a chance for these J14s.
Well, I was going to say it's not a chance, because we've only got 1,000 metres, and 1,000 metres doesn't necessarily leave itself to relaxation, because once you've come off your start, you're almost into that sort of second quarter of the race, and then you're almost at 500 metres before you realise it. And I think, to my eyes, I thought it was the Henley sculler that had started moving through the field, and going with her we had the Walton sculler in lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, the bows of Henley Rowing Club then, as we approach 500 metres, coming into position A at this point in the race. Henley Rowing Club have half a length, or maybe slightly more, maybe 3/4 of a length, 2/3 of a length, coming through the line. It's not much separating Eliza Van of Henley Rowing Club and Olivia Schotter of Walton Rowing Club. The two of them, I think they're starting to distance themselves from the rest of the field.
It looks as though they're sort of developing this chevron pattern.
But I think it means we're going to get a really good tussle for that all-important third place spot between our scullers from Gloucester Rowing Club in lane 6 on the far side of the course, and I think Grosvenor Rowing Club. We talked about at the start that that
Grosvenor had.
Florence Pritchard.
You picked him out and said that was a cracking start. And I think maybe the Henley Sculler, she didn't have a bad start, but I think it was a bit more considered, a bit more paced, and just relying on her strength to pull her through the middle phases of the race. And I think that Henley Sculler is just inching out into a bigger and bigger lead as she comes into this last 250.
Yeah, this has been a really impressive race profile from our sculler from Henley Rowing Club, Eliza Van. Walton Rowing Club still hanging on in there. Olivia Schotter of Walton, she's going well, just over in lane 4. And I think at the moment, I'd say that third place position
is with Grosvenor.
I think so too, yeah.
Total agreement for once, Fergus. Always makes it fun. Yeah, it's a really strong performance from Eliza Van of Henley there, just powering it on through the water.
Yeah, and I think we can compare and contrast that to some of the previous races where we've seen, I think, a particularly high rate of striking. It looks like she's got a few more gears to go. She's starting to wind up now with about 150 metres left to go. But Walton Rowing Club...
Walton's going with her.
Walton wants the win.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's Grosvenor's at the moment. But Henley, what a performance. Just very calm, very assured rating there.
Henley Rowing Club over the line then, provisional winners of this first semi-final ahead of Walton Rowing Club. Grosvenor, though, will lead out Gloucester, and that is, I think, a change in positions from what it was at the halfway marker. A really impressive second 500 from Florence Pritchard of Grosvenor Rowing Club. Coming through then will be our sculler in lane number 5. That is our sculler from Warrington, Beth Lowe. And she'll be followed by our sculler from City of Sunderland. That's Anya Holmes, who will round out this first semi-final of the women's J14 single sculls in lane number 1. We can head back up then to the start. The second semi-final is underway. We've got Aberdeen Schools in lane 1, Queen's Park Chester in 2, Southampton Cole Porters in 3, Agecroft A in 4, Berwick in 5, and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club in lane 6.
Nice to see clubs from all around the country sort of being represented here. There's some names spotted this morning that I hadn't seen previously in the regatta. Southampton Cole Porters was one of them. It's lovely to see them here with a junior section.
Yeah, it is. Well, they were in action at the British Masters Championships. They knocked my dad out of racing at British Masters. Let's see what they can do on the junior stage as well. This time in the women's J14 single sculls. But again, we're about 250 metres in. The first quarter of the race is done and dusted for these women's J14 single sculls. And I think, once again, our sculler in lane 3, Annabelle Phillips of Southampton Cole Porters Amateur Rowing Club. She's going well.
As is the Agecroft sculler, I think, just alongside her.
But through to halfway now at this point, and I tell you what, we've talked about Southampton, we've talked about Agecroft. I think this is the point in the race. I think we can start to bring Berwick Amateur Rowing Club into the mix, into the conversation, because she's moving nicely in lane 5 and just sitting very nicely in prime position, ready to
pounce.
Ready to pounce.
Just keeping it, not letting too much of a gap develop, but just hovering there, so she's maybe thinking that she could do something. But I think we maybe missed out on the sculler in lane 1, who seems to be moving up the field.
Yeah, just gone through shot. That's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Now on screen, that's Queen's Park Chester. The two of them just sitting ever so slightly back on the leading three, the leading trio at the moment of Southampton, of Agecroft, of Berwick. A nice pattern developing here. I'm just trying to figure out where the chevron is going, or where. I think it was maybe my eyes deceiving me about the Aberdeen Schools sculler. I think this just dropped back a bit there, and I think It's like a mirage. You're seeing things you want to see, Carol.
Well, it's Queen's Park Chester that I think's managed to overhaul her. They've got a really good battle going on there. Oh!
Queen's
that's
Park
a commentary.
Chester.
Kiss of death.
She
survived.
She's still up. Queen's Park Chester is still up.
Wow. That was a phenomenal recovery. I thought that was an early bath. And she just needs to get herself straight and just carry on, finish the race. And she has. She is really recovered well from that. And that was a big wobble.
That was mightily impressive. Great sculling from Queen's Park Chester. Keeps herself upright after a bit of an issue. It does mean she's further back on the field, though. But yeah, to hold that together and keep that composure was so impressive. And I tell you what else is impressive. It's this race at the front of the course. I think we've got our three scullers locked and loaded for the A final. We're getting a great sprint from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
Getting a good sprint from Strathclyde Park over on the far side as well.
But out in front, I think Southampton. We talked about Berwick at halfway. They've now overhauled Agecroft Rowing Club. And with about 50 metres left to go, I think our three scullers, Southampton,
it's Berwick now.
Berwick and Agecroft Rowing Club, look to be our three advancing through to the A final.
That'll be an interesting one later in the day, just watching Southampton up against Henley. Because they were both quite far in front of the rest of the field. And then we have Strathclyde Park over the far side. Aberdeen Schools just down below us, and Queen's Park Chester. Phenomenal effort to. That was a big wobble, and just to stay upright and get herself composed and just to come through. She will be racing again the B final.
She will indeed. Well, from single sculls we move to double sculls. This time we have got the Open J14 double sculls. This is our first semi-final. We're approaching halfway. And in lane one, we've got Peterborough City. We've got the A crew from the Windsor Boys School. Globe Rowing Club are in 3. Chester Street next to them in 4. Trenton Boat Club in 5. And Brentford, well, they go in lane 6. And out in front, grabbing the race by the scruff of the neck, Globe Rowing Club. But surprise, surprise, Windsor Boys are hunting them down, sitting 3/4 of a length back as we come through the 500 metre marker.
And then we've got Chester Street about a length behind these two doubles.
Chester Street leading out Trentham, leading out Brentford ahead of Peterborough. 500 metres left to go then. Less than that as our crews are closing down. There go Peterborough City doing all they can to get themselves back in contention. That's our second place crew. That's Chester Street out in front just ahead of our crew in lane 5 from Trenton Boat Club. But Globe Rowing Club are having an absolute stormer in this one.
Oh, aren't they just pulling, going with Globe. We've got the Windsor Boys School, and if they're like any of the other crews that I've seen racing this weekend, they tend to have really strong finishes. And I think they're just making a move there on Globe, just as they come into this last 250 metres. I'm going to put my money and say the Windsor Boys School's got the canvas in front there.
I think you're right. I think they're really starting to surge. But it's fascinating, the two of those crews, Globe and Windsor Boys, they're coming in. They're being drawn into that boy line that's dividing the two of them. And it seems like they're incredibly close between each other at this point in the race. But that race for third place, we've got Globe and we've got Windsor duking it out at the front of the race at the moment. Chester Street are just about hanging on to third place at the moment, because I'll tell you who's moving well. Trentham's going nicely.
Brentford are just picking it up. And on this side, we've got Peterborough City. Look, Globe have taken back that lead from Windsor Boys School. This is brilliant racing from Globe there. I was convinced Windsor Boys had got themselves in front, but Globe taking that lead back. Windsor going to have to settle for second. And then is it going to be Chester? The Street just booking their place, third place in that A final.
Globe, Windsor, Chester Street, Trentham, Brentford and Peterborough City will round out this first semi-final AB1 of the Open J14 double sculls. Windsor and Globe. I can't wait for the next instalment of that one coming up in the A final.
It will be good.
And it means we will go back up. We go right the way back up to the start.
We'll just see these boats on the start. And in this race, we have Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 1, Buellbridge in lane 2, Evesham in lane 3, Monmouth Comp in lane 4, Derby Rowing Club in lane 5, and Lee Rowing Club in lane 6. I have to laugh there. Fergus almost had his nose glued to the screen just to keep an eye on the starts of these. Let's see who gets the best start. And they're just under starters' orders, just getting themselves ready. I love it when we can see the start. I know you and I both spend time at other regattas at the start, just watching crews start, because that's an interesting part of the race as well.
Yeah, particularly with the J14s racing over 1,000 metres. I'm fascinated by this, absolutely fascinated. And we're under starters' orders. There's no more little adjustments from everyone. And we are underway. Oh, and I think, tell you what.
Was lane 2?
2, 3 and 5, I think.
Buellbridge, Evesham and Derby.
Great start from them.
I thought Buellbridge had a phenomenal start. They just got that sort of canvas moving slightly in front of the rest of the crews.
Yeah, jumped out really nicely ahead of the rest of the field. And we'll wait and see how that unfolds because we come down the course. I'll tell you what, I think that crew in lane 3, I think that's Evesham going well. But yeah, Buellbridge, I think, as you said, Carol, they had a great start. And at this point, I think are keeping their advantage out in front. I think that crew in lane 4, Monmouth Comp, just perhaps dropping back ever so slightly. Derby still in the mix, Lee just dropping back ever so slightly. But out in front, yeah, Buellbridge and Evesham. And it just goes to show the start, how important the start can be in the 1,000-metre racing.
It's a shorter race, so they've got less time to come back from a start that hasn't put you where you want to be. But lovely performance from Buellbridge. They're just inching out in front, but I don't think they're having it their own way. As Fergus said, Evesham are up there, Monmouth Comp moving really well as well, and I think Derby could not be discounted.
No, certainly not. Well, if you're watching on the big screen, if you're watching online, you've just seen a switch from Evesham to our crew in lane 5. That is Derby Rowing Club, who are doing all they can to keep themselves in contention. Looks across, though, from their crews just to check out where their competition is. They'll see the Evesham Rowing Club are still leading them out, but they're in a great position, our Derby Rowing Club, at this point in the race.
Indeed they are. We seem to have... Buellbridge has dropped back somewhat there after their nice start.
What have they got? I think just through in. Monmouth and Buellbridge sitting in third and fourth.
0.3 of a second between them. That's nothing at this stage of the race. That's where the cut-off is going to be, isn't it? Just between those two. Derby have done a great job to get into that second place now. As you said, they had a great start too. But it's Evesham just getting themselves out in front, just getting themselves out of trouble. And it's Buellbridge, Monmouth Comp and Derby fighting it out for second and third in the A final. As is often the case, that's where the real tight race comes between that cut-off, between third and fourth.
Well, 250 metres left to go. The boys changing from yellow to red, and that combination from Evesham Rowing Club are doing so well at this stage of the race, going with them nicely. Derby Rowing Club, who are just building speed, building momentum throughout the second half of this race.
I think Buellbridge have come back, and I think they're starting to overhaul Monmouth Comp. I think they've just snuck up in lane 2, had done a big push there, I think, just to get themselves closer to Evesham, and I think they've overhauled Derby.
I think you might be right, and I tell you what, Monmouth Comp aren't finished yet because their rate has just gone supersonic at this point. Derby Rowing Club are sitting probably a length or so up on them. We'll see how quickly Monmouth and Buellbridge can close them down. Out in front, though, I think Evesham have done enough. They're going to be heading through to the
Buellbridge
final.
Picked it up. I think they saw the puddles from Monmouth Comp, and I thought they were in danger. They've picked it up. They've gone for it. I think Derby are going to be in that second place, but what a battle for third. And to me, it was Buellbridge just
hanging on in there.
Sort of cutting off Monmouth Comp's progress. And then over on the far side, we've got Lee Rowing Club and Queen Elizabeth High School in the bright yellow boat coming up to the finish line.
Well, from the Open J14 double sculls, we can bounce to the Women's J14 double sculls. And the first of those semi-finals is already underway. First three, as we've said, will be heading through to Final A, the remainder to Final B, and the 6 doubles contesting this one are York City, Notts County Rowing Association, Beal Bridge are back in action. It's the A crew from the Windsor Girls' School, Derby Rowing Club. They're seeing them again in lane number 5, and Cantabrigian will go in lane number 6. And I tell you what, from up here in the very top of the finished tower, I think lane number 3, that combination from Beal Bridge, they've just had their Open J14 double sculls head through to the A finals. Let's see what their women's combination can do. And I think, do you know what? I think they are in a really exciting position in this field.
They are. Sort of lane 1 in York City, they just seem to be sneaking through in lane 1, just maybe overhauling Notts County. You had a lovely shot of Beal Bridge there. Just see who comes through in those next places.
Well, we sit back and wait for the...
Good grief, there
sit
is
back and wait for the rest of the world. Lane 1 and lanes 5. 1 and 5, York City and Derby. Let's see what Derby can do again.
I know, isn't that just wonderful?
Something about the magic of lane 5 that Derby find themselves in. Let's see if they can do what their boys have done just a few moments.
Bridge leading the charge for the line. As it came through that 500, we all saw how close that was. So nothing between these 5 boats. There's overlap between all of them. I think York City are going really strongly. I think Notts County have started coming back on York City. And then it's Derby. Is it? Oh gosh, this is so tight here, Fergus.
Carol, I think we've got 5 scullers going, or 5 doubles going for 2 of the top spots. I think top is done and dusted. I think Beal Bridge have had an outstanding first 750 metres. But then the rest of the field, York City, Notts County, the Windsor Girls' School, Derby Rowing Club, perhaps the Windsor Girls' School, just slightly back, but Derby and Cantabrigian still in the mix. Derby and Cantabrigian, stroke for stroke. Oh, but it's just on the
York
far
City
side.
And Notts County. You take one side of the course, I'll look at the other, and we'll fight it out afterwards. But this is some amazing race. York City, I think Notts County are starting to overhaul them. I think York City being put under tremendous pressure there. Beal Bridge in that really comfortable place. They can see all this chaos happening, and they know that that's going to be a hard race for the other crews that they'll meet in the A final.
Absolutely. Well, Beal Bridge out in front, but the rest of the field, Notts County, as Carol, I think as you were saying, I think they're through on York City at this point in the race. On the far side, though,
Derby
we've
are
got
still
Derby
up
and
there.
Cantabrigian still in the mix.
Coming back.
Here come the Windsor Girls' School as well, trying to get themselves, get a bow ball in there as well. I think Derby holds second place. I think Cantabrigian hold
I think
third.
Notts County are coming back very strongly in Derby.
Well, here we go then, up to the line.
Lucky lane for Derby, I think. And then, Notts County, Derby, and then Notts County, then Cantabrigian, then the Windsor Girls' School, and then York City.
Wow.
Whew.
Wow. Well,
I'm out of breath. That was something else.
So that was the first semi-final of the Women's J14 doubles. We're going to get the second semi-final coming down the course next up. And we are right back at the start for this one. This will be Sir William Perkins' school in lane 1, Stratford-upon-Avon in 2, Walton in 3, City of Oxford in 4, Hartpury University College in 5, and Lambton, well, they'll go in lane 6. And I think a great start from our combinations in lanes 1 and 2 of Sir William Perkins and Stratford-upon-Avon.
I just had a sip of water there because I was so excited in that previous race. I felt my throat drying up. Yeah, just wonderful to see. I was just remembering that Lambton had 3 doubles in this event. This is our first one. Sir William Perkins had 3 doubles in it. Oh, it's so so many strong doubles. So it must be a big base of the pyramid there, hopefully feeding through for senior racing or more junior racing further on in their career. Oh, goodness gracious me. I think possibly it's Stratford-upon-Avon, just looking up the course, that are maybe marginally in front of Walton, if that. And then City of Oxford, Hartpury, Sir William Perkins School and Lambton. That is so close yet again.
Well, Stratford moving nicely there. Walton moving nicely. City of Oxford going well. Approaching 500 metres at this point. We're about 400 metres or so in. We'll get the good camera pan to bring us fully up to speed on where everyone is. But I tell you what, I think those three crews, Stratford, Walton and City of Oxford, with Hartpury University and College sitting just ever so slightly back. That's my call as we come up to 500 metres.
I think you're right.
But Walton Rowing Club, a look across to the left, a look across to the right, and they'll be delighted with their performance where they're sitting at the moment. It's 3/4 of a length they have over the chasing field, perhaps even slightly more than that. City of Oxford over Stratford-upon-Avon, over Hartpury University and College as we come through halfway. So William Perkins, work to do in this second half as they sit in 5th with Lambton Rowing Club, just a few seconds back on them in 6th place. There's Sir William Perkins coming into view at the moment. Bit of a wobble there from Stratford-upon-Avon, but back up and running in their rhythm. But Walton, tell you what, they're looking cracking at this point.
Aren't they just? And, they weren't necessarily up there. I thought they were behind Stratford-upon-Avon and City of Oxford. But that.
Well, Walton Rowing Club then, they're about 250, 260, 70 metres away from the finish line. The rest of the field is chasing them down to the best of their ability.
I think City of Oxford have started to move in front of Stratford-upon-Avon. So City of Oxford in lane 4, just inching in front of Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 2. Lambton coming back in Stratford-upon-Avon as well in lane 1. Hartpury and in lane 5. Sorry, Lambton is in lane 6. It's Sir William Perkins in lane 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, that position that Walton Rowing Club were in
is in danger.
It's not looking as strong as it was 300 metres ago.
City of Oxford are really coming on very strongly there, just picking it up. Just as you started saying that, I thought, oh, they're making a move, and they're still making a move. What have Walton got left in their tank? How much do they want this?
Well, let's find out. We've got 50 metres left to go between Walton, between City of Oxford, our current 1 and 2. It's in that position. A little look across from Walton. It's City of Oxford with a higher rate of striking as we come up to the finish line, but Walton will hold on by about half a length. But that jostle, that sort of duking between the two of them, sees them 2-3 lengths ahead of Stratford-upon-Avon, who themselves, after a great start, put themselves right where they needed to be. They've done the job through to the A final, and they'll be followed by Hartpury University and College, with Sir William Perkins coming through, and then Lambton will round out this second semi-final.
Wow.
But I thought I'm really excited to see Walton go in the final, because I think they've got a few more gears to go.
I think they only ramped it up when they saw they were in danger of losing that first slot, and they picked it up. And I think I would agree with you. I think there's more in there to scare Buell Bridge from the previous heat.
More to come.
And there's indeed much more to come.
We're finished with the semi-finals now. That is the AB semi-finals done and dusted, and we will be seeing all of those crews later on this afternoon as they race for medals. Some of them are racing for medals, some of them are racing in the B finals. Now, though, we can turn our attention to the minor finals. D, E and F finals coming up, and the first of which will be the F final of the Open J15 single sculls. After all of the time trials we had this morning, 36 crews advanced through to the side-by-side racing. The J15 single scull, 80 scullers from this morning time trials.
That's a huge field, and some of these scullers will be disappointed because they haven't made it through to the F final. So we've got the cream of the crop here.
Yeah, we do. the top 36. We've seen the top 12 in action. So this is positions 13 through to 36. And this specific final is 31 to 36 that we'll have the rankings for. And again, just as you were saying, Carol, this is the top half of these J15 scullers.
Yeah, it was a huge field this morning. It seemed to go on for a long time. Well, you know, because you were commentating on them. And to get into the top 36 is no mean feat. And we've got these lovely shots. I just love it when we can see the start line.
Can I just say, we've been running ahead of schedule, actually, which means we can just take a few moments now. I think our last couple of races have been going off early, which we love to see. Nice and efficient, but it helps when the lake is flat calm.
When conditions are benign, it's easy to get just that nice rhythm, and as I'm sure the starting umpire has got into a nice rhythm, everybody just gets in a nice rhythm. You've got the boats lined up. The marshals will have them all lined up so they can come onto the stake boats.
You can't see it on screen, but for everyone else, we're able to look up the course. They're able to see the starters. It's like a tennis umpire's chair that they're sitting in. And actually, on a day like this, there's no covering to it. So I don't envy them on days when it's not like this and it's
I have been
pouring.
Many times on the intermediate start at Strathclyde Park, and it's never like this, I can assure you. One of those times where you get your sea legs and they last for days afterwards.
Rocking and rolling, tossing and turning. But we've got a couple of minutes just before we bring up this next F final, the first of our F finals. So a great opportunity now just to check in with the good folks at Kit Round. We will come back to that because our racing is now underway in the F final of the Open J15 Single Sculls. It's the D sculler from RGS High Wycombe in 1, Berwick Go in lane 2, the B sculler from Molesey Boat Club in 3, Henley Rowing Club's A sculler in 4, Durham Amateur Rowing Club in 5, and the B sculler from Leeds Rowing Club in lane number 6. We're underway then in this F final, and I think having watched the time trial, having read out the results of the time trial, we've had some incredibly tight semi-finals, but I'm expecting the exact same thing from these minor finals with, you know, a couple of seconds often separating 6 scullers who'll be racing in the final.
Well, you're talking about this being 31 to 36. That's the middle of the field. So you think the spread between these scullers isn't that much. That's from the time trial. People race differently between a time trial and a side-by-side race, because in a side-by-side race you've got this opportunity to get your start in, and some people have blistering starts, as we've seen in some of the doubles races earlier, and sometimes having a really good start puts you in that comfortable position just to just G you along. And I think, to my eye, I think it's the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in lane 1 has had a really good start, because I think they're possibly up there in the lead, or if not, there's very little between them and the scullers in lanes 4 and 5, so Henley and Durham. And we'll just see there, that's the Henley sculler just going through there. That might just prove me wrong, of course. And there we have the High Wycombe, Royal High School High Wycombe, just going through the field there. So it's Henley in the lead, Durham in that second place, and then Royal Grammar School High Wycombe.
Well, there we see, 3 seconds separating our top 4 scullers at this point in the race. There's Berwick in lane number 2. I watched his time trial this morning. I thought he was outstanding in the time trial. Really, really impressive. And had, I think, some of the loudest support coming down.
And we've had some brilliant support, and sometimes we haven't had to spot the boat number because we've heard the support from below telling us which crew it is. I still think, to my eye, I think Hayes of the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe seems to be going really strongly there in lane 1. Has he overhauled the Henley sculler? What do you think, Fergus?
I think so. I think he has. He's just correcting his steering ever so slightly at this point in the race. Because he's been right the way over on the buoy lines on his bow side blades, but I'm just watching. I'm watching Henley, and I tell you what, I'm watching Molesey and Durham at this point in the race as well. Do you know what? I'm watching the entire field. Leads right the way over on the far side of the course in lane 5, looking good as well. I think this is going to be absolute cork as we come up to the finish line. Perhaps momentum back with Henley Rowing Club as we hit the red boys at this stage, but I'm certainly not counting out High Wycombe at this point.
I wouldn't. I think he's just picked it up there. Just as you said, I'm not counting him up. He's just lifted the rating. I think the Henley Sculler, Chapman's gone up too. Hayes of High Wycombe going up. This is going to come to the line between them, but we've got Durham and Leeds over the far side, and Molesey having this phenomenal battle as well, with the Berwick Sculler just slightly behind there. Look at this push going on. I just see the scullers looking across at each other. It's going.
Oh, goodness gracious! Wow.
I'm not going to call that. Third place is with Molesey.
But that one we can call. That one we can. It was Molesey, it was Durham, and it was Leeds. But first and second.
That's one for the finish judges.
Yes.
I think they need to confirm that one. But what a crack. You could see both scullers looking across at each other.
Yeah.
And just putting in these pushes for the line. They don't know.
Our times on screen have called High Wycombe, but I'm going to wait for it to flash up on the big scoreboard to officially come through.
I think that's a wise move.
Yeah, for legal reasons.
You've had your knuckles wrapped once too many times.
Well, we'll wait and bring you the official result of that F final. As we said, once it flashes up on screen, I imagine once it's gone through our photo finish judges. But that means we can head back up for the E final of the Open J15 single scull. We will have the B sculler of Henley Rowing Club, the E sculler of Windsor Boys. Weybridge will go in 3, Leeds Rowing Club in 4, Monmouth Comprehensive A, they're in lane 5, and we've got the D sculler of the Windsor Boys School.
Seeing these names appearing so often, there's certain names that I've seen an awful lot this weekend, and of course this amazing prize to be awarded for the overall Victor Ludorum. And I have no idea where it's going, but I do have lots of names that I keep seeing regularly. So we'll have to wait and see how the sums are done at the end of the day, and it will be the end of today where it's decided.
It most certainly will. The junior Victor Ludorum, the overall Victor Ludorum, still up for grabs. The senior won by Nottingham Rowing Club yesterday. But in this one, the E-final, we've got coming through halfway Weybridge leading out Monmouth, leading out Henley Rowing Club at this point in the race, ahead of Leeds Windsor and the 2 Windsor Boys Scullers. Just wrapping up proceedings at the moment. But we've got 5 seconds between 5 scullers, between Weybridge, Monmouth Comp, Henley, Leeds, the Windsor Boys School, and we are
just looking at the Weybridge sculler there, just looking at him as he's powering his boat down the course. And then the Windsor Boys School on his inside, just coming into that shot now. They'll be able to see the start of the tented village on the far side, so they'll know how far they've got to row. They'll be hearing the roars of encouragement. I know Windsor Boys have got phenomenal support out there. But that Henley Sculler in lane 1, is it? Yeah, the Henley Sculler in lane 1, I think he's making a move there.
Perhaps a bit of a move coming from lane 1. Lane 3, Weybridge. Aidan Little of Weybridge has put himself in a cracking position with 200 metres left to go. Carol's calling Rohan Shankar of Henley Rowing Club to see what he can do.
I think I've changed my mind. I think it's Grave of Monmouth Comp is just making a big move there as well, lane 5. So, gosh, has he overhauled the Weybridge sculler?
Do you know what? I think he has. Out of nowhere, here comes Monmouth Comprehensive. This is Charlie Grove of Monmouth Comprehensive. This is outstanding, an absolute turnout for the books. Coming in from lane number 5, he's taken down Weybridge, taken down Henley, and now he's got clear water between him and the field as he comes up to the finish line. What a sensational final 150 metres from him.
Absolutely stunning.
He is going to snatch a victory here, an outstanding victory for him as he comes up towards the finish line.
What a push, what a phenomenal finish, because he has just left the other scullers pretty much standing. Weybridge got to be second, but a blanket finish for 3rd, 4th and 5th. This is just...
Do you know what, I think Leeds stopped before the line and that cost them 3rd place.
Well, I've heard lots of coaches this morning at the time trial shouting at the crews to row through the finish line, and it's a learning lesson.
We also I saw the results flicker up on screen, on the big screen, from the previous race, and we can tell you that our winner was Patrick Hayes of the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, 4:02.54 ahead of 4:02.58, so 0.04 of a second between RGS High Wycombe and Henley Rowing Club.
And that's why we couldn't call it.
That's why, for legal reasons, we didn't call it.
Because it was so close.
Because if we call that, we get shouted at by the organising committee.
I wouldn't dare. So we move on from that E final to the D final. So we're now at 19 to 24 in that pack. They were very, very close, the previous two. I'm expecting another exciting race here between Northwich in lane 1, the Windsor Boys School in lane 2, that's a B crew, Warrington in lane 3, Canterbridgian in lane 4, Shanklin Sandown in lane 5, and Exeter A in lane 6. And there is a substantial lead there in lane 4, Canterbridgian. I think they've just pulled Canterbridgian, just the Sculler Hall of Canterbridgian, just pulled himself out in front and just watching the race develop behind him. But there's very little between Northwich, Windsor Boys School, and Warrington in lanes 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and Shanklin Sandown in lane 5. Oh, goodness me! Exeter are rowing in a white boat, and they've just come out into more clear water, and you can just see where they are. And I think they're maybe in front of Shanklin Sandown.
Well, then we're into the second 500 metres, the third 250. You know, we often talk about the all-important third 500. Well, this is the third 250 for our scullers as we come into the closing stages. And as we've said, out in front, I think, at this point in the race, Canterbridgian in lane 4, but it's said tentatively because...
lane 2,
I think. Lane 2, Windsor Boys.
And you know they've got good finishes.
Yeah, Sebastian Mingred, Acvedo of the Windsor Boys School going nicely out, but at the same time, Warrington next to them in lane 3.
Just picked it up. I think he saw just out the corner of his eye, he thought, oh, the Windsor Boys School's gone, but Northwich has gone too in lane 1. So I think both the Warrington and Northwich saw Windsor Boys go and thought, well, we'd better go with him because otherwise he'll leave us standing. But Canterbridgian, is he in danger of losing that lead?
Well, it's closing fast, and it's closing fast on Canterbridgian, who have held a lead for so much of this one. But here comes Warrington, here comes the Windsor Boys School, who I think could be... Oh, he's just clipped a boy as he comes into the closing stages. He's got to be so careful. A little bit of a wobble from him, which means that as we come up to the light, it's going to be so close. Canterbridgian, Warrington, I think, perhaps fading. Will Windsor Boys come through up to the line? Just a few strokes for Canterbridgian to hold on as we come up. Warrington finds something else. They just push their bows in front.
Wow.
Warrington over Windsor over Canterbridgian, with Northwich coming through then ahead of Exeter and ahead of Shanklin Sandown.
I think I'm going to disagree with you. I think Canterbridgian came in front of Windsor Boys.
No, I'm going to get shouted at by the organising committee.
No, not at all. I think it was so close. I just thought that maybe on the surge it was Canterbridgian just in that bit of the stroke that were just slightly in front. I don't know. We're not the judges. We're just the commentators. Just cover ourselves.
Well, we can look up actually. Speaking of close finishes, the E final of the Open J15 single scull, that official result is now up on the big scoreboard. And I can tell you that Monmouth right in front ahead of Weybridge, ahead of Henley, ahead of Windsor, Leeds and Windsor Boys, as expected in that one. So just a confirmation of that one there. And I think we'll do the same. I think we'll wait for the big scoreboard.
I think that's wise.
Well, that was the D final. That was the D final of the Open J15 single. We stick with single sculls because we now head on to the F final of the women's J15 single sculls. So we're back to positions 31 through 36 in our rankings. And we will have, right up at the start for this one.
I know, you think commentary is a boring job, but I think we're both expending an awful lot of energy jumping up and down on our tiptoes all over the place trying to see. Unfortunately, there's just a big pillar just exactly where you want to see at the end, towards the end of a race. So both of us are sort of dotting backwards and forwards, bouncing around with great excitement.
Well, the official results of the D final of the Open J15 single sculls have come through. Warrington out in front, 3:59.47. The Windsor boys 0.37.
So you called it correct. I'm sorry. I should never doubt you, Fergus.
Wow.
That is close, isn't it?
It's a second between our top 3 scullers. And again, razor sharp between Northwich 4:02.31, Exeter 4:02.85, and Shanklin Sandown coming through in 6th place. But we are underway in the the F final of the women's J15 single sculls. And Sir William Borlases, they are going in lane 1. Great start for them ahead of lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club's B sculler. Kingston Rowing Club are in 3, Lambton are in 4, Molesey Boat Club in 5, and the B sculler of Shanklin Sandown in lane number 6. Harriet Richardson of Sir William Borlases, Fleur Parker of Marlow, Felicity Gill of Kingston, Holly Watkins of Lambton, Evelyn Mead of Molesey, and Martha Eggleton of Shanklin Sandown.
A big field in this event as well. Over 60 scullers started. So some of them won't have made it through to these F finals. And, as we said earlier, that's what's giving us this excitement.
F finals, as we said, 31 through 36 on our rankings. We had a good old ding-dong in the Open J15 F final. Very excited to see what this women's J15 field can produce. And I think, looking across the rest of the field, again, we've got a good spread. I think on the far side of the course, we'll be keeping an eye on Shanklin Sandown. But out in front, I think leading this one is Marlow Rowing Club, who are, I think, have the jump on the rest of the field at this point, leading out, going with them. I think a great start for Harriet Richardson of Sir William Borlases Grammar School, as we've mentioned, with Felicity Gill of Kingston Rowing Club in the mixer as well. Well, we're through 500 metres, and it is the bows of lane 2. That is Marlow Rowing Club, just ahead of Lambton, Kingston, Shanklin Sandown. I got a second and a half between our top 4 leading scullers at this point.
And that is very, very close, isn't it? It's just one of those races where you really cannot relax. You have to keep your eye on what's happening around you, keep the pressure on all the time, and just keep working. It's an uncomfortable place to be in when you're having to work so hard for most of the race. But it's, as you said, Marlow just in that lane 2, just sticking in front. Oh boy, that is close. There's nothing between them and Kingston and Lambton.
Yeah, worth noting, I think, at this point in the race, we've got 5 scullers. I believe our sculler from Molesey Boat Club has withdrawn from this one. Not racing, so we've got 5 boats vying out for that top position. An advantage still with Marlow Rowing Club. That is Fleur Parker. Fleur Parker of Marlow Rowing Club. But I tell you what, Kingston are moving nicely.
Kingston are moving up on her, I think. Just is Kingston going through there? I think perhaps she is. If not going through, just inching her way through. Oh, the Marlow sculler is just picking up there. She's just picked up her rating. I think she's seen that push coming on from Kingston. But Kingston is really moving nicely there. Just letting that boat run, just letting the boat do some of the work for you.
Well, here we go then. About 100 metres left. We still can't decide who this winner is going to be. Kingston Rowing Club. I think they've come through. I think they've come through Marlow Rowing Club then as we come up to the finish line. On the far side of the course, Shanklin Sandown moving really nicely. In danger of overhauling Lambton, which I think they might have just done. With a few strokes left to go.
Kingston in front of Marlow.
But here come Marlow once again.
Goodness me. That's going to be another photo finish here in this. Wow.
Oh.
Wow, that's it.
That's it. And then Lambton just pip Shanklin Sandown for third and fourth. And then we'll have Sir William Borlase' Harriet Richardson coming through nicely in lane 1 in fifth position.
What a finish. What a finish.
I have no idea.
Me neither. I'm not. It was so close. So close. Just on the line.
Well, the umpire's happy with it. White flag from the umpire. I suspect the finish judges aren't happy with it. At this point in the race, we've got another photo finish to look through, and we'll bring you that one once it pings up on the screen in front of us. Now, though, what we can do, just before we pick up the next of our races, the E-Final, we can head down and hear all about the wonderful work that Kit Round are doing.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Adam Stevens, co-founder at Kit Round. I'm delighted to be here today at the National Water Sports Centre for the British Rowing Club Championships. Working with Claudine and the amazing team here to get kit collected from clubs so that we can get it repurposed, reused, reducing waste, saving CO2e and water from production of new kit. So got some kit collection bins at the finish line, down at registration as well. I've been delighted to see what's already been left in those bins, both here and at Masters. It's absolutely amazing. So we'll get that kit processed, get it listed on kitround.com for sale, and then raise a lot of money, and the proceeds all going to Love Rowing to get more people out on the water and enjoying this fantastic sport.
We're back with the racing, and Fergus has run away. He's just had too much excitement in the last 2 hours, and he's going to lie down in a darkened room just to recover. But I'm joined with Zoe, who's here for the next couple of hours, just to see us through some of these minor finals. Now, Zoe, minor finals they may be, but they've been so exciting. Just had Fergus and I jumping up and down, just trying to sort of control our excitement.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, even earlier when Ferg and I were in here for the semi-final AB 1s and 2s, the margins were so tight. So we were saying we're so excited to watch the finals later on today. But yeah, even these minor finals are super close, which is great. You know, they might be disappointed that they're not in a higher final, but as long as they've got that really tight, close racing experience, they've got to be happy with that still. So it's great that they're still getting that here today, and we are, as you said, on the
So just to confirm that result of that previous race, it was indeed Marlow just held off that amazing challenge from Kingston just on the line there. So the Finnish judges are happy it's been published. That was a phenomenal finish from both those athletes.
Yes, so apologies. It's the E-final we're on now. It's the E-final of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls. We've got Henley Rowing Club, City of Bristol, Sir William Perkins B, George Watson's College, Sir William Borlase B, and Sir William Borlase A. And we are underway now, just about a minute into this one. It looks as though lanes 1, 2 and 3 have got out a little bit.
Henley, City of Bristol and Sir William Perkins. It's really hard, Zoe, just to sort of tease them apart, because the times from the time trials have put them so close together, and they are sort of very equally matched. So if there is a little margin, it's not much this early on in the race. It takes quite a while for the margins to be teased out. And, you know, from a standing start where you go through your racing start, it just tends to keep you even more tightly packed at the front of this race.
Does, and we are going to get a different angle very shortly as they start to come round, and it looks like those scullers on the far side, lanes 5 and 6 from Sir William Borlase A and B, look like they're putting in a big shift, as is the sculler from Perkins in the middle. But look at this sculler from City of Bristol coming round the outside. I think it's going to be the sculler E. Moore of Sir William Perkins in the middle who has come through that marker first. And look at that, 0.4 of a second over City of Bristol, followed by Borlase B, Borlase A.
That
George Watson's and Henley.
The two Borlase crews so
changed
close
very
together.
quickly, didn't it?
So close together. It's just nothing between them. It's just wonderful. But yes, you're right. It can change so quickly just in these early phases of the race. Now you see, to my eyes, looking up the course, I would say that I still think City of Bristol are in there with a good shout, with Sir William Perkins just behind them. So lane 2 and lane 3. And then it's Stitchbury of Sir William Borlase is over the far side, maybe in that third place. The George Watson sculler is still up there in contention, but I think, to my eye, it's Aurelia Hopkins of the City of Bristol just inching herself in front in this E final. Huge amount of support coming from somewhere, and I've no idea where because I can't see people running, but just such a roar of enthusiasm from somewhere on the course for these scullers.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Carol. It certainly looks like Hopkins of City of Bristol is storming ahead. She has to be careful, though. Just take a quick look. Both herself and Elle Cotton of Henley Rowing Club are getting dangerously close to that buoy line there. I think she's managing to level it back out. Don't want to let that catch you out in these final few strokes, but it definitely is Hopkins of City of Bristol who is storming ahead now.
Look at this Watson sculler going lane 4. She's just ramped it up, trying to overhaul Sir William Borlase is in 5, but going with her is Sir William Perkins school. Oh, wow, what a phenomenal finish from all these athletes.
Yeah, I'd say Borlase B is coming through along with George Watson's and Sir William Perkins. They are neck and neck. The Perkins and Watson's College sculler are neck and neck as they come up to the line in this E final. That was so close. I think that was Perkins followed by George Watson's, Borlase B, Borlase A, and then Henley just coming out at the end there.
A nice performance from Hopkins of City of Bristol just to lead that all out. She's very happy with that result.
Definitely. And we will be going back up to the start now. It's the D final. We've got Warrington, Marlow A, Tees, Newark B, Nottingham and Union, and Barn Elms, and we're already well underway.
Well underway. I think we'll get this side shot as it goes through the 500 metres gone. But to my eyes, I think it's Marlow A in lane 2 just getting out in front. We'll see if that's confirmed. Oh no, over on the far side, I hadn't spotted Barn Elms in lane 6. So those two going to go through that point pretty much level. Wow.
That was just about the Marlow sculler there. Just got a bit of surge coming through. But we've got Warrington around the outside as well, hot on their heels. So it's Barnet Elms, followed by Marlow, Warrington, Tees, Newark, and Nottingham and Union. But just 0.3 of a second there between Barnet Elms and Marlow. So still all to play for. And then just 2 seconds between 3rd, 4th and 5th. So super tight there.
I was just thinking, sort of going through my mind, what a phenomenal experience for scullers early on in their career to have this quality of racing. Just sort of be in a field where you're being pushed from all sides, that you can't slacken off, that you really have to work hard to maintain that lead. And it is still between Barn Elms and Marlow. Just pushing on there. So Marlow, Barn Elms and Newark, I think, are making a showing now. Newark and Warrington.
Yeah, it certainly looks like the sculler from Warrington is still trying to hold on, but it looks like the Tees and Newark scullers in the middle are pushing on just a little bit more, moving with the Marlow sculler. But don't forget about Al Westerby of Barn Elms over there, the far side in lane 6 on the scoreboard side, storming ahead now. I can't quite tell from this angle if she is ahead of Marlow.
I can't get the angle either.
Yeah.
It's just...
Potentially, I think she might have just managed to get out ahead. We will see very shortly as they are coming into better view.
I'm not sure. I think maybe the Marlow sculler might have it.
Well, it looks like she's going for it again now. She's got an extra burst in there coming up to the line. We'll have to wait for them to get a little bit closer so we can see a bit better. But it's going to be so close between Barn Elms and Marlow.
Well, I think you were right. I think it is maybe Barn Elms.
Just about. And then it's going to be, I think it's going to be Newark B in lane 4 who will take third position in this D final, followed by Tees, followed by Warrington, with Nottingham and Union just crossing the line now.
That was so close. Just, I'm not quite sure to my eye yet who crossed that line first. We'll wait for the confirmation, I think, because that was so close.
Well, those are the times that we have for you. The white flag is up, so that means the umpire's happy with how the race went, so we can confirm. Those are the times. They'll be up on the scoreboard later on as well, so we can triple check then. But Carol, we go back to the start now.
With the D final. No, sorry. We're back into double sculls. I'm sorry, I haven't scored out my little bit of programme. So the F final of the women's J15 double sculls. City of Bristol, Royal Chester B in... Oh dear, there's been an incident, I think, in this F final. I don't know who that is. But that's the City of Bristol, we think. But that was in lane 1. Royal Chester in lane 2. Thames Scullers in lane 3. Aberdeen Schools in lane 4. Strathclyde Park in lane 5. And Clare's Court in lane 6.
Yeah, we may or may not get confirmation, but it looks like potentially a bit of equipment failure there. Looks like someone was come to their rescue. So we will be without City of Bristol B for this F final of the Junior 15 double scull. So we'll just be running with these 5 crews that you can see there. And it looks like the crew on the far side, Clare's Court A, are storming ahead with Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association moving with them. But look at this crew on the bottom side, Royal Chester B, also moving with them.
It's so close. Aberdeen Schools, Royal Chester B, Clare's Court, and it's the battle of the even numbers. But in the middle we have Thames Scullers, that sort of vibrant kit that we can see there, just inching back along the Aberdeen Schools boat there. They've just still got the overlap and just moving on.
Yeah, great surge there by the double from Royal Chester of Amelie Hiller and Constance Parrott. They were just about in second, and then they had a big burst through the 500 timer marker to push themselves ahead of Aberdeen Schools by 0.3 of a second. So still super tight margins as they continue down the course.
I think,
still all to play for, Carol.
To be honest, I think maybe Royal Chester have made that margin even bigger over Aberdeen Schools, and I think Thames Scullers have come back on Aberdeen Schools, but Clare's Court and lane 6 are still going strongly alongside Aberdeen Schools. But phenomenal move from Royal Chester there, just picking it up and just running with it and just trying to get themselves in front of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and speaking of running with it, that double there from Thames Scullers, they are trying to hold on to those front 3, see if they can absorb their pushes and move with them. But I don't know if it's going to be enough at this stage. Those three crews at the front there look like they've got a really good rhythm going on now.
A strong effort from Thames Scullers. Clare's Court over the far side, we can't forget them. It's just this angle that we've got sometimes that you forget that there are crews moving rapidly in lane 6, and Clare's Court indeed moving rapidly because we've just ramped that rating up in those last few strokes. But I think, to my eye, it could be Royal Chester. Clare's Court just really moving on there. Who's going to get this one?
Close.
I think it was maybe Royal Chester just holding on to that lead. Clare's Court in second, Aberdeen Schools third, Thames Scullers, and then Strathclyde Park.
I concur. And there you have it, confirmed. And we'll be going back up to the start shortly for the D final of the Women's Junior 15 doubles. In this one we will have for you, the E final.
We'll have Falcon in lane 1, Henley in lane 2, Worcester in lane 3, Brentford in lane 4, Hereford in lane 5, and Peterborough City in lane 6.
And there we go, they're off.
And they're off. Now Fergus was eyeing up the starts just to see if anybody got a really good start and just managed to sneak a lead just on the start. But I didn't quite catch that one, so and my sight isn't that great.
We will wait to see how this one progresses. It's deceptive, isn't it, Carol? So from here it looks like it's all pretty level, but as soon as we get those different angles, you start to see who's getting their bows out ahead.
Well, looking up the course, standing on my tippy toes, I could just not see very many differentials there at all.
It does potentially look like the crew from Falcon have got a bit of a jump on the rest of the field, followed by perhaps Henley. We will have to see when they move down further.
We'll get this side-on view shortly, and that is always a good one to have, just to see where the overlap is and see who's getting their noses out in front.
Yeah, we've got Brentford there on the far side with Worcester, panning across to Henley Rowing Club's B crew with Falcon on the right-hand side. It certainly looks like the four on this side have got a good jump on, but look at that crew from Peterborough City on the far side. It looks like they've potentially had a really strong start. And I think they're potentially going to go through that 500 metre timing marker first. There we go, as it levels round.
Oh, you are absolutely correct calling that one.
And I think it's, yeah, there we go, Brentford followed by Worcester. But it's super, super close. They're still bunched up really nicely. I think it's all to play for. I think we're going to have a really close one on our hands. And look at that, 0.2 of a second between Peterborough City and Brentford. And then another half a second between them and Worcester, with another 0.4 to them. It's so close. 3 seconds.
3 seconds between all six. So that is incredibly close.
Yeah, we really are being blessed here today with some incredibly close racing.
Gosh, it's Peterborough, Brentford, and I think Falcon have come back there. Oh, goodness me. It's just, as they come closer towards us, it's getting tighter and tighter. Where it's going to go at the end. Brentford, Worcester, Peterborough, Falcon. I'll just name every crew because they're all so close together. So to my eye, I think maybe Brentford have got their noses in front now. I think Peterborough just dropped off slightly. With maybe
Hereford have certainly dropped back a bit.
I think Falcon have come back though as well, pretty strongly.
I think Peterborough, Brentford out ahead, perhaps with Falcon in line with Worcester. And Henley and Hereford look like they've dropped back a little bit. It's almost a little bit of a zigzag going on. But look at this crew now from Brentford. They look like they're putting an almighty burst in, and I think they've potentially taken the lead thus far. Falcon having some slight steering difficulties.
Falcon have
which
gone
is
up
going
too,
to
just really pushing on.
lose them a bit of
So,
ground there.
I think it's Brentford have overhauled Peterborough there, as you said.
Yeah, phenomenal burst
And
there
you were talking
from
about
Brentford.
Hereford dropping off. Hereford have come back into contention here. It's Henley are now dropping off the back of the field. But it's going to be Brentford.
Just going to be Worcester.
And then Worcester and then Peterborough. Or Falcon.
Or Falcon, yeah. That was very close, and I think it was just...
And then Hereford and then Henley. Call that one correct. But that was so close. So close. And as we keep saying, these time trials are giving us such delightful finals. So from the E final, we move rapidly into the D final. We've got Barn Elms in lane 1, Marlow B in lane 2, Trent in lane 3, Globe in lane 4, Hartpury University and College in A in lane 5, City of Oxford in lane 6. And just looking up at the field, we're just going to come through this timing point here. I just glanced up to see what was happening. I just could not separate them. I'm looking forward for the times to come up, because how close the previous one was. This could be even closer.
Yeah, it looks like that crew from Globe there, it looks like they've had a pretty strong start. As we pan round, we can get a better view there.
Globe and Trent, I thought. Just as we're looking at it. That's Trent
Yeah,
got
Globe
themselves
there,
in front.
Trent going with them, but also the crew from Hartpury going with Trent. City of Oxford on the outside also. Barn Elms moving nicely with Hartpury next to them. With Marlow next to them, sorry.
Trent and Globe, 0.8 of a second.
Wow.
No, 0.7 of a second. No, I can't count. Just over a second between them. Who's in Barn Elms in lane 1 seem to be making a move there, just in that last few strokes. Barn Elms, Trent and Globe. But going with them, Marlow. It's really, as you keep saying, so close. And, that's middle phase of the race. They're putting in their push. They're now coming into all this tents to the far side and all the boats. They'll know where they are, and they know how much more they've got of this race to run. And they want to make this race, the last race possibly of their season, to be as good as it can be. It's still Trent there, I think.
Yeah, but it looks like it's still Globe and Trent there moving forwards nicely together. I would say Globe are just ahead by a fraction. I think they've just got out a tiny bit ahead of Trent there, but we will wait for them to get a bit closer. But also the crew from Hartpury on the far side are moving along, and it looks like Trent, Globe and Hartpury are pretty much neck and neck as they come out. But here we go, they're starting to up the rate now in that
Globe have started going up, Hartpury are going up, and Trent are maybe going to get overhauled by Globe. Oh, this is going to go straight to the line yet again. Trent and Globe battling it out, inch for inch, and Trent just doing enough, just keep that bow ball in front of Globe. Hartpury in that third place, Barn Elms fourth, and then we've got Marlow and City of Oxford.
And we're back up to the start now. We can see that lovely view of all the boats being aligned. Now we're on to the F final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls. We've got Glasgow Academy A, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association A, Clares Court B, Brentford B, Clares Court A, and a City of Bristol Aerial Composite A crew. And I'll just be getting aligned now. Let's see if we can see who gets the best start.
always that nervous moment on the start, waiting for the roll call. It's always that nervous moment on the start, just waiting for the roll call, just taking that moment just to calm the nerves down before it all kicks off.
You can see they're just relaxed at the moment, so they won't quite yet be under starters' orders. We just saw the umpire launch driving round a moment ago, so they'll be getting in position behind them. It looks like they are sitting forwards, getting ready. The bow in the Glasgow Academy, but you see just giving a little tap on the back to their stroke seat, a little good luck tap, and they are in position, getting ready.
I'm feeling nervous for them. I don't know about you, Zoe.
It's the anticipation, isn't it? It's
It
really
is that
building
anticipation.
up. Okay, here we go. I think we are about ready. And we're off.
Oh, what a blanket start. That was just beautiful to watch.
It looked like Aberdeen Schools and Glasgow on the outside, the bottom of the screen, had a pretty good jump out the blocks there. We'll wait to see how this progresses. We get some different angles, but look at them going along. That's Aberdeen Schools there on the right with Clares Court B, Brentford B. Really strong start by all. And then we go across, that's Clares Court A on the far left with the City of Bristol, Bristol Aerial Composite there. And we're panning out, there we go, we can see all of the crews across there now. Really strong start from all, I think, Hal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really rapid,
It's
really clean.
Very clean, as you say, very rapid, very tidy. There was nothing splashing around, so it meant it was fairly efficient and effective. Just getting that boat speed from 0 up as fast as you can to a nice cruising speed so that you can drop down and just tap it along at a nice cruising pace. But these, 1,000 metres doesn't give you much of a time to relax. You have to have a fairly short race plan because it's just a fairly short distance to go down.
No, exactly. There's not really much time for any kind of striding out, settling down in this. It's just about keep going up and up and up, and that crew from Aberdeen Schools looks like they've certainly got their bows out ahead as we come down. I anticipate some 500 metre times coming in very shortly, but look at that Azra crew looking really strong, moving
but there's
out ahead.
somebody over on the far side out in front, and I think it's maybe one of the Clares Court schools, maybe in lane 5. Oh no, it's the Bristol Aerial, City of Bristol Composite. No, in fact, no, it's Aberdeen Schools went through the 500 metre in first with the Bristol Aerial, City of Bristol Composite in that second place.
Yep, with Clares Court B in third, followed by Clares Court A, Brentford and Glasgow Academy. But just a couple of seconds between first and third there, so anything can happen now in this last 500 as they start to come towards the 250 boys now. This is where they will all have to start giving it absolutely everything. They'll be going through their different tiers, taking the rating up.
I don't think any of these doubles has dropped the rating much, to be honest, not off the start. I think they've kept these high ratings and just trying to see who can keep it going for the longest. It's still Aberdeen Schools, I think. Have they overhauled the City of Bristol Aerial Composite? It's difficult when we got one in lane 2 and one in lane 6 just to get those differentials.
I think I'm going to say from this angle they've overturned them. I'm going to commit to that. That's my prediction as they come up to the line now. But look at that crew there from Clare's Court. I think that's their B crew. They're really moving with them now. It's definitely the crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association who are out ahead. They are going to be crossing the line first in this F final. But look at the crew in lane 3, Clare's Court B. They're going to come through over the crew from City of Bristol.
Absolutely.
It's just stopped shy of the line. They were very lucky.
And then Glasgow Academy into 4th.
That they had enough surge there to drift them across.
Yeah.
That would have given them 3rd.
That was such a plucky performance there from all these athletes.
And we're back to the start again, getting aligned for this E final of the Junior 15 Open Double Sculls. We've got Henley Rowing Club A, Molesey Boat Club A, Weybridge A, Hereford B, Tyne United A and Christchurch Rowing Club.
We are so lucky to be able to see the starts, but the starting umpire is very efficient and very effective, but these conditions are really benign, which means that you can get the crews on early, you can get them settled, you can get them aligned pretty fast. And then you've got this time just to make sure you've got an umpire's launch before you set them off. I could see the green light there, just as I looked up the course. Green light, and these crews are off.
And it looks like, to me, that Weybridge A had their bows out ahead. They had a pretty good, strong start out of the blocks. So let's see how this progresses. Good shot there. We can see all of the crews moving down the course.
I can see all the crews. It's very hard to separate them, and even just looking up the course where you can sometimes see sort of just somebody getting their eyeballs out in front, it's very hard just to get that differential. I think they're very little to separate these 6 crews.
Yeah, I'd say that perhaps Weybridge, Hereford and Molesey are pushing out ahead, but Tyne United are going with them as well. It's almost that middle 4 that are pushing on ahead. It looks like Henley A might have dropped back a tiny bit from the rest of the pack. But then it also looks like Christchurch have put in a big burst and they're coming out. It's just so hard for this angle, isn't it? We'll wait till we see. I mean, it's a great shot seeing all 6 of them across there. But as they start to come closer to the 500, it will pan round and we'll get that all-important angle to help differentiate the crews. But they all look like they've got a pretty strong rhythm they're on now.
Well, they've settled into that nice mid-race pace. I don't think there's much in it, to be honest, Zoe. I think this is going to be a really...
Club crew looks like they're coming back through now as well, don't they? But I think
look
it's
at
still
that.
Weybridge.
Look at that Weybridge by a canvas.
But they had a really good strong start out the blocks. They were up ahead, but Henley Rowing Club are coming through.
About a length and a half separating all those 6 boats. Good grief. Looking at the times. About 3 seconds between them. That is stunning.
This is going to be another incredibly close race.
Henley in lane 1, I think they're coming back. Just looking at that, I think they're up there with Weybridge now, just pushing on in lane 1. And Hereford in lane 4 also going very strongly. I think Molesey have dropped back slightly.
I'd say so.
With Tyne United. Oh gosh. Christchurch coming back. Oh, this is a good. I think the action, to me, in my eye at the moment, is in lanes 1, 2 and 3. And I think it's Henley and Weybridge really battling it out at present, just getting themselves marginally in front. I think Molesey just behind them. I think Molesey level with Hereford. are slightly behind Hereford. So Henley have had an amazing push in that last 250 metres or so. Can Weybridge hold on to the lead they had?
Yeah, it looks like Weybridge and Henley are pretty level now, but then we've also got Christchurch on the outside over there, lane 6, scoreboard side. Look like they're also coming in thick and fast as we come up to the line, with Tyne United going with them. Hereford B look like they're back with Molesey. Don't think there's enough for them to come top 3 in this
Weybridge
final.
are sprinting for it. I think they've got in front of Henley again. Henley picking it up, going with Weybridge. But look over the far side. It's Christchurch and Tyne United really putting Weybridge under so much pressure. Oh, goodness
Weybridge
gracious.
still are going to manage to do it, but it's going to be really tight for second. I think that was just about...
Tyne United to my eye, maybe?
I think so. I think they
over
just
Christchurch?
Got that. Yeah.
Wow. What a phenomenal push from both Tyne United and Christchurch. But good on Weybridge holding on to it. That was really, really hard.
And we keep moving. We'll be back up at the start. It's the D final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls. We've got Warrington, Brentford A, Bulebridge, Windsor Boys B, Canford School and Huntingdon. And then after this, Carol, we'll be moving on to the Coxed Quads.
I know. The excitement doesn't stop, does it? Just moving on and various...
And their semi-final AB1s and 2s this morning
were superb.
Really,
I was watching them.
Exciting. So if that's anything to go by, I think these FE and D finals are going to be great as well. And we are off.
It's the beauty of a 1,000-metre course. You can actually see the green light from where we're sitting, and you can tell when they're off. But we've also got those shots from the camera just on their side, giving us that information too. I always like watching doubles race. I think it's such a nice boat. Not as twitchy as the pair, but sort of quite fast, quite nippy. And a really nice one for juniors to row in. Because a single scull could be a wee bit lonely. But if you've got a partner in the boat with you, it just helps you, sort of gee you along, just gives you that crew team spirit, the bonding together. So a really nice boat class to be involved racing in.
Looks to me, Carol, like that crew on the far side, scoreboard side, Huntingdon, look like they have got out ahead nicely as we come up to the timing marker.
We'll see in a minute, just as the camera pans round. I think you're right.
The crew from Buell Bridge there in lane 3 are moving along nicely. Canford School.
Yep.
Also up there.
It is Huntingdon.
It's still pretty tight in the middle of the field.
Gosh, less than 3 seconds separating them all. That is nothing, as we have seen. So Huntingdon just leading with, as you say, Buell Bridge second place, Canford School third, Brentford in fourth, Warrington in fifth, and the Windsor Boys in sixth. I love seeing these shots of just, can't quite see their faces, but you can feel the determination in their body posture, just powering it on. Now, we were talking about Huntingdon leading. I don't know if they're still in the lead. Just looking at the course, there's big pushes coming on from Warrington, Buell Bridge, Brentford. I think the Windsor Boys School's dropped off the back of the pack, but Canford's still up there. But on this side, lanes 1 and 2, it's Warrington and Brentford really pushing each other on, increasing the boat speed. I think they've just gone up, about maybe 50 metres before everybody else, and have just increased the boat speed. I wonder if Huntingdon spotted that yet.
I mean, they're certainly still moving over there, Huntingdon, whether they've noticed or not. They're still really going for it. But Warrington, Brentford and Buell Bridge have got that beauty of being side by side over here. They can look across and go with them. But I think that crew from Huntingdon is still
out in front.
I think they're comfortably enough out ahead in this E-final to cross the line first. I think it's going to be incredibly close, but Camford School look like they've got their bows out ahead of the rest of the field over here as well. So I think it's going to be Huntingdon with Camford School, and it's going to be super
Brentford
close.
and Buell Bridge are just...
It's just going to be Brentford, just about.
Over Buell Bridge, and then Warrington, and then we have Windsor Boys School. That is just some superb finishes we are seeing today. And as you said, we are moving rapidly into the Coxed Quad Sculls, the J14s, the F final. And we did see a lot of these racing earlier this morning in the time trial. And
yes,
some,
we did indeed.
Some really good quad sculls there.
And we are just getting aligned now in this F final of the Open Junior 14 Coxed Quads. We've got Lambton, Leeds B, Northwich, Clares Court B, Monmouth Comp and RGS High Wycombe C. And I think that and yeah, it looks like that crew from Lambton there, they're just getting pulled back onto the stake boat now. And I think it looks like we're missing crew number 2 at the moment. Leeds B. We've got... Oh, no, we're not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're
sometimes
ready.
Very deceptive, isn't it? When you're just looking across the bows, how many can you see? There they are, beautifully aligned. The crew's just going through their last pre-race process. Some crews like being silent, some crews like a bit of chat from their cocks. But some crews just like hearing their instructions from the starting officials. What would you be saying to your crew, or would you be speaking just now, Zoe? You would be silent on the start line.
I'd be silent, yeah. We'd all be silent. I don't think there's anything to say at this point. You don't really want to be reminding people about the race calls because you don't want other people to hear them. And also, they should know about it at that point. It might just be, you know, take a couple of taps here and there, but you're pretty much locked in at this point. And we are away, and it looks to me like the crews on the side closest to us of Lambton and Leeds B look like they had a pretty good start out the blocks there. And then they all are moving down the course, 30 seconds in. And just looking across there at the windsock, it looks like we've
got a bit of a change in the wind from this morning from the semi-finals.
I think it's just blustering around a bit. Just not really going in any one direction. I think it's just dropped down again. It picked up for a while.
We had a slight head this morning, so they'll be pleased that that's gone.
Considering it's been a tail for the other 3 days, so it seems unfair to put the juniors through a headwind.
True. And here they come, all looking fairly clean. It looks as though the Monmouth Comp crew in lane 5 might have dropped back from the rest of the field. Clare's Court B there with Norwich. Look like they're pushing on, but it does look like Leeds and Norwich and Clare's Court have got a good lead over the rest of the field.
We'll just be able to see shortly as they come through this timing point. Much harder to see with the quad sculls because they're such long boats that sometimes people get eclipsed in the middle of the field. And that's Clare's Court we could just see in the screen there with Northwich just on their inside. The yellow blades there just in lane 3.
I think Northwich might just be ahead, you know. There they go.
Just
Northwich.
Just a couple of men in front of Clare's Court, and then it's Leeds.
Looks like Lambton's dropped back along with Monmouth Comp and RGS, but there's still time for them if they put in a big burst now to make up some of that gap in this F final.
I can just see the Lambton crew now just in front of us. And that's a close-up of Clare's Court there. But, to my eye, I think it's Northwich just got themselves in front as they're leading the charge towards the line. Northwich and then Leeds. Oh, Clare's Court over Leeds, I think.
Yeah, Northwich have got themselves in a great position now. Possibly might not even have any overlap. Can't quite tell from this angle, but I think close to getting clear water definitely at this stage over Clare's Court.
I think they have actually, just looking at where the puddles are from coming off their blades.
And Leeds B are certainly trying to go with Clare's Court, see if they can be in the mix. But I think it's going to be Northwich, followed by Clare's Court B, followed by Leeds B. But then look over there at Monmouth Comp. They seem to be coming back, putting a bit of a push in. But look at the crew here from Northwich. They've got a phenomenal lead now.
That's certainly more than clear water.
Clear water now over the crew from Clare's Court B, still putting in a really strong performance as they come up to the line in this F final. And I think it's going to be the crew from Leeds B in lane 2 who will take third in this F final.
Oh, Lambton have come back really strongly in that last 500 metres. Lambton pushing on Monmouth Comp there and pushing on RGS High Wycombe. I think Lambton, so Monmouth Comp finished 4th. Lambton 5th with RGS High Wycombe 6th. That's a great performance from Lambton there, just to come back in that last 500 metres or so.
And you can see we are already underway in this next E-final. We've got Henley B, George Watson's College, Molesey, RGS High Wycombe A, Sir William Borlase B and Brentford B.
And the excitement goes on and on. It's just superb.
Looks like we've got a nice, clean, strong start by all of these crews. As we pan across all of the lanes. That's Henley Rowing Club B on your screens there, with George Watson's College, Molesey, RGS High Wycombe A, Sir William Borlase and Brentford there on the far left.
Looking up the course, I think it's maybe Molesey in lane 3 that maybe just got themselves marginally out in front. We'll see shortly as the cameraman pans round to hit that 500 metre point.
I mean, I think Brentford and Borlase be over there look like they're in the mix as well. That Brentford crew look like they're really storming ahead. Wolsey's certainly going with them.
I think you're right about Borlase's as well, because they're certainly putting in appearance here. I don't think George Watson's are to be discounted yet, nor RGS High Wycombe. So all looking tight at the front end, isn't it?
Yeah, look, you're right. There's Molesey coming through the middle there. They've really got themselves into a great strong rhythm
so
now.
It's Molesey and
through
then
the 500.
Then the crews on the right side, and then crews on the inside. Gosh.
But it's Henley in the lane 1 on the outside there, also moving really nicely with the field.
It's Watson's.
And there we go, it's Brentford confirmed third as they go across the 500 with Henley, Watson's and RGS High Wycombe.
But it's at this stage in the race that the Coxes are coming into their own, because they know they can see the finish line, they can see the other crews around them, and that's when they'll be really pushing their crews on to do their utmost to get in front. I think there's been a good push from George Watson's College there. I think they've got overlap with Molesey. But with the Watsons, we have RGS High Wycombe and Sir William Borlase's, and indeed Henley, not to be discounted. I think they've got themselves in front of George Watson's College. In fact, I think they might be even marginally in front of Molesey.
No, none of these crews are giving up at all, are they, Carol? They are giving it their absolutely everything as we come into the final push for the line. It looks like Molesey are still out ahead, but Henley coming round the outside thick and fast. George Watson's moving with them, and Sir William Borlase also going on the far side. This is going to be an incredibly tight race to the line. Watson's coming out from 5th to potentially be finishing in 3rd or 4th in this E-final. Here come Molesey through the middle. Borlase going on the outside, Henley going with them. Is it going to be Borlase or Henley to cross the line second? But then who's going to cross the line third? Look at Watson's coming through with RGS High Wycombe. This is incredibly close.
Goodness gracious me, that was... Molesey, Sir William Borlase's. Then I think Henley, George Watson's, and RGS High Wycombe, and then Brentford. What an exciting finish.
I can't get over how close all of these races are all the way through to the F finals. It's fantastic to see. And we go on to the D final now. We've got Wallingford B, Marlow, Queen's Park Chester, Windsor Boys B, Kingston and Hinksey Sculling School.
It's a tongue twister.
And they're off, Carol.
Again, keeping us entertained for the afternoon. So as we go up through the minor finals, we got to the D final, which is, I was trying to do the sums on my fingers now, 19 through 24 ranked out of the field. So these will be the quads that were in that tightly packed group in the middle of the rankings. So we're seeing all these really exciting, tightly fought finals.
Yeah, I think these crews here in the middle, Queen's Park Chester and Windsor Boys, look like they've got their noses out in front, but Kingston are also going with them, but it certainly looks like these two crews, possibly Marlow, are out ahead. Oh, but who's that over there?
Hinksey.
Out of shot. Look at them coming through. Hinksey Sculling School coming through round the outside, lane 6, scoreboard side.
It'd be interesting to see who's in the lead just as we get that timing point. I think it's Hinksey in the lead there.
I think it's Marlow.
Time will tell.
Woo, there we go, coming through. It's Queen's. It's neither of them, Carol. It's Queen's Park Chester coming through the front with Hinksey followed by Windsor Boys, followed by Wallingford, Marlow, then Kings. It's too much red kit. It's confusing me today.
Well, yeah, I'd forgotten about Queen's Park Chester, that sitting in the middle of the field there. And they seem to have just pulled out a bit more of a lead just as they're coming off that 500-metre mark. I think they put in a push there and are just pulling themselves in front. I think Marlow have decided to go with them, as have Wallingford, the three red crews altogether. But it's Hinksey over on the far side. So it's still up there in contention. Oh, wow, this is going to be another close finish. I think the crew in lane 5, Kingston, are just the ones that are slightly behind at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly seem to have dropped back over there in lane 5. Hinksey have left them as they move on, and I think that crew from Queens are looking really strong in the middle there. The crew of William Douglas, Dylan Cameron, Alex Rostov, Edward Neary, Coxby, Freya Hunter, they are just storming down the middle of the lake.
A royal battle between Marlow and Wallingford here, just on this near side. Just really a fight of the Thames crews. But it's Wallingford just getting their noses in front of Marlow, but I don't know where they are in relation to Hinksey over on the far side. Windsor Boys School have just picked it up in those last few strokes. Everybody going for this sprint for the finish line.
It's going to be incredibly close between Queen's Park and Hinksey, but I think it's going to be
Queen's Park
followed by Hinksey, and I can't tell right now. It's super close. Oh no, I've stopped before the line. I think that was Wallingford over here in lane 1. Unfortunately, Windsor Boys stopped a few strokes short of the line.
I'm sure the coach will be having some words about that one, because as we said earlier, we were hearing lots of coaches shout to the time trial to race through the line. But what a phenomenal race.
According to the times there, I might still have done it. Let's just wait for them. There we go. It was Wallingford followed by Windsor Boys. So unfortunately, they just lost that third place in the D final for stopping just shy of the line. We move on thick and fast, Carol.
Yeah, I know. Busy. We're moving into the women's junior 14 Cox Quad Sculls, the F final. We've got Doncaster Schools in lane 1, Wallingford C in lane 2, Brentford in lane 3, Monmouth Comp in lane 4, Chester Le Street in lane 5, and Molesey B in lane 6. And I did see the green light flash on earlier, so they are well underway.
And I'm just looking through the binoculars. It kind of looks like it's going in a line like this. The side closest to us that are further ahead.
I sometimes think, is there a bit of a bias when you're sitting on this side of the lake that you think the crews in lanes 1 and 2 are further on than they actually are? Because I sometimes get surprised by how far ahead the crew in lane 6 is. But in this case, I don't think they are. I think you are right. But I think, actually, to my mind, it's Brentford in the lead with Monmouth Comp possibly in second over Wallingford. But if so, not by much, or it's maybe Wallingford in second. Oh, just a beautiful view. You can see the Doncaster Schools Rowing Association boat. One that always makes me smile when I see it. Oh gosh, this is so close. 1, 2 and 3. Where's it going to go when we get this side-on view? Oh, it's not even. It's 3, 4 and 6, I think. Is it Molesey? Oh gosh, look at that. It's really hard to differentiate them as they've come through that timing point.
And that might have been Doncaster on the outside coming through first. We'll wait for them to pop up on the screen for us.
I think the crew in lane 6, Molesey, are just slightly behind the other 5 crews in this final. I'm just looking at, indeed it was Doncaster going through first, Brentford in second place, Monmouth Comp in third, Wallingford in fourth, Chester Le Street in fifth. And Doncaster still in the lead there. Oh, you called it right from early on that you thought it was 1 through 6. And the action was in this side of the field. But it's Doncaster and Brentford having that good battle there. I think Brentford have overhauled Wallingford.
Yeah, Doncaster and Wallingford both have a little bit of steering difficulty coming off the start, but they managed to correct it, and it certainly didn't lose any ground for the crew from Doncaster on the finish tower side, as they still look like they've got into a fantastic rhythm, charging down the course now.
Going out with just to prove what they can do and show their coach how well they can race.
But look at Brentford and Monmouth Comp there in the middle. They are really going for it, both of them now, as they come up to the line. It's a battle, probably actually for first, with
Doncaster now. I think Doncaster are in danger of being be overhauled by Brentford.
Looks like Monmouth Comp just had some slight problems there, lost a couple of strokes, so it's taken them out of that battle for first. I think it's going to be Doncaster crossing the line first, with Brentford just behind. Who's it going to be? Look at the crew from Wallingford come through, making a comeback. Might just pip Monmouth Comp on the line. It's going to be ever so close.
And then Chester-le Street, and then we'll have Molesey Boat Club. As you said, so close for that 3rd and 4th place. 0.4 of a second so far, but that's to be confirmed by the judges. I think Wallingford went through before Monmouth Comp, but judge's decision is final. And as we move on the screen, we move on down the course, because this next race has started, the E-final. Evesham in lane 1, Aberdeen Schools in lane 2, Gorse in lane 3, Marlow in lane 4, Leeds B in lane 5, and Windsor Girls School A in lane 6. And looking up, there is really nothing between them at this stage of the race.
Official drones.
And just looking at the course, I thought Marlow had maybe got their noses out in front in this one, but then I saw the side-on shot and I thought, well, maybe I'm wrong. But then just looking up the course, I think it is maybe Marlow just inching out in front of the rest of the field. Just confirmed, yes, Marlow in that first place, Windsor Girls School in second, Gorse Boat Club in third, Leeds Rowing Club in fourth, Aberdeen Schools fifth, and Evesham in sixth. No, sorry, I got that the wrong way round. Evesham in 5th, Aberdeen Schools in 6th. But it's Marlow leading the charge. And then nothing much between the rest of the field there.
Yeah, Marlow looking pretty strong, leading the pack in this E-final. Coming down in lane 4.
I think they've got themselves out in front. I think they've got at least a length's advantage, if not some clear water. Which is a nice place to be at this phase in the race. But they can see the other crews behind them mounting this charge for the line. We've seen this so many times, just as the crews get to about 200 metres, just almost at the start of the Red Boys, just to ramp up the rating and just start going for it. But it's Marlow holding on to that lead. This is going to be a blanket finish for 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. This is something else. All these 5 crews racing for these placings. But it's Marlow
Yeah, they're going about 38 strokes a minute now as they ramp it up towards the finish line. I mean, they didn't necessarily need to. They've got a fantastic lead, but I guess you want to go for the time, don't you? But look at this battle for second now in lanes 2 and 3.
Gorse, Aberdeen Schools, maybe over the Windsor Girls School, then Leeds, and then possibly Evesham. But I'm sure we will be given these results soon. Superb performance from Marlow. But amazing performance from the other 5 crews to finish so closely together after quite a tightly fought race.
And we keep moving now. Not started just yet, they're just getting attached now. It's the D final. We've got Hereford, Gorse A, Clares Court A, Henley B, a Guildford Canford School Composite, and Wallingford B.
Just see them on the pontoons just now, just getting themselves lined up. I'm just going back to see who finished 3rd and 4th out of that previous race. It was Marlow first, Gorse second, Aberdeen Schools 3rd, Windsor Girls School Boat Club in 4th, then Leeds and then Evesham and then Leeds. And still the fun goes on. And this race is off now. I think every crew had a really nice start.
Progressing nicely in this D final of the Women's Junior 14 Coxed Quads. And it looks as though lane 5, that Canford Guildford Composite, look like they've got their noses out quite well, haven't they, Carol?
I think so, but if so, not by very much.
And Henley Rowing Club B there in lane 4.
Well, I was just going to say the crew in lane 4 is also sticking with them. Not letting anybody do anything drastic at this stage. Just stick with each other. And then...
Clares Court coming through here on the outside.
Yep.
Clares Court really coming through. It looks like
they have made a big move
to take the lead here as we come through the 500.
I think they've mounted a push just round about 400 metres and just pushed on, taking a jump to get themselves in front as they came through that 500 metre mark. But going with them, we have Gorse, who seem to also be up there in contention, along with Henley B.
And there we have it. They put that push in, perfect time. Clares Court going through the 500, 0.7 seconds ahead of Guildford Canford Composite, with Henley Rowing Club 0.5 of a second behind. But look at that, just 4 seconds between the whole field. So this is going to be super close as we come up to the line shortly.
It will be super close. I think Wallingford in lane 6 just dropped off the back of the field there. But as in the previous race, we've got 5 boats really pushing on hard. But as you said, Clares Court just timed that surge to perfection, just to pull themselves with probably about 3/4 of boat length lead over the following 4 boats. And I don't think there's anything to choose between these following 4 boats. Hereford, Gorse, Henley and the Canford Guildford Composite. And just you can hear from Court School, put in that big push, But it is Henley starting to come back on them. Can Clare's Court hold them off? Canford, Guildford coming back at Henley. And I think Gorse and Hereford on this side are just being overhauled by those other two crews on the far side. Clare's Court School just managing to hold on to that lead. It's just a canvas in front of Henley, who are just a canvas in front of the Canford Guildford composite. And then we have Gorse and Hereford with overlap going through the line, and then Wallingford. Phenomenal finishes there.
And we'll be heading back up to the starts, this time for singles. It's the F final of the Open Junior 14 single sculls. And we can see them there just getting aligned. We've got Agecroft, Shanklin Sandown, Stratford upon Avon, Rob Roy, Tideway Scullers and Trent B.
And we'll just see these Open Junior 14 single sculls sitting on the start line. It's nicely lined up, just getting ready to depart on their F final.
And we are off, and it looks like the sculler on this side from Agecroft had a pretty strong start, along with the sculler in lane 3 from Stratford upon Avon. Good clean start by all in this F final of the Open Junior 14 single sculls.
It looks like the sculler in lane 3, Stratford-upon-Avon, still got their bows out ahead. Made a good strong start out of the blocks. Siwikowski of Stratford-upon-Avon with Shanklin Sandown and Rob Roy either side moving with them.
I just see Charlie just popped in. He's got his fuel for the next few while, and I'm going to head up. Just hand over the headphones to Charlie for the rest of these Open Junior 14 single F, E and D finals.
Thank you, Carol. And yeah, we can see we're coming through the 500 metre mark now. And I predicted the top 3, just not quite in the correct order. Maybe it changed since I said it. But we have the sculler Toby Carrington of Rob Roy leading 1.7 seconds over Ethan Siwikowski of Stratford-upon-Avon, with Alexander Collier of Shanklin Sandown just behind, followed by Agecroft, Tideway Scullers and Trent. And they're moving pretty nicely now towards us in the finish tower. It's the final 250, and it certainly looks from this angle like it is still Rob Roy leading over Stratford-upon-Avon. Shanklin Sandown perhaps dropped back a little bit. Looks like might be aligned with the sculler from Agecroft on the finish tower side. Also aligned with the sculler from Tideway Scullers on the scoreboard side. So all to play for third place in this F final of the Open Junior 14 single sculls.
And indeed, Zoe, what exciting racing we have been treated to all morning. It seems the 1 kilometre format has brought out the best in our J14 and J15 scullers. I'm just seeing the 2 crews come up towards the line from Rob Roy and Shanklin Sandown. No, Stratford-upon-Avon coming up to the line. 3/4 length overlap. That's all that Stratford-upon-Avon have got over the sculler from Rob Roy as they come up to the line. Will be the sculler from Rob Roy going across first. Meanwhile, a very tight race for third. The sculler from Tideway Scullers, Keenan Carrodigan. Toby Carrington from Rob Roy out in front, but it's the sculler in lane 1 from Agecroft, Edward Birkbeck, who comes across the line, I think, in 4th.
Great finish there from Agecroft. Just really surged through to bring themselves almost in contention for third there, as we move swiftly on to the E-final. We have got Queen Elizabeth High School, Lambton C, Star B, Hereford B, Lambton A and Torquay Tarn.
Yeah, and as the crews go through the 500 metre mark there, it looks like the sculler in lane 3 from Star Club, Jacob Adiyama, who is out in front. Indeed, so impressive to see these scullers in action. Matthew Wordsworth of Lambton coming in second there, just about 1 second behind Jacob Adiyama of Star Club. And that 1 second margin is absolutely nothing. In the context of single sculls racing, that sort of margin can be overturned in the blink of an eye. And looking out the window down the course, I think I see a very compressed pack between these 6 scullers. Indeed, I don't rule out anyone, to be honest. You can see that on the drone shots there. They've got 3 scullers practically neck and neck, lanes 3, 4 and 5. Jacob Adiyama in the middle. Felix-Jan Jedrzejewski from Hereford Rowing Club to their left, and Mafu Wordsworth of Lambton Rowing Club in lane 5. They are all absolutely level. There's only about half a length at most between those 3 crews. And as they come into the final 250 metres, the sprint will determine what happens next, because frankly any of them could take the lead in this exciting E-final.
Yeah, it is very exciting, and there we can see the sculler in lane 3 from Star Club moving down. Excellent drone shot there on the live stream and the screen here in the event village. You can see the scullers moving down. We've got Star Club followed by Hereford, followed by Lambton as we go diagonally across the bottom towards, from the centre towards the left. But look at this sculler here in lane 4 from Hereford, really challenging Star Club now as we come towards the final sprint for the line.
Yeah, the sculler from Hereford has increased their rate of striking. They're now sculling 2 pips higher than they were, and they're taking massive chunks out of Jacob Adiyama as they come up to the line. In fact, I think they've gone through the sculler from Star Club. And I think Felix-Jan Jedrzejewski is incredibly high there at a rate of over 35 strokes per minute as he crosses the line. Well, after a very exciting E-final, it's time, of course, for the D-final of the J14 single sculls. We've just had the crews go off the start there. So, Zoe, who are the runners and riders in this event?
We have got Warrington, Trent A, City of Oxford, Peterborough City, York City and Lambton D.
Very exciting, and we saw some fast starts there, blisteringly fast starts from these J14 scullers. Really incredible to think that these are most likely in their first year of racing at all. Most British Rowing normally recommends people learn to row in their J14 year. That's when most schools start their programme. We do have obviously some J13 scullers out there, but as they come into the first 250 metres, it still looks very hotly contested. I think the sculler, if I'm to hazard a guess, I think the sculler out in lane 2, Leon Rupp of Trent Rowing Club, has taken a slight advantage over the rest of the pack. It's very hard to tell with these angles, and it looks very close between the scullers in lanes 3, 4 and 5 from City of Oxford, Peterborough City and York City. And my co-commentator Zoe is liking the form shown by Robbie Ford of Warrington Rowing Club out in lane 1. She's got the binoculars out, and indeed, as we can see on those pictures, we don't quite have shots of Robbie Ford yet. We've got the sculler from Trent Rowing Club, I think there in the middle of the screen. No, that's in fact the sculler from Peterborough. On the right, the sculler from York City, just to their left, with the background picture being of Harry Devine from Lambton Rowing Club. And the camera will zoom out in a second and will show us where is Robbie Ford of Warrington Rowing Club. Just a few more degrees of turn, and we'll see how the scullers stack up. Here comes Alex Naseby. He's just coming to shot from City of Oxford. And here it is. There's that bow ball you were talking about, Zoe. Robbie Ford of Warrington Rowing Club storming through there, just half a length down on the front of the pack.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell. I was taking a look through the binoculars, and it certainly looked like he was moving along there nicely. Obviously not quite ahead, but still time for him to keep, if he carries on moving at that pace, to push through the rest of the pack, which is super, super tight. 5 seconds across the whole of the field there. And there we can see excellent shots. You can see there the sculler from York leading the field, York City, followed by Peterborough.
Well, indeed, it's Francis Lyons there on the left of your screen, just out in front ahead of Hugo Lettmann of Peterborough City, but they can see there's only a third of a length between those two scullers, and it will all come down to the final sprint. There's still a quarter of this race left to go, and indeed, on a single scull, you can get the speed up, you can jack the rate, and you can get past your opponents, and I wouldn't rule out Robbie Ford of Warrington Rowing Club out in lane 1. He's still very much in contention, and indeed, we might see some dramatic turnarounds in this final 250 metres. But look at the sculler for Peterborough go. Hugo Lettmann has leapt into the lead. He's taken it off Francis Lyons of York City. He's raised his rate right up. And as they come into the final 200 metres, I think he's going to be very, very hard to challenge, Zoe.
But also looking at final shots, that previous shot of the sculler from City of Oxford also really moving along nicely to challenge Robbie Ford of Warrington. As we come down, great shot here of the sculler from Peterborough City, who is storming ahead now as we come up to the line.
Yeah, indeed. Here comes Hugo Lettmann of Peterborough City. He's timed that to perfection, and he's continued to move away from the pack. And Francis Lyons of York City, who led this race from the beginning, is now being pushed very hard by Alex Naseby of City of Oxford Rowing Club in lane 3. Robbie Ford also putting in a push, and Harry Devine of Lambton also moving up. These three are going to go across the line very, very close. Francis Lyons holds on to that second place. And I think you called it, Zoe. I think Alex Naseby of City of Oxford has gone through to take the third place position.
Yeah, great final push there from City of Oxford. I'm loving these close races.
Really, really impressive sculling from all of these J14s. Phenomenal. I mean, they're racing better than I can do, to be honest. I've not been down the Nottingham Lake in a single, and I find the idea slightly terrifying. So
yes, me too.
But that's the have-a-go nature of some of our juniors. They just crack on with it and don't worry about it too much.
And they are cracking on here in this D final, but this time it's the women's Junior 14 single sculls. Who have we got, Charlie?
So in lane 1, we've got Clara Hooter-Golung of Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club. Lane 2, Olivia Barnstable of Hereford Rowing Club. Lane 3 and lane 4, we've got two scullers from Sir William Perkins School. It's Sophie Lee and Amy Zekov. Lane 5, Mary Heenan and from Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. And lane 6 is Isabel Krusiak of Star Club. And we're just getting the pictures from the halfway point, the 500 metre mark. It's looking very tight. I'm just waiting for the camera to pan around, but it does look like the sculler from Sir William Perkins. Sophie Lee. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think Sophie Lee is incredibly close to Amy Zekov. Those two Perkins scullers are out in front. And as the camera swivels round, it looks like Amy Zekov maybe just has a foot or so advantage over Sophie Lee. Look at that. A third of a length at most. And it's the sculler in lane 2. Olivia Barnstable from Hereford, who's also right up there, Zoe.
Yeah, she looks like she might be pushing ahead of the field now to take the lead as they come through the 500 metre mark. We'll have some times for you very shortly, but what a great burst there from Hereford. She's just clinging on. We've got those times, but I think since then she might have been able to overturn the two Sir William Perkins scullers. But super, super close. Just 1 second between Perkins and Hereford. All to play for.
Now you're seeing pictures there of Clara Hooter-Golung of Sir William Perkins. Very impressive for Sir William Perkins to have 3 scullers in this race, Zoe. But look at that. It's so close between these middle 3. And I think you're right. I think Olivia Barnstable has done a push in the last 50 metres or so to get herself out in front of these 2 scullers from Sir William Perkins. That Hereford crew continuing to charge.
It looks like Sir William Perkins A and Hereford are pretty much neck and neck with Sir William Perkins B in the middle there. Yeah. Just dropping back. But I think this sculler here from Hereford at the bottom there, you can see her there, fantastic shot. Looking really, really strong, really coming into her own now as she comes down the red buoys in this last quarter of the race, really going for it, keeping her strokes nice and long still. Quick look over the shoulder to see how far have I got left. You're nearly there, and I think if she carries on like this, she could take the win in this D final of the Women's Junior 14 single sculls, with Perkins taking the 2-3.
Yeah, indeed. She's only got 200 metres at most to go. But Olivia Barnstable, you can see, has moved well ahead of the pack, and indeed the tussle now seems to be between the two Perkins scullers as to who will claim the fastest of the school in this race. It's practically neck and neck, as you were saying, Zoe. Look at that. The lead between those two is changing with every stroke. But a commanding performance here from Olivia Barnstable, who sculls clearly away from the pack to take the first place position in this D final.
Yeah, it's A versus B now. They are taking their strokes one after the other. So every time they take it, they all get that surge. But the sculler from Perkins B in lane 3 stopped shy of the line to let the sculler in lane 4 come through to take the glory.
Yeah, they would have been practically dead level across the line there had that not happened. So an exciting race and perhaps some useful race experience that their coaches will talk to them about. Meanwhile, the rest of this race just coming across the line. So we have Mary Heenan of Stratford-upon-Avon, and also crossing level, it's Clara Hutter-Gaulung from Sir William Perkins, basically level with Isabel Kruschak from Star Club. Now, just off the line, at the top of the course, we're on to our D final of the Open J14 doubles. Zoe, who have we got in this race?
We have got Marlow, Star Club, Durham School, RGS High Wycombe, Queen's Park Chester, and Aberdeen Schools B Crew.
Well, a real mix here. We've got some clubs and we've got some schools. This will be incredibly tightly contested, I know. J14 rowing, they've all fought very hard to get here. And the thing we have to remember about these minor finals is that some of these crews have beaten the time, the stopwatch to be able to race in a minor final at all. If they're in the D final, that means they will be in the top 24 scullers in this event. And considering that the J14 doubles had a very big entry, I'm just trying to check. Yeah, in the open category, there were 56 entries. These scullers are already in the top half of the draw, even if they're only in what to them might feel only the D final.
And a quick look through the binoculars, it looks like Queen's Park, RGS and Durham in lanes 5, 4 and 3 had a pretty strong start. Looks like they were getting their noses ahead. That crew there, it's that RGS there in the middle.
Yeah, I think look at that. We're getting the pictures from the halfway point now. And it's RGS in lane 4 who are out in front. Jack Brooks and Nicole Villamla looking very strong. One lane. Look at that, Zoe.
Wow.
Dead level between lanes 2, 3 and 5.
Yeah, fantastic close racing at the halfway mark. Who can keep their pace up the longest? Who has got the biggest push in their back pocket?
Well, phenomenally talented scullers here, and you can see they're all working as hard as they can. Look at that beautiful shot overhead from the drone. There's only about a foot between those three crews. And look at this, Zoe. There's been a big steering issue.
Gosh.
The scullers in lane 4 from RGS need to get... Oh, and the sculler... It's like there's a magnet. The two scullers have come right up against each other now. They're at danger of clashing or crashing. The umpire's right behind them and telling them to get out their lane. But there seems to be a bit of a sandwich going on. That Durham School Boat Club crew, who are just centre right of that shot, have been squashed a bit. But that's meant that the 4 front crews in this race are now within, at most, half a length of each other.
Yeah, that's really lost RGS High Wycombe some water there, unfortunately. I mean, they're still out ahead. Looks like they've clawed it back there. They are moving away now. But I can't tell who's moving at the wrong angle, them or Durham School next to them.
Well, the flag is up from the umpire warning the crews to move apart, and I think he's warning the RGS crew that they need to move over. I'm just looking at the boys. They are on top of the boys between them and the opposite lane, so they are very much moving into Durham School's water. Durham School responding by upping their rate and seeing if they can sprint for the line ahead of them. It looks like that RGS crew are just struggling with their left-hand blades slightly, which is meaning they're staring into the Durham School crew. But look at this, a quarter of a length of each other.
Yeah, it looks like that Queen's Park Chester crew are also moving along the buoy line. So it looks like we're all having quite a bit of steering difficulties, but it's super close. The umpire out warning again. Are they going to clash? It is so close. Is it going to be lane 2 or 3 to take the win? Look at that Star Club.
Well, Durham School, having been slightly bothered by the crew from RGS High Wycombe there, responded in the best way you can, which is to go through your opponents and take half a length out of them. So despite those steering mishaps, they've had a clean, fair race, and they were right up against Star Club. I think they were just a quarter of a length down on Star Club at the final finish there. You've got some unofficial times on your screen, which do suggest that was the outcome. Of course, official scores on the doors will be posted on the scoreboard opposite the seating area once the officials have confirmed those results. Well, at the top of the course now, you're seeing the pictures of the start line. Under starters' orders, so to speak, we have two crews. This is an F final for the J14 doubles. Very simple race between Lambton Rowing Club, that's Francis Sutton and Francesca Ruddock in lane 3, and Dame Allen's Boat Club, Grace Walmsley and Annabelle Thompson in lane 4. And we should, Zoe, be able to watch this race from start to finish.
Yes, hopefully. And we're off, and it looks like it's the crew from Lambton who got the jump.
I think they just pulled out a seat or two there in the first 5 strokes. That must be very encouraging for them. It's always exciting to come off the start and just be slightly up on your opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll give them a good boost. If you're out ahead and you can see your opponents all the way down the course, you'll know exactly when they start to put a push in, and then you can respond. So let's see how this one plays out. It's 1v1, great practice for the future for going down the courses such as Henley Royal.
Or indeed even less grand places like Lee Spring or Teddington Regatta, or you name it. There are loads of small, so to speak, side-by-side knockout format regattas around the country. And it adds a different flavour to things, doesn't it, Zoe, compared to these big multi-lane regattas such as this?
Absolutely. You know, when you've got 6 of you or even 8 at other venues, you really have to learn to deal with the noise that's around you all the time. It's great to have multiple crews to push off, but when it's just you and one other, it's a real mental game. As soon as you break that gap, could be over. It's so hard to tell from this level. It looks like the crew from Dame Allen's have come back.
Yeah, it looks pretty close. I think we just said they took a few seats, but again, maybe we're having the same issues we had in the previous race. Not only are they doing a 2-horse race, but they decided to make it as close as possible, not just horizontally, but as relative to each other as well. And both sets of scullers, looking over their relative shoulders to the other crew and having a bit of a frank conversation, so to speak. They're not actually saying anything, but the looks being exchanged between the two crews are rather severe, because they're a bit like, get out my lane, get on with your rowing, and equally as good as being given back. But it looks like after that slight coming together, it's the crew from Lambton who have got the jump. Francis Sutton and Francesca Ruddock just starting to settle into a rhythm now after that uncertainty caused by the coming together with Dame Allen's. They're both back in their lanes. So far, so good. As they head towards the halfway point, we can see not much in it actually, Zoe. It looks like just over a length's distance between these two boats.
Yeah, you can see there they've just got that clear water. Looks like it's pushing out to perhaps even half a length now as they move through the 500 metres. We'll get some times for you soon. But yes, they certainly didn't lose any momentum on that near clash there.
Well, you can see there from the pictures, they're right up against the next buoy line by the looks of things. Camera angles can be deceptive, of course, but it seems like they're just checking to make sure all the buoys are in their correct place. But as I say, really good illustration of the importance of rhythm. The crew from Dame Allen's just had a few strokes earlier where they weren't quite moving in perfect synchrony, and that's meant that the Lambton crew just started to move away a little bit. But it looks like now that when Dame Allen's have moved back together, starting to settle into their rhythm, they've actually come right back on Lambton.
They have, yeah. So you can see there we had about 5 seconds at the 500, but it looks like they've really closed that gap to some sort of 2/3 of a length now.
Yeah, it might even be closer than that, because I think they've got their bow ball on the bow of the crew from Lambton. And if anything, with every stroke that's being taken, this crew from Dame Allen's are getting closer and closer towards Lambton. this has actually proved to be a very exciting finish.
I know. I thought I knew how this was going to go from the jump, but it's Dame Allen's crew. They look like they've really settled into a nice, strong.
Oh no!
Now. Commentator's curse. They can get it back. Come on, you can get it back. They got into a really good, strong rhythm there.
And they've just stopped
really nicely. That's such a shame because I really think they could have overturned them then. There's still time.
I was going to say, there's still 250 metres of this race left.
Look at their puddles compared to Lambton. They're sending away some really nice, strong puddles there. They were really coming into their own there.
So they are up on the buoy line, but it does feel as though a bit like the parable of the hare and the tortoise in some respects. Not to say that Lambton are by any means the tortoise in this example, but the consistency in the rhythm. And we've just seen that again because unfortunately the crew from Dame Allen's have stopped rowing. I think they might have clipped a buoy there and caught a crab. So Lambton are now definitely sculling away, and barring any major disasters, they will go across the line first. Dame Allen's resuming their sculling there. Hopefully really good race experience for them. Probably one of their first times together rowing down a multi-lane course such as this, so it can be quite daunting. So well done for them for giving it a really good go.
It can be. It's a real skill to learn how to steer in between these buoys, and something that will come with experience. So hopefully they keep going, go to some nice domestic regattas over the summer, do some pot hunting, come back next year stronger than ever.
Yeah. So
and here they come across the line now.
I think there might have been some sort of mechanical issue, perhaps with the seat for the stroke sculler there of the Dame Allen's crew. But well done to them for making it down the course. Well, we've had the D final. Quite an interesting race there, sort of a psychodrama also, so to speak, Zoe. And again, physical preparation is one thing, but you also need to have mental preparation. But we're going from a 2-horse race into a fully loaded 6-lane event. So in lane 1, we have Tara de Cruz and Renee Segal of Sir William Perkins School. Lane 2, Lekla Bolar and Bella Alves Baggio of Sir William Borlase Grammar School. Lane 3, Aoife Haynes and Alexa Jacobi of Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 4, Daisy Risdale and Molly Goodwin of AB7 Boat Club. Lane 5, Charlotte Dawson and Isla Monaghan of Lambton Rowing Club. And lane 6 is Evie Cotton and Ayushi Mystery of Sir William Perkins School. And we're just getting the pictures, Zoe, of the crews as they approach the halfway point.
Yes, we are well underway. Let me get my binoculars out and see if I can predict what's going on.
I would like to, if I was going to wager a guess, before we get full pictures, it looks like the crew in lane 5, in fact that's who the cameras have zoomed in on, from Lambton, seem to be doing quite well, but they're being challenged firmly by the crews around them. I just saw a slight mishap there with the crew in lane 3 from Marlow. They've just come right up into the buoy line, a little bit of a wobble. They've got to be careful not to go into the lane of Sir William Borlase's. But yes, as we go through the halfway point, it's the crew from Lambton out in front, and then the AB7 crew in the second position.
Yeah, it looks like the crew from Sir William Perkins B in lane 6 are having a bit of difficulty with the buoys as they come down, but they have managed to correct it, getting into a good rhythm now.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see they've just settled there into that rhythm, and they're moving away in a nice fluid manner. You can see the Lambton crew there on the right hand of your screen. They're still out in front. AB7 to their left, second. I think it's Marlow still just about holding on to third, but the challenge for them is coming from this crew in lane 2. Interesting enough there, so we've got this sort of chevron echelon pattern, where the crew out on the left is out in the lead, and then everyone's sort of staggered back in almost perfect sequence. But another big steering issue from lane 1, who have just veered almost directly into the course of an umpire's launch in the safety lane, and they'll need to correct. But it is still the crew from Lambton out in front.
Yeah, it also looks like the crew in lane 1, Sir William Perkins C, are just veering off out towards the marshalling area. Hopefully they can get back on course soon, but it is the crew from Sir Lambton who are still leading the field over AB7, with Marlow following close behind. And there we have a nice close-up of the crew from Lambton leading the field.
Well, I like the look of the way that the AB7 crew are moving. They're still about a length down on the Lambton crew, but they're really pushing back onto the Lambton crew. Meanwhile, the tussle for third place in this race is between the Marlow Scullers and the crew from Sir William Borlase is in lane 2. There's about half a length between them, and the question really is who can sprint harder and who can sprint straighter, really, because they're both wiggling around right up on the boys. Again, the reason for that is because they're pushing as hard as they can, but at this age, perhaps not perfectly balanced symmetrically, not fully developed, and that's just causing those slight wiggles. But it looks like Lambton are going to go across the line first, Zoe.
Yes, they are indeed, followed by AB7. And it looks like it is going to be Marlow safely across the line in third, followed by Sir William Borlase. And it's the battle of Sir William Perkins B versus C as they come up. I think C crew might just be ever so slightly ahead. Great experience for all of these scullers here today. Oh, I'm not sure, this crew over here.
That's a photo finish. After all that, that's a photo finish.
Between C and B, we'll see what happens. It looks like it's the B crew by 0.5 of a second.
Indeed. Well, again, another really closely fought race. That women's J14 doubles was again an event with a huge entry. We had, I think, 30 crews entered, so to get through to the minor finals and be racing and doing well is a big achievement. So that was the E final. We're just seeing the pictures now of the D final underway. In this race over, we've got Marlow Rowing Club in lane 1. That's Isabella Nazari and Arabella O'Boyle. Lane 2, Catherine Ferguson and Leah Turvey of Evesham Rowing Club. Lane 3, Vesper Gilbert and Erin Prosser of Thames Scullers. And when they're a bit closer, you won't be able to miss them because they're in high-vis green. We've got in lane 4, Isla Proudfoot and Grace Zhao of Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. Lane 5, Isla Collicott and Emma Matthews of City of Bristol Rowing Club. And in lane 6, another Scottish crew, it's Bailey Black and Violet Malcolm of Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. What do you make of the race so far, Zoe?
It looks like lane 2, Evesham have got a good, strong start. It looks like they are just out ahead of the rest of the field.
Well, we saw some really strong Evesham crews earlier in the competition, including in the semi-finals, where I think one of the boys' doubles actually won their semi-final. But it looks like, as you say, you're quite right, the scullers from Evesham out in front. Here are the pictures from the halfway point. You can see the scullers coming up. There's the green flash of the Thames scullers on the right, followed by the crew from Glasgow Academy, then City of Bristol and Strathclyde Park on the left. But we're just seeing right now those bows of the Evesham crew sneak across the screen. That's what happens when you're on the near side lanes. Looks like they're in a right battle with Thames Scullers.
Yeah, really good battle. It looks like they potentially might be ahead at this stage, actually. Just about. Look at them powering through. Great strong sprint there from Thames Scullers to take the lead over Evesham. Or perhaps they were leading the whole time. It's hard to tell from here. But a great battle fought between these two as they come through the 500 metre mark. And we'll pan out shortly and we can see what's going on with the rest of the field. And there we have it. It is the crew from Strathclyde Park in lane 6, coming in second, followed by City of Bristol C, Glasgow Academy with Marlow rounding out the field there.
Well, it's turning into a race of two halves because these Evesham and Tyway Scullers crews have been looking at each other with great intent. The bow of the Evesham crew, in fact, has been basically almost turning her head around 270 degrees to see exactly where the Thames Scullers crew are, and they've just opened up a gap between the rest of the field. Only a second between Thames Scullers and Evesham at the halfway point, but between the others, barely 2 seconds between them. So it looks like we're going to have a very exciting final 250, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, it looks from here that the crew from Thames Scullers have put in a great burst. It looks like they've got a good jump on the crew from Evesham now, who look as though they might be in a battle for second, potentially with that crew from Glasgow Academy there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Glasgow Academy leading the remainder of the pack, although being challenged actually a lot by the crew in lane 6 from Strathclyde Park, who were in third at the halfway point. And as we come up, I think the Strathclyde Park crew are coming up right up against, they won't be able to see it themselves, but the Evesham crew, they're at risk of being overtaken by that Strathclyde Park crew. But look at this, a class act from the Thames Scullers crew. They've got clear water on the rest of the field. What an amazing position to be in, Zoe.
Yeah, they've really come into their own. As this race has progressed, they've got a stronger and stronger rhythm, and they're going along really nicely now. They don't look like they're particularly doing anything fancy with the rating. They're just keeping it nice and controlled, but it looks like they're really getting on the pickup nicely together, sending the puddles away, nice long strokes.
Well, rowing has never been a sport about flamboyance, Zoe, and that has no more proof of that than what you're seeing. But look at this. It's the crew from Glasgow Academy who've snuck through the middle. They're now ahead of their Scottish compatriots, and they've gone through Lane City of Bristol as well. And they put themselves into the second position. That's an amazing turnaround because they were in 5th at the halfway point, and they've moved themselves up to 2nd.
Never give up. And next we go to the C final of the Open Junior 15 Single Sculls. And bear with us, we've got a little video for you.
Well, some incredibly exciting races there in our semi-finals and our minor finals, really down to the line, and hopefully we'll get some of the same as we move into our major finals, A, B and C finals, which means some medals up for grabs, the last ones of the weekend. So I hope that you have enjoyed the racing so far at British Rowing Club Championships 2026. Just a few more races to go, and we'll see who is crowned champion today.
And we are back to the C final now. Thank you so much for that, Sasha. The C final looks like it's well underway now for the Open Junior 15 Single Sculls. We have got Walbrook A, Star Club A, Derby, Falcon A, Rob Roy A, and Gorse Boat Club.
Yeah, indeed. And all of these scullers have worked incredibly hard to get to this position. The singles races this morning have been so tightly contested. If I remember correctly, there were over 80 entries in one of the sculling events, and to be in the C final means you are in the top 18. So very impressive stuff. Yes, there were exactly 80 entries in the J15 singles, which is the event we're seeing. But as we come down the course, it looks like the race is being contested between James Snell of Falcon Rowing Club and Lucas Goodbrand of Rob Roy Boat Club. Those two scullers have moved right out, and it looks like the advantage is with Falcon Boat Club. The pictures here from halfway, but look at this. It's always deceptive, these camera angles, and the sculler from Walbrook, Tate Lovell, is right up amongst them. Look at that, only a foot or so behind James Snell of Falcon Boat Club.
Yes, very deceptive, because I was definitely agreeing with you there about the Falcon Rob Roy battle. That's what I could see through the binoculars, but as they come through, it is Falcon in the lead, followed by Walbrook, followed by Rob Roy. Walbrook just sneak attack around the outside there in lane 1, with Derby followed by Star Club, followed by Gorse. But look at that, it's just 0.6 of a second between first and second, with another 0.6 of a second between 4th and 5th. So this is going to be yet another close race, and look at that fantastic view. And it's the sculler here from excuse me, from Walbrook, who looks to be really pushing out leaps and bounds ahead of the field now. Not quite got clear water.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, so James Tate Lovell of Walbrook Rowing Club, he was down in second position as they went through the halfway point, but he's leapt out in literally the last few seconds out to this one-length lead over the pack, and he's decided that, you know what, I'm not going to hang around for you guys to do your pushes. I'm going to do my finishing sprint early, and that's given him this advantage, which will be very psychologically important as they enter into the final 200 metres. But as we just saw in those shots, this is probably one of the most compressed races I have seen in the entire regatta, Zoe.
Yep, I'd say the same. It's super, super close. But yes, great burst there by Walbrook in a fantastic position. But look at this sculler from Star Club coming up thick and fast next to them. And across to the other side of the lake, it's Falcon and Rob Roy. They are going for it. Gorse is coming with them. This is going to be so close coming up to the line. I think Walbrook has got a good enough lead now, but he needs to be careful and take a look across and keep up that strong rhythm.
Look at this, Lucas Goodbrand of Rob Roy. I think he's gone through him. I think he's gone back through the sculler from Walbrook.
Wow.
Incredible. As I said, Tate Lovell of Walbrook's strategy there was to do his sprint finish before everyone else's, but it wasn't enough. That psychological advantage of being ahead wasn't enough to stop that enormous charge from Lucas Goodbrand.
Potentially Falcon, yes, Falcon in third.
Yeah. Well, that was incredible. We're waiting for the finish times to flash up. You've got some of them on your screen. I'm not sure the gap was as big as 7 seconds between all of those scullers, to be honest, but we'll wait for official confirmation of what happened. But wow, that's our first C final of today, Zoe. What a way to start.
What a way to start. And I'm just looking down the course now. I think our B final is going to be, I think they're just...
We're getting some pictures here on the start of them all beautifully lined up, beautifully aligned. Thank you to all of our stake boat volunteers who throughout the regatta, if you're not been down to the start yourself and perhaps you're not familiar with rowing, there's literally someone holding on to the stern of all of the boats, and then the umpires say, this one forward a bit, this one back a bit. So they all start dead level. So thank you to all the stake boat volunteers who've been sitting on those pontoons most of the regatta. And the light flashes green from the start of the course, and away they go, and it's an excellent start from the sculler in lane 1. Cole Perkins of Sir William Borlase Grammar School gets out to about half a length lead over the rest of the pack. In the rest of this race, we have Johnny Clemens of Evesham in lane 2, Arlo Gestopa of Notts County lane 3, Jacob Clark also of Notts County lane 4, Artemis Thomas of Globe from East London in lane 5, and Joshua Cleland of Rochester in lane 6. Now, in a race like this, yes, the start is important, but as we have seen, so is the middle and so is the finish. In races as tightly contested as this, Zoe, you've got to keep your cool and not panic if you're behind.
Yes, absolutely. You've just got to keep yourself cool, calm and composed and think, right, what do I do to fix this? Do I need to be a little sharper on my catches? Do I need to send my finishes away? Do I need to row longer or perhaps shorter to make up that gap?
And I like the look. I think that the sculler from William Borlase's Cole Perkins is still putting in a tremendous effort. It's very, very tight between all the pack. I wouldn't want to call it just yet. The camera here is at the halfway point, so we'll be able to give you the most accurate view, but this is still an incredibly compressed field. And indeed, maybe, I think the sculler in lane 2, Zoe, Johnny Clemens of Evesham seems to be moving well. Again, these angles so deceptive. Here is the camera view. In fact, we've got a lovely drone shot, and it actually
it's 2 and 4.
2 and 4, you're dead right. Look at that on the drone. So Johnny Clemens on the near side from Evesham. And in fact, the sculler in lane 1 from William Borlase's Cole Perkins has stopped sculling. I'm not sure why that is. Jacob Clark of Notts County out in front ahead of the rest of the pack. But look at that, Zoe. The dead level between lanes 2, 5 and 6 as they go through the halfway point.
Wow, this is going to be another incredibly tight race to the line as they come through. But as you said, it is the... different view. Here we go. That's the Evesham sculler there and the sculler in lane 4 from Notts County B, battling it out for that first place.
You can see the strain on the face of Jacob Clark there as he goes. We've got the 500 metre times just flashing up on your screen, so it was only 2 seconds at most between the pack, but I think it's actually tightening there. The sculler from Globe in lane 5 has now got overlap with Jacob Clark. Perhaps they're starting their race plan was to push a bit later, but it's also the sculler from Rochester, Josh Cleland, in lane 6, who's actually in front of Artemis Thomas from Globe and is now in the second place position, just half a length down. The positioning between these 3 boats as they come into the final 250 metres is all subject to change.
Yes, Globe and Royal Chester really battling it out now. They've dropped the sculler from Evesham and they are going head-to-head for second place in this B final.
Well, we've been treated to some exciting races. This is, again, I say only the B final. Of course, for all of these scullers, remember there were 80 entrants into this event, and these are the 6th to 12th placed scullers, 7th to 12th placed scullers. So congratulations to them for even being here. But we are being treated to a fabulous display of sculling as we go into the final 100 metres. It looks like the sculler from Rochester, Joshua Cleland, has come up against Jacob Clark from Notts County. I think he might be about to go through him.
I think he might be indeed. He is really going for it now. Perhaps he's just been biding his time, conserving that energy. And I think he might just be able to do it if he can hold on.
But a really strong response here from Jacob Clark. He's pushing back and, in fact, maybe moving back off. It's only a third of a length. But I think that's in favour of Jacob Clark from Notts County. Third place goes to, by the looks of things, Artemis Thomas of Globe Rowing Club.
What a fantastic battle for the line that was. And we've got another fantastic battle coming up for you now. It's our A final for the Open Junior 15 single sculls. So it is medal time. And we are going to have for you York City, Buell Bridge, Windsor Boys A, Radley College, Globe A and City of Oxford. And there they are underway. It is medal time.
Just sculling up to the finish line, we have the final sculler from that race. So Cole Perkins, who suffered some sort of mishap in the race, he's just sculling. So well done to him for getting down the course in one piece. Good effort, nonetheless, of the result. And here we go on to the A final, Zoe. And we're just going to hear, before we get into the race, from the Windsor crew.
And in terms of it being a 1K race, does that make it any different to you? Have you been doing more 1K, more 2K?
Bit of both. I feel like 1K for me is more getting off and going and staying up there quick. I feel 2K is more like pacing it and like keeping it long, not going out too hard.
So looking forward to it being a 1K sprint then, hey?
Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
And you raced a little bit again earlier this season. Do you think that that's helped prepare you for this?
Definitely. It's helped with the experience, helped with the nerves and everything.
Things so much for that, Sasha. And we can see the crews coming down now. And we're just coming through the 500 metre mark. And here are the scores. It's Radley College leading over Buell Bridge, followed by York City, City of Oxford, Globe and Windsor Boys rounding out the field. Still all to play for as we come through, but look at that sculler there from Radley College leading, really short, sharp and snappy, moving along nicely.
I mean, as a phrase I could use to describe the performance here from George Burns from Radley College in the first 500 metres of this race, but it's not suitable for broadcast. So he's moved a long way away from the rest of the field and is continuing to do so. That's a really incredible effort for someone who is in their only second year of sculling potentially.
Yeah, really bouncing off the footplate, springing off it really nicely off the catch, sending it away really well. Let's see if he can hold on to it as they come into the last 250 now. If you're not at the bank, get yourselves down there. Give some cheers for these scullers. Even if it's not your club, come and give them a cheer. They really appreciate it. Really helps them move along. And great side-on shot there we've got of the sculler from York City and Buell Bridge battling it out for the silver medal.
And look at this, the gold might be decided. It seems like George Burns has an unassailable grip on that gold. But the sculler from in lane 2 from Buell Bridge, Daniel Ribbons, just holding off a challenge here from Rowan Turnbull of York City. And look at that, he's just moved out. It was a third of length, then it's half a length, now 3/4 of length. He's getting closer and closer to George Burns, but I don't think there's enough water for him to take the gold. That looks to be our 1, 2, 3 as they go across the line. It is George Burns first, Daniel Ribbons second, and despite a very strong challenge from Oscar Wilmot of Globe, it seems to be Rowan Turnbull of York City who is taking the bronze medal in that race. Wow, our first most exciting A final, Zoe.
Yes, fantastic. And that concludes it for me for now. I'll be back later for the last shift of the day. I'm going to pass you back to Carol now. Thanks for having me.
So we've had the boys racing in their single sculls. It's now time It's now the turn of the girls. Got my tongue twisted there for the J15 single sculls. We've got the C final on the start, but that A final, Carol, what a race!
What a race! I was standing outside, just waiting to come into commentary position, and the lead sculler, as he went through, I don't know how he had the breath left, but the roar he gave was just amazing. He was ecstatically happy. As he should be. He's won.
He's won a medal at the British Rowing Club Championships, and that's not something to be sniffed at. and he's won it in a single scull, which is something that, frankly, not many rowers actually do in their entire careers. So, hats off. I've already had to take my hat off because of the heat, but hats off to him anyway. It's very hot here in the commentary tower greenhouse. There's just a slight delay to the start of racing by the looks of things. This race is... no, we're actually still ahead of schedule, so there's plenty of time. What am I on about?
We've been ahead of schedule for quite a long time, so it's nice to see that these athletes are just... With these conditions, it's easy to get ahead of schedule. It's easy to just get into a nice rhythm where you're just setting off races as they come to you, and as a starter, I know myself, you just get into a rhythm. And then sometimes you realise that you're so far ahead of yourself, you've got no crews to set off. So it's sometimes very easy. These are lovely benign conditions today, really nice.
And a perfect introduction for these scullers to Nottingham. It's not always like this, as those who have been at Nottingham before will attest, or indeed even earlier in the competition we've had some stronger tailwinds. But beautiful, almost mill pond-esque conditions, Carol.
It is, it's lovely. And I think we've been lucky this weekend because we've had 4 really nice days for racing. A bit hot for some of us, but it's still really nice for these competitors. The water conditions quite nice. I think it's been mainly tailwinds.
Yeah.
Bit of a headwind earlier this morning for these juniors, which was a bit unfortunate, but it's died down, and they're now on these lovely conditions.
Well, the temperature in the commentary tower, I think, reflects the temperature of the racing we've seen. But as you can see, these single sculls on the start line, and Carol, from my own experience, this is one of the most daunting things you can do. Yes, it's always terrible on the start because you've got the nerves and the anxiety from the start. The race legs are raring to go and you're waiting for the umpire to just get on with it, or you're not quite aligned and you're fiddling around with that. But in a single scull, of course, you've got to keep the boat balanced at all times. So the key thing for a start is to stay upright, make sure your blades are really buried, and just have a get away from the start as cleanly as you can.
Yeah, just concentrate, but don't overthink it, don't overstress it, because sometimes if you overthink it, that's when little errors creep in. It's a really hard one. You want to relax into it, but when you're sitting, and I know myself, sitting on the start, under starters' orders, that adrenaline is just pumping through your body, and you just want to push those legs down and get on with it.
Yeah. And we'll be seeing pictures in a moment from the medal ceremony for the J15 single sculls. We've got the 3 scullers on the pontoon at the moment, and indeed in the finishing area they are having the medal ceremony fully underway. In fact, I think all the scullers have got their medals. So on the screen, there we go. We can see some pictures from above. So that's Dr. Pete Boys there awarding, I think, the gold medal to the sculler from Radley College. That's to George Burns of Radley College, receiving the gold medal, British Rowing Club champion in the J15 single scull. And also inset there pictures of Daniel Ribbons from Buell Bridge Rowing Club, silver medalist in that event. And we should also see in a moment Rowan Turnbull of York City Rowing Club, the bronze medalist in that event. Fantastic effort, well done to them. So we're still just on the start, waiting for this race to get underway. Looks like there's been a little bit of realignment of the crews, just straightening up a few taps here and there. Again, we want to make sure this race is as fair as possible, so they have a little person. They have a person.
The aligner is job is to get the bow balls in a line, and this aligner has done his or her job exceptionally well.
Yep.
Because you want the bow balls to be in a line at the start so that everybody covers the same distance.
Yeah, the gap between the crews is, the alignment of the crews is as straight as a ruler, so they've done a fantastic job there. Not quite sure what the delay to racing is, but we are still on schedule now, so we're just probably waiting for the racing to start. And I'm looking down the course. There's a big traffic light in the middle of the course, and that will flash green when the crews are ready to go.
It's beautiful. I've seen it a couple of times this morning, just going green, and it's just not often you get the privilege of seeing that, because it's often 2k away, and my eyes aren't that good.
Well, it's a bit of an astronomical phenomenon, to be honest. It's beautiful to see the green glare, and it's also very helpful for us commentators to know exactly when we should be looking at the starting positions. But in this case, still some sort of delay to racing. I'm just going to have a quick ponder up the course with my binoculars to see if there's anything amiss. But we do seem to have all the scullers on the pontoons, so There's no obvious reason why the racing has yet to start.
Sometimes the starter will wait, and if there's any wash on the course, wait for the wash to die down. I can't see any wash either.
Yeah, it's beautifully still at the start. Very calm, very serene. Red light, attention, green, go.
That was a fast attention go, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm sure these scullers are really happy for that.
Well, we have to be very careful with these angles because obviously, the way it works is that the near side lane is favoured in the angles, so it always looks like the crew in lane 1 has got off to a good start. But anyhow, we've talked a lot about this race. Let's tell you who's in it. So in lane 1, we have Kitty Hardy of Bedford Rowing Club. Lane 2, Tabby Welch of Trafford Rowing Club. Lane 3, Alyssa Dutton of Queen's Park Chester Rowing Club. Lane 4, Ava Tinsley of the Tideway Scullers School. Evie Hosegood of Dart Totteners Amateur Rowing Club. And Alessia Parenti of Sir William Perkins School in lane 6. Interesting to have a mix, well, not just interesting, good to have a mix of clubs and schools in this race, Carol.
Indeed, and all over the country. I was just trying to figure out how many of ladies junior 50. We had a huge number, 60 odd.
I know, we had 80 in the boys and almost 70 in the girls, so to even be in the C final is a very big achievement because they'll have to have been in the top 18 of those 60 scullers to be here.
Yeah, I know we were talking about that in the minor finals as well, because you know, to get into the minor finals you had to be in the top 36, and you know, unfortunately some scullers didn't make that cut.
I know, they got up really early in the morning to do their time trial with the view to be doing a side-by-side race later, and unfortunately in the boys race at least half of them had to go home without a race, so that's disappointing, but that is racing for you, and that's why the time trial is really important.
Very important, but it's also experience. They may not have made it this time, but having taken part in the time trial will give them some experience for the future, so they know what they need to do the next time they come to a time trial.
Exactly. Well, we're now at the
here we
halfway point, and we're just getting some early pictures of the runners and riders. I said that I thought Kitty Hardy of Bedford Rowing Club had a good start, but it seems that Tabby Welch of Trafford Rowing Club has had a good middle, and as they pan round, Carol is gesticulating at Alessia Parenti from Sir William Perkins, who seems to have maybe half a length over Tabby Welch from Trafford as they come through the middle, but still incredibly compressed. And what fantastic racing we're having. To be in the middle and to have basically all of your competitors within visual range is
4
so
seconds
exciting.
apart.
Look at that. That's basically a length and a bit between the 6 scullers. Really incredible stuff. And it means they've got to hold their nerve, stay cool as they head into the third 250 of this race. Look at that overhead shot, Carol.
So it's lanes 2 and 6, as you called it, Trafford and Sir William Perkins School, just leading the charge towards the line. And sometimes if you're in lanes 2 and 6, it's hard to keep track of who's over there because they're quite a distance away from you across the course, and it's sometimes difficult to just gauge where you are relative to them. We've got the 3 boats in the middle who can feel that there are 2 crews in front of them and are trying to come back on them.
Well, that's why Tabby Welch there on the right here at the front from Trafford Rowing Club is probably not in the visual range of Alessia Parenti out in lane 6, who's probably guiding herself up against Evie Hosegood of Dart Totteners in lane 5 next to her. And as we come down into the final 200 metres of this race, it's still the sculler from Trafford, it's still Tabby Welch out in front. But look at this, where we're talking about how Alessia Parenti was having to base herself off Evie Hosegood. It will not be good news for her because Evie Hosegood from Dart Totteners has come right up against Alessia Parenti in lane 6.
But it's still the Trafford sculler. She's made a good move there, just in those last 50 or so metres, just picking it up and sort of driving that boat on, just to pick it up and just overhaul Parenti of Sir William Perkins School. In fact, look at these scullers now, they're all going for the line.
Yeah, Ava Tinsley there, Tideway Scullers. She's decided to throw in her final, one last throw of the dice, one massive final sprint. Is it going to be enough to catch up with Evie Hosegood and indeed Alessia Parenti of William Perkins? Maybe not. Meanwhile, Tabby Welch continuing to stay just about a length clear of the rest of the pack. Evie Hosegood has gone through Alessia Parenti and Ava Tinsley comes up practically level with her. So very exciting finish, Carol.
Oh, just amazing. Just great to watch that these... keep saying this, they're very measured, very professional scullers, just being able to sort of hold their nerve and then just drive it on towards the line, as they all did, just to hold their nerves, hold position, and then just pick it up and run with it in that last 150 metres or so.
Well, it's incredibly mature racing here, but we're going straight up the course to the B final because it's almost at the halfway point. So we have Elsa Meadows of Notts County, lane 1, Lisa Hamilton of Exeter in lane 2, Manon Glyn Jones of Millfield School in lane 3, Miller Prince of Ardingly Rowing Club, lane 4, Nevy Haggerston of Berwick in lane 5, and Marlow Rowing Club's Gaby Longina. As we go through the halfway point, it looks like Elsa Meadows of Notts County is just a gnat's whisker in front of Lisa Hamilton from Exeter Rowing Club. It says 0.3 of a second there on the unofficial times, but I think it was closer than that. Meanwhile, it looks like it's Berwick's Neve Haggerston. Oh, the times have been revoked, so they're being reissued as we speak.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to sort of catch the numbers as they go past if you're in the timing scheme. I thought the Notts County sculler there seemed to be ramping up the rating as they came through that 500 metre mark. I just wondered if she'd made a push around about 400 metres, just drop up the rating just to sort of pull herself in front of the rest of the field. And I think she's managed to do that.
Well, it's interesting. She's a little bit up against the boys. But I think the sculler next to her, who is in second, Lisa Hamilton from Exeter, I think she's made a push now, and she's now up, I think, by just a small margin over Elsa Meadows of Notts County in lane 1. But the pack is incredibly compressed. We've had such tight finals. It's all right up against each other, and I think there's only a length or so between all of the scullers in this final, Carol.
Yeah, if a length, I think it's close, so close. And we've seen things happen in this last phase of the race, just as they sort of sense that there's the boats there, there's the crowds there, they can hear people shouting for them. They're just lifting that rating, and they all start that sprint for the line. And it's going to come down to who can sprint best. And it's Lisa Hamilton of Exeter just having to go through those flock of geese there.
Well, it's the parting of the ways as Lisa Hamilton continues to storm through the pack. The birds going everywhere, which is no good for the racing, I can tell you. But it's Elsa Meadows of Notts County just going backwards slightly because there's lots of movement on the other side of the field. Neve Haggerston of Berwick Rowing Club on the lane 5 is coming through her, I think, to take the second place and coming right up against Lisa Hamilton in lane 2.
But the sculler from Millfield School is going up too, as is the sculler from Marlow, who's gone up with Berwick. Goodness me.
Yeah, the Berwick sculler, I think, just half a length up there, and indeed
three
Ardingly's
scullers.
Miller Prince also in the mix.
So 3 scullers, to my eye, went through pretty much at an identical time.
It's incredible. And I think it just goes to show, Carol, like, although this might be their early stages of their rowing career, they're getting the full experience of it, having to do a good start, having to be relaxed and confident through the middle, having to execute their race plan push perfectly, and then having to have one heck of a sprint at the end if they're going to succeed. It's not easy stuff, this.
It's certainly not. And to have 3 scullers just timing that push to perfection to just come through the line pretty much at the identical point, it was just wonderful to watch. So we've had really the B final shaped up to be really exciting. The C final was great. Rapidly, I can see now that the A final is underway.
So, in lane 1, we have Annabelle Lapping of Royal Shrewsbury School. In lane 2, Elsie Stevens of Notts County Rowing Association. Lane 3, Connie Batley-Smith of Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club from the Isle of Wight. Lane 4, Beatrice Gregory of Peterborough City Rowing Club. Lane 5's Dana Simpson of Chesterless Street Amateur Rowing Club. And lane 6 is Sophie May Birchall of Trentham Boat Club. And the scullers are about 300 metres into their race, so about just over a minute's worth of racing. And we're getting some pictures of them from the halfway point.
Out to my eyes, looking up the course and just looking at the screen, I'm just wondering if it's Elsie Stevens of Notts County just getting herself out in front there. But I think there's action happening with Chesterless Street and Trentham.
It's really hard to call with these angles, and as we've seen in these races, these have been incredibly compressed packs, so it's really difficult for us to make any judgments. But I do like the look of the scullers in lane 2 and 3. Elsie Stevens from Notts County, and as you can see on screen, Connie Batley-Smith from Shanklin Sandown. The camera is just turning round now at the 500 metre mark at the halfway point, and it does seem to be Elsie Stevens out in front by maybe a length now as they come through the line, just over a length there on Connie Batley-Smith from Shanklin Sandown, who is being challenged by the scullers in lane 4, Beatrice Gregory of Peterborough City, and indeed Annabelle Lapping of Royal Shrewsbury School. We'll get the times in a second, Carol.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just watching the sculler there, Elsie Stevens. She seemed to have timed a push just slightly before the 500 metre mark. So I'm sure our boat speed increased just before she came through that point, just to pull herself in front. And that has paid off, because it's just sort of, she's just drifting in front of the rest of the pack there.
Well, the thing is, Carol, every one person and their dog does a halfway push. So if you time your push to be slightly before the halfway, or indeed slightly after the halfway, if you absorb the pushes from other people and then go again, that can really throw your opponents off.
And I've heard of people doing two pushes, sort of one just before around about 400 metres and then another one around about 600 metres, just to sort of a two-push effort. And it's really fascinating just watching where these scullers are making their moves.
Well, it seems the field spread slightly out over the last 250 metres, but as I say that, the drone footage, I thought that Elsie Stevens of Notts County had a really unassailable lead, but I'm seeing the move now from Connie Batley-Smith. Talking of pushes, she's gone from a length down to 3/4 of a length down, and she could be half a length down in a moment. And going with her is Beatrice Gregory of Peterborough City, who's only half a length down on her, and we shouldn't rule out Annabelle Lapping in lane 1.
No, I could just see that push lift coming on there. All these scullers, yet again, 4 scullers for 3 medals. It's just going to come to this line.
Well, Elsie Stevens has led this race so far, but it looks like she's going to be pipped to the post, because this charge from Connie Batley-Smith is so strong. She's timed that to perfection, and indeed the sculler from Peterborough might take the second place from her as well.
It looks like it, and as you said, what a perfect timing from Connie Batley-Smith, just to take that, just charge it through at that sort of timing. It's brilliant to watch.
Well, that was a medals race. So, unfortunately, by the looks of things, Elsie Stevens of Notts County, who was in gold medal position with 900 of the 1,000 metres gone, has unfortunately moved into the bronze position, because she was pipped by both, by the looks of things, both Beatrice Gregory from Peterborough City, who takes the silver, and I think Connie Batley-Smith from Shanklin Sandown takes the gold. But that's just my view out the window. We'll have to let the Finnish judges make that all kosher.
Yeah, well, Connie thought that she'd taken it because she was celebrating as she crossed the line. She just arms in the air, a lot of splashing of water, just waiting for confirmation from the Finnish judges.
So, yeah, the unofficial times say it was Shanklin Sandown 1, Beatrice Gregory 2nd, and Elsie Stevens of Notts County in 3rd. Just half a second on those unofficial times, but until it's on the scoreboard opposite the standing area, it won't be completely official. And some nice shots there, the scullers who are racing. Now we go up back to the top of the course for the start of the C final of the J15 doubles. We've had single scullers, it's time for some doubles. So in lane 1 we have Fenella Gunn and Scarlett Preston of Sir William Perkins School. Oh, the red goes to green, off they go. And it seems like a good start for lane 2, which is Bella Wright and Maeve Harper-Davis of Queen Elizabeth High School from near Hexham. Meanwhile, next to them in lane 3, it's Evelyn Austin and Maya Hadzilok. Oh, sorry. I'm going to just ruin it. So Rob Roy Boat Club there in lane 3. Alice Jackson and Lily Shane of Weybridge Rowing Club, lane 4. It's Alice Hunt and Amelia Kitchen of Derby Rowing Club, lane 5. And Kiara Fawnlin and Lauren Allen of Walbrook Rowing Club in lane 6.
Yeah, I agree. I thought Queen Elizabeth High had a really nice start there. They were very smooth and just sort of seemed to get that bounce ball in front. But I thought Rob Roy came after them pretty fast.
And again, the start is only, as it says, the start of the race. You've still got the middle and the ending to worry about. And as we have seen, a good start can be necessary but not sufficient to win you the race, because here on screen now it's the medal ceremony from those J15 single sculls, and we're seeing Elsie Stevens, who went out bravely in front, had a commanding lead at one point, but it was eroded by those dramatic sprint finishes from Connie Batley-Smith and Beatrice Gregory of Peterborough City.
Just Beatrice there, just picking up her medal. Big smiles from these athletes.
Big smiles. There she is getting the silver medal. What a tremendous effort, as they're receiving applause from fans, parents and supporters from their clubs. And we're just seeing on the larger screen the halfway point of this race of the C final for the J15 doubles. Just camera slightly stopping to pan around, so it looks like they're focusing on the crews from Queen Elizabeth High School. We'll get a more accurate assessment in just a few moments as it swivels round.
I think it's maybe lane 4 now in the lead, Weybridge.
Yeah, Weybridge. Alice Jackson and Lily Shane of Weybridge out in front by about a length. But look at that, only 3 feet between lanes 1, 2, and I think, was that 5?
Derby in 5,
yeah,
yes.
Derby in 5.
Now, Shanklin Sandown picking up a medal there just this afternoon. I think that's the first medal I've seen for Shanklin Sandown this weekend.
You might be right, Carol, and congratulations to them.
Absolutely, and big smiles from everybody. And we just hear that Sasha is going to be interviewing Connie Batley-Smith.
Connie, hi! How are you feeling after that win?
Buzzing. Yeah? Just buzzing. Yeah.
What does it mean for Shanklin? This looks like one of the first medals that you've had all weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but everyone's done really well this weekend. I like different variations of crews and everything. But yeah, it's been a really good weekend.
Well, a huge congratulations on your success. Great to see your uni and the shield matching. Is that going to go on Pride of Play?
Yes, yeah, it will. Go on the club wall.
Well, congratulations for making it there. Enjoy your come down.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And this race is hotting up, isn't it, Charlie? Just look at this performance. Weybridge, who were just pulling themselves in front at 500 metres, have just taken that lead from Queen Elizabeth High. Queen Elizabeth High coming back on them, and then a big charge from Sir William Perkins School in lane 1 there. And I think all these other crews are going for it. Rob Roy, Derby and Walbrook.
Well, indeed. So, yes, it is Weybridge out in front, but practically everyone else is as level as they were at the starting block. I can't believe it. This is probably the flattest finish against these 5 crews that we've seen so far. I can't call it between any of them. This is practically level. Looks like a little push from William Perkins here in lane 1 to maybe give them a quarter of the length. It might be Queen Elizabeth next, but it's changing with every stroke.
Over in lane 6 between Walbrook and Derby. Oh, gosh.
I think that order was Perkins, Queen Elizabeth, and I think then Rob Roy's, Evelyn Austin and Maya Hadzalakos there taking the 4th place position, but that was so close. We don't have any unofficial times on our screen yet to give us a feel for it, but incredible. I think there was probably only half a length there between all those final 5 finishes.
If that was such a close finish. Just beautiful to watch, but much credit to Weybridge for getting themselves out of that mixture there, just getting themselves in front and just managing to hold on to that, because there was a huge charge for the line there.
Well, it's every rower's dream to be up at the start, to be up at the halfway point, and to be even further up at the finish. So congratulations to the Weybridge crew there, winners of that C final. We're going to move up the course now, because underway is the B final of this event. So you'll see their pictures on the screen momentarily. Got some nice shots of the finish line at the moment. There we are. So that looks like to be the scullers from Marlow Rowing Club in lane 6. So in lane 1, it's Libby Chadwick and Isla Marks of Leeds Rowing Club. Lane 2, Hannah Nyman and Jessica Harper of Walbrook Rowing Club. Lane 3, Maya Rosenfeld and Freya Bull of Bulbridge Rowing Club. Lane 4, Ingrid Harris and Lydia Poole of Hinksey Sculling School. Lane 5, Edith Wood and Grace de Froberville of Rob Roy Boat Club. And finally, lane 6, Charlotte Curzon and Soraya Rawton of Marlow Rowing Club. Just coming up to the halfway point, Carol.
I know, and I really, looking at them as they come up towards us and looking up the course, this is going to be a really close race as well. I cannot separate them. I'm just going to have to wait for the camera angle to swing round. I think it's maybe the crew in lane 6, Marlow, making that early showing. But if they are, it's not by much. And then we have Hinksey and Bulbridge in the middle. I think maybe Bulbridge and Marlow in the lead there. We'll just have to wait and see as we're swinging around with the camera angle just to where it is. It's Marlow there, and then get Bulbridge, but no, it's Marlow, Rob Roy, and then Bulbridge.
Yeah, we're running out of superlatives, Carol, because it seems like every race that we do, it seems to be closer to the next. And that's not because I'm trying to generate artificial hype. It's because I'm genuinely amazed at how close this racing is. I mean, the time trials were incredibly compressed, and there was barely anything separating some of these races. So the C final of the previous race, in the time trial, there was just 2 seconds separating the crews. And look at that. Carol's actually drawn her pen level across the screen.
I wanted to see who was in the lead, whether it was Marlow or Bulbridge, and I'm still I think it's maybe Marlow, just.
Yes, look at that. About a foot in it between lane 6 and lane 3.
Rob Roy are also up there as well, probably just marginally in front of Buell Bridge. And Hinksey, I think Buell Bridge are just dropping back there. And Rob Roy and Hinksey are just pushing on through them, just going with Marlow on the right side.
Yeah, it does seem that Leeds and Walbrook there on the bottom of the screen just starting to shift backwards, although Leeds just coming slightly ahead of Walbrook now. They were level for a bit. It seems like the race for the first 3 places is happening on the other side of the lake between Buell Bridge, Hinksey, Rob Roy and Marlow. Just getting some of the intermediate times from the halfway point, but we're a lot further down the river now, down the lake than that. And it still seems Marlow's race to lose here, but they're being pushed so hard.
By Hinksey. Hinksey are coming on through them at a pace.
And I also like the look of Rob Roy. You were saying about them earlier. I think Rob Roy, who were in 3rd at the halfway point, behind Hinksey, who were in 4th and have jumped up possibly into 2nd, I think Rob Roy might be coming through Hinksey.
I'm not sure about that one. We'll agree to differ on that one. I think...
Will all be revealed in a few strokes' time,
I think you're
Carol.
right, actually, having just looked that wee bit further over. Yes, I think you are absolutely correct. It's still Marlow, done enough just to stay in front of that Rob Roy crew who are staying in front of Hinksey. And then we've got Buell Bridge and this great battle between Walbrook and Leeds on this side. But Marlow leading Rob Roy, leading Hinksey, 1, 2 and 3, and then Buell Bridge. And I don't know, Walbrook... No Leeds, just pipping Walbrook on the line there.
Yeah, well, that was a class act by Marlow Rowing Club to be out in front in the beginning, to be out in the middle, and to stay ahead after all of those moves at the finish. That's very impressive stuff. And hats off to Rob Roy, who came from behind in that final sprint to move themselves up into 2nd place.
Yeah.
Excellent racing.
Very mature racing. We have to remember, and I keep having to remind myself that these are J15, J14 athletes, and some incredible, mature and confident. It looks as though they've got more racing experience than you would expect from a J15.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm just flabbergasted, frankly, Carol, with the quality of the moves, the timing, the technique, if you like, the savoir-faire of these scullers. I'm just seeing red flash to green at the top of the course. It's the A final that's underway, Carol.
I was just thinking, we're talking about the confidence, the maturity of the racing. It could only be to just to help the sport along. We are going to see these athletes move on through, and having this much maturity at this age means that when they get into the sort of more higher ranks of the junior level, we'll see some amazing racing, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, well, we've got a very exciting A final underway, and we should say, of course, Carol, credit where credit's due, because those athletes would not be here racing in this way if it were not for the work of their coaches and, of course, the volunteers at their clubs who make everything work behind the scenes. But in lane 1 of this race, sorry, Carol, you're going to concur?
I was going to concur, and I was also going to put a wee plea in for the parents who get up at whatever hours in the morning to get them to the rowing club, or sacrifice their Saturdays to help at the rowing clubs, to just help the coaches out look after their children. So it is a team effort.
Absolutely. It takes a village, so they say, and it takes probably a town to run a rowing club. So in lane 1 we have Maggie Hall and Lucy Stewart of Lambton Rowing Club. In lane 2, Isla Toy and Meave Cloherty of Rochester Rowing Club. In lane 3, Harper, Briley Lister and Coco Lily Honour of Agecroft Rowing Club from near Manchester. Lane 4, Freya Marcelo and Faustine LeBlanc of City of Oxford Rowing Club. Lane 5, Ariel Lynch and Isla Mitchell of Queen Elizabeth High School from up near Hexham. And finally, Sophia McGregor and Georgia McKell of Sir William Perkins School in lane 6. And they're just coming up to the halfway point, Carol.
So it's Agecroft and City of Oxford battling it out in the middle of the course. And I think I remember seeing the semi-finals earlier, and both these crews had great performances in their semi-finals.
Well, it looks like City of Oxford up there in lane 4, about 3/4 of a length over on Agecroft, but significant overlap between the crews in lane 2, 5 and 6 from Rochester, Queen Elizabeth's and Sir William Perkins School. The thing about these 1K races is, yes, they're designed to be slightly less intensive, but in some respects they're more intensive than the 2 kilometre race, because you have to be at a higher tempo all the way through, and anything can change. You have to be really on your guard, Carol.
Oh, very much so. And as you say, anything can change. It is, sort of a shorter race, but as you say, I think the intensity is more because it's shorter. You cannot You cannot settle into a sort of lower, slower pace. You have to be on it all the time, keeping an eye on everybody else and what they are doing. But this is hotting up at the front end here.
So it looks like the crew in lane 4 from City of Oxford have put themselves in gold medal position, and meanwhile the crew next to them in lane 3 from Agecroft in silver medal. But this bronze medal match, Carol, is on a knife's edge. Anyway, it could go anyway between the crews in lane 2, 5 and 6, as we were saying. That's what we said at the halfway point, and the drone shots say it's still the same as we come into the final 250.
I know, this is real, and Lambton putting in a push in lane 1 just now. So we've got City of Oxford, Agecroft and Royal Chester really pushing on there. Lambton just lifting it and sprinting towards the line there. You see a peloton of coaches coming down both banks, just trying to encourage their crews on, because this is where they want to hear the support. This is where they need to hear the support, just pushing them on. It's City of Oxford still maintaining that lead. Agecroft really pushing on very hard. Royal Chester going with them. But over on the far side, Queen Elizabeth High School, Sir William Perkins School, not to be discounted.
Well, the bronze medal still too close to call, Carol. Even with 5 strokes to go, this is going to go down to a photo finish, and it's going to be on the surge. And I think lane 5, I'm going to place a bet that it was Queen Elizabeth High School who got that bronze.
I would agree with you. Just looking at it, I was sort of very much concentrating on what was happening. It was City of Oxford, Agecroft, and to my eyes, was Queen Elizabeth High School, but so close.
Well, don't take my word for it. I'm just a random punter with a microphone. Wait for the finish judges to confirm all of that. They will put the official times and placings up on the scoreboard on the opposite side of the lake, and we'll get official confirmation on our computers in due course. Very much looking forward to seeing some of the racing later, but that was exciting enough for us, Carol.
Well, the excitement keeps on going. Yeah, I was just laughing there. The excitement keeps on going, and every race we think this is just amazing, and then the next one's equally as amazing. And as you say, we're running out of superlatives. We're running out of things to say that, because we are blown away with the standards and the quality.
Yeah, indeed. And do you know what? In commentary, sometimes there are some shifts where you really have nothing to say, and then suddenly in these races, I'm running out of things to say for a different reason, not because there's nothing to talk about, because we're running out of adjectives and superlatives.
Absolutely, and I think we've all commentated on races that you commentate on them and you try and make them as interesting as possible, but I'm struggling to sort of keep the excitement out of my voice here because they are so good.
I'm having to say, calm, Charles, calm. Speak slowly and clearly. Don't gabble because, as I say, the moment is carrying away from us. Anyhow, we must go up the course. We've just seen the start from the C final. This is between Thomas Skrabski and Sebastian Pilali of Marlow Rowing Club, Oscar Harris and Theo Stevenson of Wallingford Rowing Club, Max Rowe and Daniel Qureshi of Walbrook Rowing Club in lane 3, Tristan Bradbury and Ivan Idiraga of Guildford Rowing Club in lane 4, James Giampalmer and Alex Hargraves of Hereford Rowing Club in lane 5, and Toby Hurst and Naveen Cambo of the Windsor Boys School Boat Club in lane 6. Again, a C final, but again, one that's been toughly contested through the middle of the time trials. Carol, they've had to work very hard to get to this position.
Oh, very much so. And as you say, in the middle part of the time trial, the times separating these crews are very, very small. So, as we keep saying, these are very close races. We've got equally matched athletes up there, side by side, racing it all out. And in the middle there, the bright yellow T-shirts.
It's lane 4. It's Guildford Rowing Club out in front of this C final. Meanwhile, we're just seeing insets and pictures from the medal ceremony. So that is the crew from Queen Elizabeth High School receiving the bronze medal, and we'll soon see Agecroft with the silver, and of course City of Oxford with that fabulous skull to take the gold medal in this position. Meanwhile, at the halfway point, it was Guildford out in front, then Walbrook second by about a third of a length, then back to them, another third of a length, Hereford, and then a small gap again back to Wallingford in fourth place. And the beautiful shots from the Joan, Carol.
I'm going to get my pencil out again and just try and measure this on the screen. I'm not touching the screen, I'm just looking at it. But yeah, it's really close there, isn't it? Just thank you very much. So we've got a bigger shot there. But nothing between Marlow and Wallingford in lanes 1 and 2. Certainly Guildford out in front. And then we've got the Walbrook crew just marginally in front of Hereford, who are marginally in front of the Windsor Boys School.
Yeah, indeed, and it's the crew in lane 4 from Guildford still leading, but they're being pushed very hard by this Walbrook crew. We've seen some really talented scullers from Walbrook. I think we had on the medal podium both boys and girls from Walbrook yesterday. This is a C final, so no medals to be awarded, but I wouldn't rule Walbrook out for doing something very classy in the final 100 metres.
I wouldn't rule out Marlow either, who seem to be coming up like a train in lane 1, just motoring on.
They're going to have to watch their line there. They're getting very close to the boys. But as you say, the third place position in this final, all to play for. It looks like we've got 4 scullers competing for that third place. And here come Walbrook. Walbrook have pulled right up against Guildford. Here they go. They are absolutely moving. And this might only be a C final. But what a spectacular sprint. I told you, Carol. I told you, watch out for Walbrook.
Timed that beautifully and just caught Guildford with nothing to say to that challenge. And then I think it was Hereford on the far side, Windsor Boys School, Marlow, and then Wallingford. But I was just blown away with that finish from Walbrook. As you called it, you said you've seen them with some amazing finishes. They timed that to perfection.
I mean, incredible effort. And it's nice to be proved right in commentary. It's always nice. But nonetheless, I mean, it's nothing to do with me. It's to do with the athletes who've pulled that off. And the thumbs up there from the scullers from Walbrook, Max Rowe and Daniel Qureshi, delighted with that effort, and why wouldn't you be?
Just one of those surges and charges for the line that you just think that was just immaculately timed. And just on the inset on our screen, we can see City of Oxford picking up their silver medals. And we have an interview with the City of Oxford crew.
Well, a huge congratulations, girls. Gold at British Club Champs. How does that feel?
Amazing, yeah, really good.
And I'm loving the stripes and the hearts that you have on your legs. Do you think that made you go faster?
Definitely, as well as the cheering from all our crew and team.
Do you think that's what really got you across the line, is the people that brought you here?
Yes. Yeah, if not for them we wouldn't be at training and everything, and if you don't have friends it's really lonely, so just having friends, having them cheer you along is just amazing, because it just helps you that extra bit in training, which then makes you win.
Yeah. Well, a huge congratulations, girls. You did absolutely amazingly, so go and enjoy your cool down and relish in the gold.
Thank you so much.
Show us the medals one last time, ladies.
That was such a lovely touch from these girls to acknowledge having friends round them and friends cheering them on just as they go through towards the finish line.
Well, truer words have never been spoken, Carol.
Yeah, absolutely.
You need someone to help you get through the winter season. Let's be honest, it's nice to come out on a bright, sunny, calm day like today with the greenery out, but when it's bleak and cold and the wind is coming at 45 degrees in your face, it seems it's less appetising to be out doing rowing training. So your friends,
absolutely, or
you
the
do it
frost
for your
forming
friends.
on the skin of your boat as you wash it down, and it's coming off the water because there are ice crystals forming, and but you train through that for these days in the summertime.
Absolutely, absolutely. It all becomes worth it. So, anyhow, we've had a very exciting C final with that finish from Walbrook. It's time to move to the B final. So, up the lake, we have Alban Kelman and Brun Turner of St Peter's School in lane 1. Fraser Mackenzie of Northampton Rowing Club in the composite with Isaac Pendle of Bedford Rowing Club. Lane 3, Morton Smith and Leon Bauer of Kingston Rowing Club. Lane 4, George Barrett of Nottingham and Union Rowing Club in a composite with Henry Hardwick of Notts County Rowing Association. Lane 5, William DeMaster Tree and Andre Party of Barn Elms Rowing Club. And finally in lane 6, Theo Johnson and Robert King of George Watson's College Rowing Club in lane 6.
We've just got this view of them coming through this timing point. And it's Notts County, Nottingham Union just taking the lead there with Barn Elms on the right side, and then George Watson's College going through 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, indeed. Looks like the Pride of Nottingham, the composite, out by about a length, then the Barn Elms crew, and then pretty level between
Bedford and Northampton Kingston and St Peter's School.
Yeah, indeed. Just 1 second separating those two crews in second and third place as they went through the halfway point. A little bit of a gap back to St Peter's in fourth, Kingston in fifth, just a tiny margin behind them, and George Watson's currently in sixth position as they come through into the final 350 metres, I should say.
And then
they're already in the final.
Yeah, the B final. But yeah, it's a really nice performance. You can see this bright red and green of Nottingham, Notts County and Nottingham and Union just leading the charge towards the line there. And I think they're still in that first place. Barnelms, I don't know if Barnelms have been overtaken by the Bedford Northampton composite in lane 2 there, just as they're coming into shot.
Yeah, indeed, that Barnelms crew, got to watch out. I think they've still got about 3/4 of a length advantage. And actually, it's Kingston moving through lane 2 now. They're coming right up to Barnelms crew, who are currently in second position. Again, exceptionally tight here. We've seen some incredibly tight semi-final outcomes and time trial outcomes. And as they come forward, though, it is still the red and green of the Nottingham composite heading up the line with clear water over the rest of the field. But I think this Kingston crew have come up to Barnelms and possibly overtaken them, Carol.
Oh, certainly have it. I don't know if they've overtaken them. I think they're pretty much level. Both crews keeping their heads in their boat, just not looking around too much. But it's Notts County, Nottingham and Union just showing that. Kingston ramping it up yet again to try and overhaul Barnelms. Can they do it? Oh, gosh.
I think a foot in it, just a foot in it between Kingston and Barnelms there. And look at this, Carol. Everyone's going over the line within a length's distance of each other.
I know, and I just, you look, you try and catch who's going over second and third, and you then sort of miss the other minor places in this B final.
It's hard to keep your eye in one place in a complex multi-lane final like that. So there you have the unofficial times on your screen. And look at that, just 5.4 seconds between all the crews. It's not uncommon in some races to have gaps of 10 or 20 seconds between crews. To have them all within 5 seconds is very, very tight.
And that was the B final.
So indeed, we now have the A final. It's just started. You can see the pictures there off the screen. They're all looking pretty level off the start. So in lane 1, Jamie Ford and Hector Jones of Leeds Rowing Club. Lane 2, Thor Reed Moreira Lima and Jack Bosmer of Peterborough City Rowing Club. Lane 3, Stan Roycroft and Henry Buxton of Trenton Boat Club. Lane 4, Rupert Clifford and Charlie Dukes of AB7 Boat Club. Lane 5, Ben Hutchinson and Elliot Flood of Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club. And in lane 6, it's Alex Flynn and Eric Kuzmist of Hampton School Boat Club.
A really good mix of clubs in this A final. Just sort of from all over the country, just coming together to race this A final here at this amazing course.
Well, we're looking down the course to see who might be in front. The pictures you're seeing are from the halfway point, and I would like to wager a guess. I think it's lane 4. I think it's AB7 who've currently stolen a march on the rest of the pack. Not by much, I should caution, and of course these angles always very hard, but I think we've got a bit of a chevron going on. And as we come up to the halfway point, that will be revealed to us. We're looking at the bow of the crew from lane 4. It's AB7 currently, the centre of the cameraman's attention. As we civil through the final 5-10 degrees of turn, we'll find out whether that's just because he likes the colour of their boat or because they're out in front.
And indeed they are out in front. And you were talking about the chevron. I think it's a very flat chevron.
Look at that, lane 3 just coming up to the line there as we swivel through the final degrees. It's going to be a third of a length as they go through the halfway point between them and the crew from Trentham. And not to be sniffed at, of course, this is an A final, so there's a bronze medal match. There's a big battle going on here between Leeds Rowing Club and Peterborough City Rowing Club in lanes 1 and 2.
And Chester Street were also up there, over on the far side of the course with Hampton School. Here we go, look at that differential there. Nothing between AB7 and Trentham, and I think Trentham are starting to move back on them.
I think they've gone through them, Carol. Look at this. It's a race of two halves. There's a gold and silver match.
They have gone through, and then a bronze match.
Yeah, and I think the bronze match, it's Leeds Rowing Club who've said, well, thank you very much, we'll have that, please, because they've moved right up away from their colleagues in Peterborough and indeed across the lake from Chester Street.
Ooh, trying to get the angle. Those ones where you just think, what a performance from Trentham there. AB7 just come back. They've seen them strong in the time trials earlier and in the AB semis, and they are pushing back. But I think Trentham have got that hint, the smell of gold, and I think they really want it, and they are really moving on, just trying their utmost to stay in that pole position, having to fight off an incredible charge from AB7.
And I like the look of the way the Leeds crew in lane 1's moving. They're just getting a bit close to the boys. They need to watch they don't catch their blades on that. But they have raised the rating really high, Carol. And as they come into the final 50 metres, it does look like Trentham are holding on to that gold position. What a fantastically timed push earlier in the race. But here come Leeds. Are they going to take the silver from AB7?
Oh gosh, I don't think so, but they're certainly going to take the bronze from Chester Le Street. Phenomenal performance there. That was wonderful.
Well, AB7 a bit frustrated with the silver medal. Meanwhile, whoops of delight from the Trentham Boat Club crew, who've obviously taken the gold, and the Leeds crew are delighted with that bronze medal. They've had a really good second half of that race, and they're clearly chuffed to bits with it because they are giving lots of high fives and thumbs up. You can see there Trentham Boat Club, who are unofficial winners of that A final of the J15 doubles.
It's one of those delights, I think, stealing a bronze from the lane 1. Just sort of sneaking up on the inside and just taking that, getting the momentum going and just charging with it and just seeing where it takes you. And it took them into bronze medal position.
Indeed, because of course, with the way that the lanes are decided, you put the two fastest from a semi-final in the middle, the second two fastest in lanes 2 and 5, and the third fastest in lanes 1 and 6. So to be winning the bronze from that is a really great achievement.
Absolutely. I could just see up in the start we've got the Open Junior 14 Coxed Quad Sculls, the C final.
So in lane 1 we've got Weybridge Rowing Club, lane 2 Durham Amateur Rowing Club, lane 3 the Gorse Boat Club from Leeds, lane 4 Clare's Court School Boat Club, lane 5 Maidenhead Boat Club, and lane 6 the Windsor Boys School. And I'm gazing up the lake to look at that traffic light system. No hint of the flicker yet. It's interesting we've got the traffic lights here because the traditional way of doing things is you have someone in a tower saying attention, go, and sometimes there's a flag involved.
There's always a flag involved.
We've got some technology here and it's very clear and very fair. There's the red light. Attention, go, green, and the crews are off. And let's have a look, Carol, who's had a good start. It does, again, it's
always a bit deceptive because you always think 1 and 2 because they're closer to you, just get that faster start. I don't think that's necessarily so.
I mean, literally the first 3 strokes there when the camera was level, so it's not a huge amount of distance, but it did look like that Weybridge, at least, it might have been angle, it might have been parallax, but it did seem that Weybridge had a good start there and moved slightly out in front. It's their B crew in this race by the looks of things, but still very accomplished set of scullers.
But if you're in, we were just talking about the chevron pattern, if you're in lane 1, you really want to get that good start, just to sort of give the more favoured crews in the middle of the course a bit of a shock, a bit of a surprise, and when they look up and see that you are that far forward.
Yep, so we've got the medal ceremony underway and the bronze medal being awarded there to Leeds Rowing Club, Jamie Ford and Hector Jones. Well done to them. We will see very shortly Rupert Clifford and Charlie Dukes of AB7 who are also on the pontoon receiving their medals. There they are, they're about to receive the silver medal in that race, and then just coming on to behind them onto the pontoon will be the gold medalists Stan Roycroft and Henry Buxton of Trentham Boat Club. Meanwhile, Carol, up the course, we're just about to get the halfway timings from
and we're
this.
just going to get the camera to pan round just to show us who's in the lead here.
So, of course, 5 athletes rather than 2 in this race. It's looking very tight, Carol.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm just not going to be happy to call that one there yet.
I would say maybe Durham Amateur just looking slightly ahead there. Weybridge still clearly benefiting from a good start. As we go through the halfway point, it is
Durham
very tight.
And Clare's Court School, I think, just in the lead there, lanes 2 and 4. But if you look up the course, Charlie, and it's often better to just stand up and look up the course, I think Durham are in with a good shout there. I think Weybridge are just trying to stay with Durham as far as they can. Gorse also up there. I did think Clare's Court were going strong
Well, there you go. You can put out your misery, Carol, because we've got a beautiful shot from the drone which shows exactly what's going on. So it is indeed Durham Amateur out in front with 3/4 of a length over these three other crews. It's Weybridge, Gorse and Clares Court, with it looks to this to be the Clares Court with a slight advantage over the other two. The crews from Maidenhead and Windsor Boys just sitting slightly further back. There we are. There's the winners of the J15 doubles from Trenton Boat Club, Stan Roycroft, Henry Buxton, receiving their medals.
Huge grins on their face and much deserved, well deserved.
And
just lovely shot, and it's still Durham leading as we swing back to the race in under progress.
Well, I can see parents and supporters literally running down the steps in the supporters areas to get to the back riverbank to watch this race. Let's just do the final 100 before we hear from the winners of the previous event. It looks like the crew from Durham still out in front, but this second and third place positioning is incredibly tight, Carol.
Durham being pushed there, and harder to change boat speed fast in these bigger boats, but every crew really pushing for the line. Durham leading Clares Court School, but a big push from Gorse there in the middle. Maidenhead going with them. I think Weybridge and the Windsor Boys School just tying for that 5th and 6th place. Durham going to go through the line first. Gorse and Clares Court School.
Could barely separate them, to be honest, Carol. Could barely separate them.
Timing system here has Clares Court School, but that will be one for the Finnish judges.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
I think we're going to hand over to winners.
Going to hand over to Sasha to hear from the winners, Trenton Boat Club, of the previous race.
Well, I think you had quite an exciting semi-final, so congratulations on the gold medal. How are we feeling?
Very good, thank you. I mean, it was rough when we caught the crab, but we managed to get back through it, so I think it was a great one to come back from, and now we've won it. So yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for everyone who's been supporting me through it, and also thank you to Stan.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, after that crab at the start, that was something.
Were you hoping for another exciting race in your final, or are you glad it went a bit more smoothly?
Very glad it went smoothly, I think. I mean, the start wasn't the best, but I mean, we came back through it, so it was good. It was good, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you won't be one messed up start after that crab in the semi, so yeah, it's just glad it went smooth. Good win, clean win. Well done, second place. They did really well, so yeah, happy. Well, happy.
Huge congratulations, guys. Go enjoy your gold.
Thank you.
Our B final of the Open Junior 14 Coxed Quads is underway. We have Wallingford A in lane 1, Sir William Borlase A in lane 2, City of Bristol in lane 3, Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 4, Tyne in lane 5, and Trentham in lane 6.
Yeah, indeed. I was just listening to that broadcast with Sasha, Carol, and there was a look of puzzlement on both our faces because we thought they were saying they crabbed in the final, but of course it was in the semi-final earlier today.
Indeed, we were both caught unawares in that one, and don't think I saw the semi-final, so I'm pleased I hadn't missed any excitement out there. But these 6 crews look to be very much line abreast across the course as they come towards this 500-metre timing point. Is it the City of Bristol, Queen Elizabeth High? I can see the Queen Elizabeth High School boat, sort of bright yellow, just maybe inching out in front there. But we know that Trentham are very strong, and they're maybe up there too.
Yeah, indeed. So we're just seeing the pictures here from the halfway point. The crew coming through there in front does seem to be from lane 5 in a yellow boat. I would have said that's Tyne. No, it's the lane 6 crew. I apologise. It's Trenton Boat Club in lane 6. Harry Datnow, Charlie Sullivan, Charlie Bowmaker, Liam Lloyd, Cox by Diane Ganaguda.
Oh boy, but look at that. Oh boy.
It's not often that you have a commentator as experienced as Carol rendered speechless by halfway.
I could not split those crews at all.
1.4 seconds between 2nd and 6th in that race.
And
that's only at the halfway point.
And I did see, as I was looking up, I thought there was a blanket across the whole pile of them, and I couldn't separate them. I did say I thought maybe Trentham were out in front,
Well, that's one for the commentary bingo, Carol, as we come through into the final third of this race. It's still, look at that, the drone shot showing how incredibly tight it is still. Trentham out in front with a slight advantage, maybe half a length on the rest of the field, but it's very close between Tyne in lane 5, and indeed we're seeing a push now from Sir William Borlase in lane 2, but also coming with them, it's Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 4. This is an absolutely bananas race, Carol. I can't say who's going to be where in the next 100 metres.
Well, or even at the finish line, because they are all so close. Nip and tuck, that's another one for the bingo board. Just they're matching each other, and you can hear the roars from the crowds on the far side and on this side, because this is such a close race.
It's only a B final, but there's a lot at stake here. Good racing experience, of course. These J14s want to race and race and race. Here goes Trentham. They've taken the rate up. They're moving very effectively, but Tyne are going with them. Tyne are only a third of a length down, and Sir William Borlase is also on the near side, only about a third of a length back from them. We've just got about 5 strokes left in this race. It seems to be Trentham. Trentham still out in front. Tyne, that challenge from Tyne now slipping backwards slightly, and here comes Borlase's, Carol.
Indeed, what a flying, and they've just overhauled Queen Elizabeth High School there, with Wallingford just overtaking City of Bristol on the line.
Well, do you know what? I was about to say about 150 metres ago, well, there's one thing I can say, and that's Wallingford won't be in the mix. And then I see them coming across the line. They've had a phenomenal push in the last 100 metres, not getting them into first, second or third position, unfortunately, but still a fabulous bit of race pacing.
I'm just wondering, these junior crews, I think more senior crews get sometimes afraid of trying these manoeuvres during a race, whereas if you're J14, you've got nothing to lose. You just want to go up and up and up and just race it all out, all the way out, and just have that mentality that you want to win. And talking about wanting to win, we have the A final on the blocks.
The gold medal match, so to speak. So in lane 1, we have Henley Rowing Club. Lane 2, Leeds Rowing Club. Lane 3, the Gorse Boat Club from Leeds. Lane 4, some cheers going up there for the Gorse Boat Club. Lane 4, a composite of Camford School, Cranmore School and Guildford Rowing Club. Lane 5, Brentford Boat Club. Lane 6, the Windsor Boys School Boat Club. And I'm looking out the window, Carol. There's a huge crowd of spectators gathered round the big screen. Someone even doing shapes. I'm trying to work out what the club there. It's not quite YMCA. They're not racing today, but anyhow, a huge number of parents. They must have about 40 or 50 parents in front of the screen, with another 50 to 100 behind them in the stands.
It's
Fantastic
a lovely
stuff.
place to watch racing, actually. I was spent a lot of time there yesterday watching the racing, because it's a lovely atmosphere just sitting there. You feel as though you're in a cauldron. You've got all these parents around you just cheering people on. You can see on the screen what's happening up at the start, and you can also see it developing as it comes towards the finish. And this is the A final underway.
Yeah, we saw the red light flash to green a few moments ago. They're now 30 seconds into their race. They'll have done their race start procedure. They'll now be hearing from their cocks, who will probably, if they're doing their job right, telling them to settle into a nice race-paced rhythm. They'll want to keep it smooth and relaxed. But of course, this is only a 1K piece, so you can't be that relaxed in the middle.
I was going to say that you can't settle that far down either.
You've just got to make sure you don't rev the engine too hard in the first 250 metres, because we've seen some spectacular moves at the halfway, at the final 250, and of course, even the final 50 metres, Carol. And this looks set to be another absolutely cracking race. So in this race, we've got Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2, and we spoke to them earlier.
I'm here with the Open J14 Coxed Quad from Leeds. You guys did spectacularly in your time trial. You came in right at the top, and I know it's been quite a tough season. You've been beaten by a few of the competitors so far. So how has it been getting to this point today at Club Champs?
Well, we've been working very hard since Nat Schools, because we knew we were going to be in the quad about 2 months ago, and we really wanted to beat our local rivals, Gorse. And they're pushing us to our limits, and in that semi-final they got the better of us, but we're going to go for gold and push as hard as we can.
And there we go, Charlie and I just counting in our fingers to make sure we remember who's in the lead, and I think it was Henley just went through that timing point in first place. Yes, just proved Leeds in second place. Guildford in it's Guildford Composite in third, and then Gorse in fourth. So the boys said they wanted to beat Gorse, and it seems to be happening at present, but it is still halfway down this course.
Yeah, just trying to figure out who we've got the overhead shots here. We've got some nice blue blades, which is
Gorse, I think.
The Gorse crew. Yep, next to the crew from Leeds. So that's the local derby, if you like to speak. The two Leeds-based crews having a real go at each other. As we look out the commentary tower window, it's Henley who've led from the start and continue, by the looks of things, to be out by maybe half a length. But of course, as a medals final, we've got silver and bronze in contention. It looks like the crew from Leeds moving away from Gorse and the rest of the pack. Maybe they're holding on to the silver. Bronze still too close to call, I think, between the three crews on the far side, Carol.
I think you're talking the Cranfield School and Guildford Composite were looking strong earlier on. We've also got Brentford on the right side and Windsor Boys School. So Brentford, the Composite, and Gorse, and Windsor Boys School coming back into contention now. It's Henley leading this charge for the line.
Well, Windsor Boys School have shown some absolutely dramatic finishes in this regatta. Can they show that they've got their J14s
Leeds
trained?
Are in danger of just being caught here on the line. Leeds really need to move on here.
It looks like Henley will hold on just to that gold ahead of Leeds in silver. And I think, wow, the bronze medal wide open. I think Windsor Boys took that on the line.
I think they minded their charge just at that right time and got that boat speed up and just snuck into that third place. That's what Charlie and I think.
Well,
I'm sure the judges down there will be looking at the photographs, just figuring out where 3, 4 and 5 came, because that was so close.
Well, in about a minute's time, you will have the official results up on the scoreboard opposite the spectators area, which will confirm those official results. But it did look like the Windsor Boys School took that bronze medal. Well, I don't know what they've clearly had their Weetabix, Carol, and I don't know what else they put in the water there in Windsor, but it's clearly very effective in the final 100 metres of a race.
Very much so. We've seen some amazing finishes for them. The Leeds crew, I'm sure, will be delighted that they got their wish and they managed to beat Gorse in the final.
Well, indeed, they can have the bragging rights of that as they go home and, of course, into the next season, because these are only J14s and they've got many years of racing ahead. Hopefully, this will serve them in good stead for years to come. So we had the open category, which is the boys category. We've now got the women's girls category for the J14 quads. We're going to start with the C final, Carol, and they're on the starters orders right now.
And in this race we have Molesey in lane 1, Queen Elizabeth High in lane 2, Sir William Borlase is in lane 3, Christchurch in lane 4, another Sir William Borlase's crew in lane 5, and Leeds in lane 6.
And the red flashes the green. It's go, go, go in this C final of the J14 Cox quads. So, someone doing some nice bit of aerobics there in the shot from the 1,000 metre mark. So, didn't think they realised they were going to have such a good view on the live stream, but our cameraman tactfully panning away and zooming in on the crews coming down the course.
I was hoping to see some more dance moves, but yes.
Perhaps they're doing some dynamic stretching for races to come later today, Carol.
Possibly.
Anyhow, so we're getting some nice inset pictures there of the crew in lane 1 from Molesey, closely up against the crew from Queen Elizabeth High School. I'm gazing down the course to see if I can think about who might be in front. If I'm going to hazard a guess, I would say it's the crews in the middle from lanes 3 and 4, William Borlase's and Christchurch Rowing Club, who have a slight lead as we come up towards the first quarter of the race. They're about a minute into racing, Carol. As they come into the second minute, how will they be thinking about pacing things?
Well, as we've talked many times before, you can't really pace these races because they are so short. And we've talked about this before, where you're mounting your push. And I think some of these crews will be mounting a push early, just so that they can just take the lead from some of these. But looking down the course, I could not separate these 6 crews at present.
So we're just about to get a good assessment of the situation at the halfway point, but inset pictures are, of course, the bronze medalists from the J14 Cox quads, the open category. It was the Windsor Boys School who took that bronze medal from Brentford in 4th by just 11 hundredths of a second. Wow, what incredible racing. That's the official final time, so congratulations to them. Here's the halfway point, Carol. It looks dead level between lanes 1, that's Molesey, and Leeds in lane 6.
And that's, you were talking earlier about the chevron pattern and the crews in the middle we thought were in the lead, but I really don't think there's that much between any of these 6 crews at this phase in the race.
Well, it's not usual that you see the middle of the race, the slowest of the 6. I don't know what you call that, a sort of an inverse crescent. Oh, and there's been a technical issue there with the Queen Elizabeth High School.
So that's a bit, they are dropping off the back of the field there.
Well, she was rowing, she stopped rowing, then she restarted, then she's stopped again. So I don't know if there's an issue with her seat or something, but she's clearly quite upset about that. It is unfortunate. Continuing with the rest of the racing, though, as they drop further back, it looks like this battle between the outside lanes is continuing to hot up. I don't really know what you would call this, Carol, the inverse chevron, sort of a pita bread or a crescent shape maybe. But it's quite interesting because, as you've said before, these crews in the outside lane can't necessarily see each other, although they have got a cox, which will help.
Well, it depends where the cox is. If the cox is in the bows, it's very hard to see round the corner behind you, especially between lanes 1 and 6. If it's a stern loader, well, it might be easier for the cox to see.
I'm looking at these 2 crews. The Molesey crew have got a bow loader, as you described, and Leeds Rowing Club have got a stern loader. Perhaps that will give them the advantage to make the right calls as they come into the final 150. But look at this in lane 5. Lane 5, William Borlase is a shifting.
And going with them with Christchurch and the other Sir William Borlase's crew. I think the lead is still with Molesey, but I could not call it for that.
Molesey are going to have to wake up and smell the coffee if they're going to stay in front, because look at this Borlase's
crew's moving.
And there's been a sort of mishap, I think, with the Leeds Rowing Club crew. They've just sort of came to a grinding halt, have restarted, but the pack is going through them. Here comes Christchurch. Christchurch have stolen a march on the rest of the pack, and they're just going to put their bow in front of everyone else.
What a finish.
What a finish. I think, and the blades come out of the gate of the Molesey crew as well, just before the line. This is a race with quite a lot of technical mishaps there.
A lot of incidents.
Not sure what happened at all. We had 3 crews who've stopped at some point in that race.
We just missed Leeds picking up their medal there, just their silver medal in that previous final. The Open Junior 14 Cox Quad Sculls.
Yeah, indeed, and we will be seeing Henley Rowing Club on the pontoon very shortly to receive the gold medal of the J14 Open Coxed Quads.
As you see, a race with lots of incidents there. Just finished that C final of the Women's Junior 14 Coxed Quad Sculls.
Well, again, not really sure what happened there, but that is the thing. You can try as hard as you can, but if you haven't got everything, all your equipment completely as it should be, and then your race can come a little bit undone. Anyhow, we're moving swiftly on because as Henley Rowing Club come onto the pontoon for the medal ceremony, I see the green light flash at the top of the course, and of course this is the B final of the women's J14 Cox Quads. So in this race, Carol, we have Weybridge in lane 1, Wallingford lane 2, Walbrook in lane 3, Henley Rowing Club lane 4, Maidenhead Rowing Club lane 5, and Trafford Rowing Club lane 6.
Just reflecting that these names we've seen a lot in the junior quads. We've seen a lot of them in the Open Junior Quads. We're seeing a lot of them in the Women's Junior Quads. So they've all these clubs have got great big programs, pulling the J14s, 13s, 14s into the sport and getting them racing at a high level pretty early on in their rowing career. And there we have the Henley crew just picking up their gold medal. And I think perhaps Sasha's down there for an interview, maybe. And we'll just hand over to Sasha, who is going to have a word with the Henley crew.
Well, you are the first Cox of the day to get a gold. How does it feel?
Amazing.
A man of few words, having used them all up on the river, hey?
Yeah.
Well, a huge congratulations. You did very, very well. Do you hope that you're going to come back next year for another gold?
I hope, yep.
Well, a huge congratulations. Very well deserved.
Thank you.
Well, that was the Cox of the Henley Rowing Club crew who won the A final of the Open J14 Coxed Quads. That was Ben Freeman, who is clearly a man of few words. Perhaps that succinctness is what led them to victory in their event.
Maybe
Clear, precise, concise race calls.
Maybe a man of few words in an interview, but a man of many words in his coxing career. And he did a brilliant job to cox his crew to victory there from lane 1.
Indeed, and I would say actually with coxing, particularly with novice coxes, less is more sometimes. So anyhow, not to say that you need to gabble as a cox. You can sometimes just get the calls in and get it right. Anyhow, we're getting away from the race in front of us, which is, of course, this B final of the J14 Cox Quads. And as they came through the halfway point, it was Walbrook out in front, Weybridge in second, and Wallingford in third. It's the battle of the W's, Carol.
Oh, indeed. And looking across the course, it still seems to be that case there. It's all the action happening on the tower side of the course between lanes 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, and as I look out the window, we've only got 5 crews, 5 of the 6.
Henley's
So
maybe missing there.
yeah, we don't have a starting crew for Henley.
So it's Maidenhead and Trafford over the far side, having their own race. But it is indeed, as you said, very succinctly a battle of the W's.
So it looks like the winning W at the moment is Walbrook out in the middle in lane 3.
I think Weybridge have made a move. I think they've made a move in lane 1 and are just starting to overhaul Walbrook. Walbrook have seen that happening and are just coming back. I think they've left Wallingford behind.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the Scullers have got left in their final 100 metres. We saw a dramatic final sprint from the Walbrook crew earlier in the competition today, and indeed they've been very strong all week. There's clearly something in the water at Walbrook to make these Scullers go quick.
Wallingford are coming back on Weybridge now, and Walbrook, you called it absolutely correct. They have picked it up, run with it, and just got themselves into that first place as it came over the line. Weybridge in second, Wallingford in third, with Maidenhead fourth, and Trafford over the far side in fifth.
Well, some delighted reactions from that Weybridge crew, turning around to give each other a high five. So although they didn't come first, they're clearly delighted with their performance and what they did. And sometimes that's the important thing. It's not necessarily about getting a medal or getting in a certain race position. It's about doing what you came out to do and achieving your objective with success.
Wise words indeed.
So
that's the coach. That's the coach in you, Charlie.
I know. I had to learn that when not every crew you coach wins every race. You have to be a bit more stoic about things. Anyhow, up on the start at the moment, as you can see on our pictures, we have a race that I have been very much looking forward to. This is the women's J14 Cox Quads between Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club in lane 1, Falcon Boat Club from Oxford in lane 2, Trenton Boat Club lane 3, Lee Rowing Club from Hackney in East London in lane 4, Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 5, and Barn Elms Rowing Club in lane 6. And I have to declare an interest, Carol.
Well, I was going to pull you up on that, but I know you have an interest, and I was going to compliment you on the performance, because I was watching them in the semi-finals, and I thought they were looking very strong, very composed, and I'm expecting to see them perhaps do great things. They've got one of these middle lanes.
Yeah, indeed, they won their semi-final with Elan, if you like to say, and we'll have to see how they do in this, of course, the A final.
Indeed.
So they're just about 40 seconds into their race. We're looking to see how they do. You can see the bright orange there of the Lee crew right up against Queen Elizabeth High School. Now, this Lee crew has some pedigree, by the way, Carol. They were silver medalists at the National Schools Regatta in this event. It was an amazing win on the Friday of this regatta, and I know they'll be looking today to do one better than that. Got some real talent in this crew. Of course, this is Daisy Maskew, Isabel Wiley, Sophia Valley, Alison Burbage, and the Cox Bethany Patterson. As they're coming up to the halfway point, I would like to say that the Lee crew is out in front, but I think there is a big challenge here from the Trenton Boat Club in lane 3.
And they would have won the other semi-final. So it'll be interesting just to see. It's great when you can put these two winning crews side by side just to see what they can do in this A final.
And indeed, we shouldn't rule out Sir William Perkins in lane 1, who have stolen a march on Falcon Boat Club in lane 2. Here is the camera at the halfway point. It's swivelling through the final. 15, 10, 5 degrees of parallax. We're about to get an accurate appraisal of the state of the race, and this is looking super tight.
Oh,
super tight, and it is
Barn Elms.
It is the crew in lane 1 from Sir William Perkins, who are out. I think Lee in second, and then Barn Elms in third as they went through the halfway point.
That is Barn Elms. So William Perkins have gone out just to show what they can do. I'm sure they've been told by the coaches what the other crews have been doing, and have been told, get out there and just show us what you can do.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting race. As you can see, Sir William Perkins currently half a length, maybe a third a length up on Lee, who've just moved away from the challengers from Trenton and Queen Elizabeth High School. And indeed, Barn Elms just moving up through Queen Elizabeth High School, about half a length now. The position looking relatively static. I haven't seen any big moves just yet. Here comes Lee Rowing Club, still half a length down on Sir William Perkins School. As you said, Carol, William Perkins went out and grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck, the bull by the horns, so to speak, and they're still out in front as we come into the final 250 metres.
And we've seen things change as the sprint comes for the line. It's just going to come down to who wants it most, and it's a sterling performance from Sir William Perkins School there. Barn Elms still up there, but it's Lee in that second place at the moment. A charge coming from Falcon, charge coming from Trentham, and one from Queen Elizabeth High too.
Well, it's a third of a length now for Lee compared to Sir William Perkins. Can Lee find a final gear in the last 150 metres? Come on, girls. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to be the full partisan. Let's see what they can do. They've just got about 15 strokes of this race left, and it's going to be between Perkins and Lee Rowing Club for the gold.
They have powered it up. They've ramped up the rating. Just wonder if they've done enough. I think perhaps they might have.
This is going to be so close. I'm not even on the edge of my seat. I'm standing up. I can't believe it, Carol. I think they've done it. I think Lee Rowing Club have taken the gold. Sensational scenes here. Fantastic result from those girls. Such talent, such finesse. We'll wait, of course, for the official times before I start popping any champagne corks. But wow, the William Perkins School crew.
That was a big challenge. They gave you girls a scare there.
A bit confused, to be honest. They're like, what has happened in the last 50 metres?
And then I was so busy watching that, I couldn't figure out who came third, but I just see my screen. I think it was Barn Elms.
Yeah, so Barn Elms were in the bronze position at the halfway point, and they look to be in the bronze medal position at the finish.
And there we have the
absolute scenes of delight.
Not just on the ground, it's up here in the stratospheric heights of the commentary tower.
Well, wow, that was such impressive stuff. And of course, hugs all round there from the crew from Lee Rowing Club. We'll be seeing them on the medals pontoon very shortly. What a sensational race. And indeed, we've barely got time to pause for breath because we're going straight onto the J14 single sculls. And the C final has just started. The lights flash from red to green at the top of the course. They'll be with us in a moment's time. So, in lane 1, we have Silas Marshall of Hartpury University and College Boat Club. Lane 2, Daniel Kane and Lambton Rowing Club. Lane 3, Magnus Perrotty of West Norfolk Rowing Club. Lane 4, Yusuf Aljada of the Windsor Boys School Club in lane 4. Oliver Jones of Notts County Rowing Association in lane 5. And finally, Oscar Bushby of Falcon Boat Club from Oxford in lane 6.
So from the coxed quads, we move back to the single sculls, and
this is where my inner professional is having to kick in, Carol. I'm having to calm myself, refocus on the race, not get too excited by what's going on out in the water down there with the medals pontoon. I'm sure you can
enjoy some of the excitement out of the water there. This race is still in its early phases. We're just not coming quite into the 500 metres yet, and just trying to see, I think it's possibly West Norfolk out in front there. Perrotty of West Norfolk.
Again, with the quads, it takes quite a lot of distance and time to get the crew up to move. We saw a very dramatic move there from Lee Rowing Club in the final 250. But in a single, of course, as we've said multiple times at this regatta, you can really change the nature of a race with one big push at any point, frankly.
Yeah, that's one of Darbs' favourite sayings, that it's relatively easy to change the boat speed in a single.
Well, I have an acronym, Carol, ACIS. Anything can happen in singles. And not only from the changing of the race positioning, but of course we can also see dramatic losings of blades, capsizes. We saw one of those with one of your clubs, actually, I think on the Friday, where they were celebrating so hard that they didn't quite keep control of the boat. Anyhow, I'm jabbering on because there's the halfway standings on the screen. Looks like lane 3 up, Carol.
Yeah, Parity of West Norfolk.
Magnus Perity there. West Norfolk coming to an early lead, and it was very close behind him. It looks like Oliver Jones of Notts County in second, and then Yusuf Al-Jada of Windsor Boys out in third position at the halfway point.
There's a picture of the Lambton Sculler there, and there's a lovely shot. So you called it right. It's West Norfolk, and then Notts County, and then Windsor Boys School, and then pretty much line abreast between Falcon, Lambton and Hartpury Union College. And just coming in there we have
So we've got some lovely drone shots there. It's, of course...
Barn Elms Quad. I was just trying to figure out who it was.
Oh, on the running stage. So sorry, Carol. Yeah, so Magnus Perity of West Norfolk still out in front, but he's being pushed very hard, as you can see on the left of your screen. Lane 5, Oliver Jones from Notts County. I think he's drawn level, Carol. Look at this on the drone. I think he's only a foot behind, if not level with him.
I think he's moving through, to be honest. I think he has just put in a big push there. As you said, things can happen very fast in a single, and I think he's just made his move and trying to come back into contention with Perity of West Norfolk. But that is an amazing push from the Notts County Sculler there, but he was pulled the Windsor Boys School Sculler through with him, and just these scullers going for the line, and it's the green of Notts County that just seems to be leading this charge now for the line.
Amazing stuff. This is actually going to go back to the line, because look at this. It's Magnus Perity said, no thank you, I'm going to take that win back. And it's only a C final, but that's a photo finish. I think
Good grief.
Magnus Perity might have clawed that one back, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, so to speak. Although, of course...
Windsor Boys School in that third place, and then Marshall of Hartpury in fourth, Kane of Lambton in fifth, and Bushby of Vulcan in that sixth place. But phenomenal performance there.
Yes, indeed.
Just to come on and through it.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. And we'll be seeing the medal ceremony very shortly from the J14 Cox Squads.
Just on the landing stage now, we have Sir William Perkins School picking up their silver medal. Just for that win, you can see Lee Rowing Club just sitting there waiting to pick up their gold. As Charlie said, they wanted to go one better from the Nat Schools performance and come back with this one, and they did that. They were being pushed for a while, but showed some calm and composure. And I have to say, I do like the boat colours. Just that sort of nice black with just the hints of orange.
Well, black and orange, a classic colour combination, and the boat is named after Mark Cushway, the director of junior rowing at Lee Rowing Club, who is retiring, Carol, after 15 years of voluntary service to the club. He's going on a nice long holiday, and then maybe he'll come back for a dabble here and there in coaching. But phenomenal efforts by him. And I think that's a fitting way for the club to be ending the regatta on a high.
Absolutely. And much credit to him, because he's been producing some really good juniors over the last few years. So we're just rapidly moving on into this B final of the Open Junior 14 Single Sculls. We've got George Watson's College in lane 1, Windsor Boys School in lane 2, Stourport in lane 3, Camas in lane 4, Shanklin Sandown in lane 5, and Hereford in lane 6. And they're just coming up to the 500 metre mark, and we'll be able to see who's going to come through this timing point first. Just on our inset there, we have the Cox of the Lee boat. And just picking up our medal, her gold medal. And then now we've just got that side-on shot of this B final of the Open 14 Junior Single Sculls. And that is Bachelor of Shanklin Sandown leading the charge as they came through there. In fact, very little covering the field, separating the field just as they come into that 500-metre mark. And I could see Sasha just hovering there, just desperate to interview this Lee gold medalist. So I'm going to hand over to Sasha, who is ready to interview them.
Alison, we chatted with you earlier. You really wanted to get your head in the game. How are you feeling now you have a gold medal around your neck?
I'm still shocked, to be honest. We weren't sure if we'd won when we crossed the finish line. So it's all just like, I'm so glad that we managed to push, because I think they were leading for almost all of it.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a brilliant race coming from behind, and you got almost half a second between you. So you really made it count.
Yeah. I'm just glad we managed to keep composure, because I think especially at the end we weren't sure where we stood, and everyone was trying to push as hard as they could, and it was like, I think we came very close, but we managed to keep it cool and like stay pushing. So.
Well, you did fantastically, and I hope that we see you back on this medal pontoon next year, and I'm sure you'll take all the lessons from this with you, won't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try.
Well, huge congratulations. Go enjoy your win, girls.
Lovely to hear so much support from the Lee Rowing Club for their gold medalists there. But meanwhile, we have this great race going on for this B final of the Open Junior 14 single sculls. And as I said earlier, so close. Bachelor of Sandown, Shanklin Sandown really pushing on with Hargreaves of Hereford over in lanes 5 and 6. Both these scullers pushing for the line, and then we've got this blanket finish between Camas, Stourport and Windsor Boys School, really sprinting on there. George Watson's College just having to settle for 6th place, but what a blanket finish for that 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Nothing to choose between them, but great push between Bachelor and Hargreaves, Shanklin Sandown and Hereford there, over in the far side.
Well, my heart has been racing, Carol, not just because of the exciting races we've seen, but also because I've had to sprint up and down the commentary tower to go and cheer on the Lee crew. So,
yeah, and you thought you were hot before. I bet you're roasting now.
Yeah, indeed. I'm trying not to pant down the commentary mic. But I've sprinted all the way back up the commentary tower because of the race we have in front of us. It's the A final of the J14 single scull.
And indeed it is. And in this race, and part of the reason that Charlie's sprinted down and sprinted back up, we have Crouch of Walton in lane 1, Waits of Walbrook in lane 2, Lewis of Camas in lane 3, Demir of Lee in lane 4, Barker of Star in lane 5, and Chandler of Trafford in lane 6.
And indeed, we had some very exciting semi-finals in this race, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out in the A final. They're only about 30 seconds into their race, Carol, so still a lot to play for, but I am always amazed to think that these scullers are just J14s and are in practically their first year of sculling.
And as we were talking about earlier, there's a lot of maturity in these racing. As you said, first year of sculling, probably first year of racing, and to be at this level with this composure, this maturity, this confidence to take the race on. As you said earlier, the scull is not an easy boat to race. I'm not a happy sculler. A lot of people prefer a crew boat. Some people prefer just being by themselves and actually moving a boat by themselves. But then you have to have that composure in your own brain to know what you want to do. And there we have the Orange of Lee just coming towards us with Camas on the right-hand side and Star on the left-hand side and Trafford.
So it looks like, Carol, as we come through the halfway point, this is incredibly tight between these four crews. Indeed, there might be something on the inside also sneaking up, but it looks like the sculler from Camas, Matthew Lewis, who's just out in front by maybe half a length over the rest of the pack. It's Erin Demir of Lee Rowing Club in second. He's 3/4 of a length down on the leader, Matthew Lewis, as they come into the second half of the race. And as you were saying, Carol, if I could scull as well as Erin is sculling in his first year of the single, after 20 years of sculling, I'd be a very happy man.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
So you can see the intermediate times there, just 5 seconds separating the pack. But really, actually, this is being a medals race. We're interested in who's first, second and third. And those 4 scullers on the left of your screen are all within touching distance of one another. And it's going to be incredibly tight between these 3 to determine who will get the medals.
Indeed it is, and it's Camus still leading that charge. I think the Trafford sculler has just moved into a medal place at present. I think we've got the 4 scullers over on the far side. We've got Camus, Trafford and Lee in that second place, but Trafford was really motoring on in lane 6 there.
Indeed, and again, it's all about pacing and maturity and making sure that you stay calm under pressure. It looks like the Lee sculler is having a go at it now. He's raised his rate up to see if he can make any inroads on these scullers from Camus, and indeed the opposition he's seeing from Leo Chandler in lane 6. As we come down to the line, it looks currently that Matthew Lewis of Camus, who's led from the start, is still in that gold medal position, but it ain't over till it's over, Carol. And indeed, Leo Chandler of Trafford Rowing Club is coming and coming and coming.
And Lewis of Camus is just pushing on as well. Lee's pushing on. These 3 are contending for three medals. They've pulled themselves apart from the rest of the field. What they're racing for now is the colour of the medal.
Indeed, it's a race of 2 halves. We've got our 3 medalists and the other 3 scullers. As we come to the line, I think it might be Leo Chandler has taken the silver, and it will be Erin Demir of Lee Rowing Club in bronze. But whoops of delight there from the lane 3 sculler, Matthew Lewis, who showed such a commanding performance to lead this race practically from start to finish. Incredible stuff, Carol, at such a early age in their rowing careers.
Well, as we're talking about the maturity and the confidence and the composure, as you said, to successfully race, which is a very small boat when you look at it, at this level of their racing career. And probably names to look out for the future.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll wait for the official confirmation, of course, before being too confident in our pronouncements. But that did seem to be the ordering of things as they appeared to us as we went past the screen. So we've had the excitement of the J14 single sculls, the open category. We're now moving on to the women's or girls category now for the same single scull event. So in this C final, we have Emily Hodgson in lane 1, Otti Forsyth in lane 2, Josephine Goldberg lane 3, Zara Brocklehurst lane 4, Bethany O'Connor from Agecroft in lane 5, and Eleanor Blackman from Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club in lane 6. And I just realised I didn't actually read out the clubs for half of those ones, but
Camus in lane 1, Maidenhead in lane 2, Tideway Scullers in lane 3, and Grosvenor in lane 4.
So yeah, a real spread here. London, the North East, Chester, Manchester. It's good stuff to have such a good spread.
Well,
from
we've
the
talked
clubs.
about this all weekend, about how it brings scullers from all parts of the scullers, athletes from all parts of the country, and sometimes they won't have had a chance to race against each other. So it's always nice to be challenged with different athletes and different from different places. And, just looking on our screen as we come through this 500 metre mark, it is the sculler in the orange of Grosvenor leading the charge in this women's J14 single sculls. Brocklehurst of Grosvenor in second place. It was the Agecroft sculler, and then Tideway Scullers School and Maidenhead, and we're just seeing Camus there in the middle of the screen. Just down on the pontoon, and Charlie's just run downstairs again just to congratulate the Lee sculler on picking up his medal there. So to be the third fastest in this category, and there were a lot of scullers who started the time trial this morning, is no mean feat. And as we were talking about the composure and the maturity of the racers in this category, it's hard to believe they're still at this early phase of their rowing career. So it's the Lee sculler just in shot there. And then we'll have the Trafford sculler just coming into shot now. And then we will move and catch up with Lewis of Camas. But on the screen in this C final, it is still Grosvenor in lane 4 leading as they come towards the finish of this C final of the women's J14 single sculls. In fact, she's torn this race apart. She is not only leading, she's got clear water over her nearest competitors, and that is Agecroft and the Tideway Scullers School. And outside Tideway Scullers we have Maidenhead and Camas, and then over the far side Sir William Perkins School. I'm just going to hand over because Sasha will be interviewing Lewis of Camas there, winner of the J14 single scull.
Well, Matthew, how are you feeling? Gold medal, hey?
I'm feeling really good, thank you.
You're looking a little bit exhausted. You put a lot of effort into that race.
Yeah, I did. A lot of effort. I saw everyone gaining on us. I thought I had to just go faster. Oh, I just tired us out like a lot.
How did you feel about doing it over the 1K?
Oh, like better than 2K because I would just kill myself on a 2K instead of a 1K. Oh, but it was absolutely amazing though.
Well, you did absolutely fantastically. Really earned that gold medal. Will we see you back here next year, do you think?
Yes, and I'll try and be faster next year.
Well, you heard it here first. Matthew Lewis, faster next year. Congratulations.
Now that's a lovely comment. Yeah, I'm going to be faster next year, but next year, you'll probably still be racing 1,000 metres, so it's all to go for there. It has put a big smile on my face. So the finished positions in that C final were Grosvenor went through the line first, Agecroft in second place, then Tideway Scullers School, then Maidenhead, then Camas, and Sir William Perkins rounded up the field. And just looking up the course, we can see the B final is underway. City of Sunderland in lane 1, Warrington in lane 2, Gloucester in lane 3, Strathclyde Park in lane 4, Aberdeen Schools in lane 5, and Queen's Park Chester in lane 6. Now I know that Charlie's been very unbiased, and I'll try and maintain my neutrality. I can't promise that I can be that neutral, but I will try, because I have an Aberdeen Schools sculler in lane 5.
Well, as they go through the halfway point, Carol, I've just about recovered my composure from some of the early races. It's the sculler from William Perkins, who seems to be, from Queen's Park Chester, looking at the wrong race there, who's out in front. That's Margot Schmidlin. Seems to have taken an early lead on the rest of the pack. And indeed, as they come up through the 350 marker, it's still looking very level, actually. I like the chances of the sculler in lane 3, Georgiana Turner-Wilkes from Gloucester Rowing Club.
We've seen some really nice performances from these scullers earlier on in the semi-final. Oh, look at that. That is some lead in
Well, it
lane
just shows
6.
you how deceptive these angles can be, because we're looking out the window and it doesn't seem that far apart, but that's a big margin there. That's almost 2.5, maybe 3 lengths there. Margot Schmidlin of Queen's Park Chester has walked away with this race and seems to be saying to everyone else, well, thank you very much for your time, but I'm not interested in that. I'm just going to row my own race.
But look at the 4 scullers behind her.
Oh, the pen is back.
The pen is back. I'm just trying to line them out. I think you were right. It was the Gloucester sculler in that second place, but over the far side, Holmes of the City of Sunderland. And then, gosh, this is so close. What a cracking race.
Indeed. Well, it seems like the sculler from Queen's Park is continuing to walk away with this and have a very pleasant Monday evening
Everyone else is in a very tightly contested battle for the remaining rankings. If anything, it looks like we've got 4 scullers who are practically dead level, and I wouldn't rule out the chances of Beth Lowe in Warrington in lane 2 either. They've just got 150 metres left to go, Carol, and it could be all change here in this race.
And yet, a very assured performance from the Queen's Park Chester sculler, just to get herself out in front and just take control of this race. She's just lifting it for the line as well. She doesn't want to get caught, as we've seen in some of the other races. And as you said, oh boy, three boats going for that. Aberdeen Schools, Strathclyde Park up there now, and City of Sunderland, all racing for the line. And to my eye, I think I could see that, City of Sunderland just over Aberdeen Schools, just over Strathclyde Park. What a finish we had there, and then Gloucester and Warrington.
Well, Carol, it's been a pleasure commentating with you. That was a very exciting race on which to finish. We've seen some absolutely cracking races, and that was my last shift of the regatta, so thank you. It's been a pleasure, and I'm going to hand my microphone over to Zoe to see you through to the end of the day.
Well, thank you very much, Charlie. It's been a pleasure, always is, and I did find it quite amusing with you sprinting up and down the stairs quite so often. But credit to you and your club for having so many winners. So from that B final, we're rapidly moving. In fact, it is almost on us to the A final of this women's J14 single sculls. Pritchard of Grosvenor in lane 1, Shotter of Walton in lane 2, Van of Henley in lane 3, Phillips of Southampton Cole Porters in lane 4, Ducat of Berwick in lane 5, and Haigh of Agecroft in lane 6. Now, I do remember commenting that I wanted to see this final, and I am so happy to see it, because both Van of Henley and Phillips of Southampton Cole Porters won their semi-finals by some margin. But that is not exactly what's happening in this final, because they haven't walked away with it. They're still in the mix. They are in, I think the Walton sculler is just pushing really hard on Henley. Henley's maybe marginally in front of Cole Porters, but that Walton sculler really pushing everything on as they come towards the line. This, of course, will be for the medals in this women's J14 single sculls. Walton really pushing on there. I think it's Walton getting their nose in front of, oh gosh, hard to tell. The camera angles giving it to Henley. I think it's maybe still Henley and Cole Porters. Cole Porters just picking it up and running with it.
Carol, look at Walton coming up on the outside here.
Wow, this is just so impressive. Oh, gosh, Zoe. I'm not saying a word.
It could be a photo finish, but I think that was the sculler in lane 2 from Walton who came through first, followed by 4, followed by 3. We will have to wait for the official times to come up.
The screen has come up with some figures, but I'm not going to say anything until the official ones come out, because that was such an amazing finish. Grosvenor sculler there, just all raced out, as is the Berwick sculler and Agecroft over on the far side. But what an impressive performance from Walton there. And these scullers have no idea who's won. They're just sitting there, just waiting for the nod from the umpire and the marshal down on the pontoon to tell them who's going to come in for which colour of medal. And that was so close. And you can see these scullers are still sitting there because they're not sure which of them is going to get called in for the gold, which of them is going to get called in for the silver, and which of them is going to get called in for the bronze. And they're just waiting for some announcements there. and I'm sure we'll be able to tell you. And as they swing round, we'll be able to tell you who won what. But meanwhile, up on the start, we have the C final of the Open Junior 14 double sculls.
Yes, we do. We've got the Windsor Boys School Boat Club, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Trafford Rowing Club, Christchurch Rowing Club, Falcon Boat Club and Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club.
And they've just come off the start. And just making their way towards us. I can see the scullers being called round now.
Progressing nicely in this C final of the Open Junior 14 double sculls. I think we'll be having some 500 metre times for you very shortly. Just looking down the course, we can see that they are almost at that timing marker.
I just see the Walton sculler coming in that first, and we'll see which colour of medal they are being awarded.
And there's the Walton sculler collecting her medal in the bottom of the screen there, if you're watching.
And then we can just see these double sculls swing around at 500 metres. And to my eye, it was Trafford and Christchurch just going through that point in first place. Maybe Aberdeen Schools in third.
Correct. Followed by Falcon, Stratford-upon-Avon and the Windsor Boys School. And great shot we've got here from the drone on the live stream there. And you can see those two middle lanes 3 and 4, Trafford and Christchurch just leading the field. Then you've got Aberdeen Schools and Falcon either side of them. And they're you've got the middle two on level and the next two level and then the outside two on level. You've got a little sort of U-shape going on, haven't you?
Beautiful chevron, and that's how it should be. The two fastest in the middle, the next two in the
exactly.
Next
that's what the lane selection's there for, isn't it?
But we've seen that lane selection overturned so many times this afternoon, with sneaky winners from lanes 1, lane 6. It's always good to see these positions being overturned.
I don't know about you, Carl, but a moment ago when we were still on the drone footage and we're just panning out now, it looks as though the crew from Christchurch in lane 4, it looks like they might be getting their bows out ahead. Here we go back to it now. Oh, it's gone back level now.
I think it's Trafford. You said Christchurch, I'll say Trafford, and then we'll fight it out afterwards. But both Trafford have now picked up. Aberdeen Schools have picked it up there. They can see they can improve their standing, they think, and they've just ramped up that rating. But
really
going with
for
them, Trafford have ramped up. Christchurch picking it up just as we go there. These three doubles just pulling themselves in front of the rest of the field. Just pushing on with every stroke there. So it's Aberdeen Schools. Ooh.
Great effort from Trafford there. They really pulled an extra burst out of the bag there to take about half a length off of Christchurch. So great
Aberdeen
effort there.
Schools just 0.4 of a second behind Christchurch. Great finish there with.
And we're just going to go to Sasha now on the pontoons.
Congratulations there on an incredibly hard fought 4 gold. Take us through the moment.
I mean, I don't really know, to be honest. I just know that my coach told me a race plan and I tried to push as hard as I could, and I guess it paid off. Yeah.
And gosh, did you push hard? So little in it between you and your competitors. How does that make you feel?
Just so happy. I was here last year and there was a girl who was incredible and she was in a very similar position to me, and I mean, I really wanted to be like her, and I guess it all paid off, all the training, so I'm really happy.
Well, I'm sure there's someone on the bank now who's looking at you and thinking, I want to be that incredible girl next year.
Hopefully. I mean, just go for it.
Well, congratulations to you and your coach. I hope you have a wonderful evening celebrating.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sasha, for that lovely interview. And now we will head back to the start line. And it's the B final of the Open Junior 14 Double Sculls. We've got Peterborough City, Brentford, Trentham, Monmouth Comp, Lee and Queen Elizabeth High School.
I can just see these doubles coming into view. We'll get them panning round and just see where it goes as they come towards this timing point. It's getting very exciting down here. I can see that we're running out of pages here in front of us. And it's always sad when you come to this stage of the race. We've had 4 really wonderful days and I've sort of been immersed in the rowing world. And then I'll have to go back to reality tomorrow and do the normal chores and that. And put this behind me for another year.
Yes, it's been wonderful and hope everyone has had the weekend that they wanted. We've been blessed with the weather and here we are coming through the 500 metre mark. We will get the official times up, but here we go. We've got Monmouth Comp coming through first, followed by Peterborough City, Queen Elizabeth High School, Lee, Trentham and Brentford.
And these J14 scholars, we keep saying this, but their maturity and confidence and the competence of these boats, that is some lead there that Monmouth Comp have over the rest of the field. Just as you're looking down the line, as you say, Queen Elizabeth High School in that second place, and pretty much level between Lee and Peterborough City. Lee in lane 5, Peterborough City in lane 1.
Yeah, still all to play for in this B final. Will anyone be able to overturn Monmouth Comp?
It's a really nice double sculling. Oh, I don't think so. That is quite a substantial lead, but then very little between the following 5 doubles just as they come towards us. Charlie's been commenting many times on my pen that I've been trying to...
It's very useful, I must say, Carol.
Just as a tool for just figuring out who's where.
And that Peterborough City crew in lane 1, that's at the bottom of the screen if you're watching, and that's on the finish tower side if you're here at the lake with us. They are storming ahead. I would say they could close that gap and they could get close to the crew from Monmouth Comp. But it looks like that crew there... We've just lost the shot, but here we go. Nice shot there of Monmouth Comp. But it looks like the crew there...
They've lifted it for the line. But this is going to be a blanket finish between...
That crew there in lane 3.
Trentham,
they're really pushing on. I think they've overturned Peterborough City as they cross the line. Super close, though, for 3rd and 4th there in this B final.
From the B final, we've moved rapidly into the A final. We have Chester-le-Street in lane 1, Windsor Boys School in lane 2, Globe in lane 3, Evesham in lane 4, Derby in lane 5, and Buell Bridge in lane 6.
Yes, and as we came through the 500 metre mark, it's the crew in lane 3 from Globe who are leading the field by over a second to Windsor Boys School, followed by Evesham, Chester-le-Street, Buell Bridge and Derby.
I think that perhaps the Windsor Boys School have just overhauled Globe at the moment, with Evesham going with them. I think Globe are just dropping down those 2 boats either side of them, but Windsor Boys School making a charge early on, and Evesham going with Windsor Boys School because they just don't want to let them away with it. And
Absolutely
then we have Derby, Buell Bridge and Chester-le-Street.
Globe there, they were absolutely dominating at the 500 metre mark, just under 16 seconds ahead of Derby at the back of the field. But look at this beautiful shot we've got here now. Globe almost going off the bottom of the screen there, charging that far ahead. But look at the crew in lane 2 from Windsor Boys. They are going for it now.
But so are Evesham. Evesham have ramped it up. Globe ramped it up. Globe are now back in front of Windsor Boys School.
Evesham.
I think it's going to be Evesham, Globe, and then the Windsor Boys School. But boy, Globe looked as though they were falling backwards, but actually came back again to overhaul the Windsor Boys School. And Evesham, ecstatic to win that A final.
And that was our penultimate A final there, Carol. We've got one more to go now. We've got a C final, a B final, and A final of the Women's Junior 14 Double Sculls. And then stick around because we will be announcing the winners of the overall and junior Victor Ladorum for this weekend.
I know, how exciting. There's been some amazing races. There's been some names we've seen very frequently over the weekend. Yes, I just that will be an exciting. And of course, overall prize winner is going to get their own custom-made boat.
By SL Racing, yes.
By SL Racing. Exciting. And as we saw earlier, there's some beautiful boats there. And to design your own boat is just something very special. And there's the picture of the trophy that is up for grabs there. Beautiful trophy, glistening in the sunshine. But here we are, the C final has started, the penultimate race. And it is City of Bristol in lane 1, Talkin Tarn in lane 2, Tideway Scullers in lane 3, City of Bristol in lane 4, Marlow in lane 5, and the Windsor Girls School in lane 6. We can see the shots of the Windsor Girls School and Tideway Scullers there, just as they're coming towards 500 metres. And just see the Windsor Boys School just coming into the pontoon to pick up their bronze medal.
And this race progressing nicely. We'll be able to bring you some 500 metre times very soon, I am sure. And here we have a great shot of all of the crews moving down the course. And in the bottom right-hand side, if you're watching on the live stream or here at the lake, we've got the Windsor Boys School collecting their medal from the Junior 14 Double Sculls.
Just waiting for these C final of the Women's J14 event to sort of pan round so we can actually see who's got the honours there. Very hard to gauge from up here in the tower, but I think maybe Talkin Tarn and City of Bristol, the Seymour of City of Bristol, may be up there in contention. I think that's Talkin Tarn, definitely Seymour of City of Bristol, and then pretty much blanket between the other four scullers. And just second place we have Globe, just picking up their medals on the pontoon. Big smiles on their face. We've got the colours of Talkin Tarn there, just leading this charge in the women's double sculls. A bit of coming together of some boats there. The umpires launched, just putting themselves in position to separate them so that there's no clashing in this C final. But it's still Talkin Tarn in lane 2 that just seem to have that really nice position there just as they come towards us in the tower.
And then we have Evesham collecting their medals as well from the Junior 14 Open double sculls.
And this race is coming towards us really fast. Now, to be honest, I think it's Talking Tarn out in lead in lane 2. And then possibly Tideway Scullers in that second place. But I think they're pretty much level with Haynes of City of Bristol. And I thought it was the other City of Bristol crew maybe in the lead. But it's definitely Haynes of the B crew there of City of Bristol. But they're mounting a charge. Talking Tarn just being pushed here just towards the line. It's City of Bristol mounting a charge. Tideway Scullers mounting a charge. Can Talking Tarn just hold off that competition? And it's sort of
Tideway putting in a great burst there, but unfortunately they're not quite doing it in their own lane. They're just all moving together over there.
Yeah, being warned, the umpire's arms out, the flag's up, but I think it's going to be Tideway Scullers just going through in front of Talking Tarn with City of Bristol in that second place.
And just looking down the course from the finish tower, it looks like our penultimate race of the day, the last B final, is underway now. We have got York City Rowing Club, Windsor Girls School A crew, Canterbridge, Hartbury, Sir William Perkins A and Lambton A.
And they're coming at us thick and fast in this these last two races. And in fact, this race has started early because it wasn't due to be off until 10 past.
Oh, we like that. Efficiency.
Yeah,
very good.
Absolutely, yes.
And here they are, got a good shot there. That's the Sir William Perkins A crew over there in lane 5 with Lambton. They were just in shots a moment ago, making their way down the course. They are on the scoreboard side.
That is some substantial lead there in this B final. I wasn't expecting that.
But look down here, we've got York City and Windsor Girls School moving through. I think it's York City second, Windsor Girls School in third. We'll just get the times up for you momentarily. But that's York City at the bottom of the screen, and there you have it. Confirmation, Sir William Perkins A, followed by York City, Windsor Girls A, Hartbury, Lambton with Canterbridge rounding up the field.
Now, I thought Sir William Perkins had a bigger lead than what's showing on the screen, and then I just looked up and I think there is a real battle here between Sir William Perkins, Windsor Girls School and York City. I think it's the York City crew and Windsor Girls are just moving on there. Sir William Perkins over on the far side, sort of surrounded by just perhaps slower crews and not being pushed on. I think the competition between York City and Windsor Girls Crew is just egging them on, geeing them on just to get an increase in boat speed.
Definitely, it's going to be super tight there between those three crews. You can watch everything that we can see right up until they get in front of you in their final strokes to the line, but it is York City, Windsor Girls School and Sir William Perkins all battling it out for first place in this B final of the Women's Junior 14 double sculls.
Indeed it is, and it is just lovely to watch this penultimate race develop. And York City, Windsor Girls School still having their own private battle here on this side. Sir William Perkins, just they can see what's happening over on this side. I think they're doing enough just to stay in front in this B final. Lovely shot here. You can just see Sir William Perkins on the left hand side. York City and Windsor Girls School nip and tuck all the way down the course, but it's going to be Sir William Perkins going through in that. Oh, look at that finish from Hartbury.
Beep, super close.
Hartbury just came from nowhere really, and then just I think took it from York City. So the Windsor Girls School second place, Hartbury third, York City fourth, and over on the far side, Lambton. And Zoe, sad to say, well, I don't know if I'm sad to say, but the last race is underway.
It is.
The last A final of the day, the last A final of the championships. We've had 4 days of brilliant racing.
So we have got in this A final Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, Derby Rowing Club, Buell Bridge Rowing Club, Walton Rowing Club, City of Oxford Rowing Club and Stratford upon Avon Boat Club. And here we are making our way down the course now. We are 2 minutes in. We're going to get some 500 metre times for you now. It is Walton leading over City of Oxford, over Derby, Stratford upon Avon, NCRA and Buell Bridge. And there's less than 2 seconds between Walton and City of Oxford, with Derby 2 seconds behind. And look at that great shot we've got there of the crew from Walton Rowing Club out ahead.
And then they have been doing some sneaky moves earlier in this case. I think we might have an in previously today, just coming from what seems to be nowhere and just rushing through to take a win. And Walton seem to be doing exactly the same in this A final. They've pulled themselves into that first place, and then I think second place is with City of Oxford, and then we've got the 3 crews in lanes 1, 2 and 3 pretty much line abreast: Derby, Buell Bridge and Notts County Rowing Association. And then over the far side, Stratford upon Avon. Still lots of people out there supporting their athletes. It is still a nice lively crowd out here, just shouting on support. And as we heard from some of the interviews earlier, hearing that support just lifts you up to actually execute the last bit of the race.
And look at this, Carol, this crew from Walton Rowing Club in lane 4. They are going for the line now. But
Derby
look at Derby over here. They are going for it. It's not going to be enough now. It's the crew from in lane 4 from Walton Rowing Club are going to cross the line first in this A final, followed by City of Oxford, followed by, I believe it's going to be Derby just on the line there.
Just pipping Stratford upon Avon, Notts County and Buell Bridge. Phenomenal race to finish our day of racing. We've had a wonderful time. I would just like a thank you to all competitors and everyone who has helped this regatta run to time and keep it moving. The umpires, the volunteers, the stake boat personnel, and thank you all for joining us in these fantastic 4 days of racing here at Nottingham Home Pierpont Water Sports Centre. We're going to hand over.
Make sure you join us next year on the 16th to 19th of July. Thank you so much, everyone. We're now going to head down to Sasha at the finished pontoon, where she is going to do the final medal presentations as well as announcing
Lots of huge cheers down here on the medal pontoon for our final set of medalists in the women's junior 14 double sculls, with their bronze medals there from Derby Rowing Club, Isabel Plasto and Amelia Bays-Dowdy. Now collecting their silver medal from City of Oxford, Sophia LeBlanc and Tatiana Rozkova. A huge congratulations to all of our scullers and their coaches. Now, last but not least, our final medalists and our final champions of the British Rowing Club Champs 2026 from Walton Rowing Club, Perry Jane Dibden and Liliana Pine. A huge congratulations, you two. Another gold medal for Walton. You had one in your junior 14 singles, now in the doubles. How do you feel?
It's so exciting seeing all of our hard work paying off from all the training we've been doing. It's just great.
Honestly, absolutely chuffed. I mean, special thanks to our coach Andy, who we couldn't have done any of this without. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you so much for being with us today, and we hope to see you next year up in the J15s. Do you think you'll be back?
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, there's no stopping us. We're coming back next year.
Well, can't wait to see you then. Well done, girls. Don't go anywhere, Windsor. We've got another announcement, this time for the beautiful SL Racing single shell. The overall Victor in third place, Wallingford Rowing Club. In second place, it's Leeds. And in first, it's the Windsor Boys School. They are being presented with a beautiful single scull shell by Gavin Kerr from SL Racing. Beautifully done there. Never seen someone be presented with a boat on a medal pontoon, but they've done a fantastic job. And what a wonderful shot that is. The Windsor Boys School Junior and overall Victor Ledorum. One more big cheer for our winners, please. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this year for the British Rowing Club Championships 2026. You have done an amazing job with all of your racing, but none of this would have happened without our fantastic volunteers, our medical crews making sure everyone stays safe, of course, Gavin and his wonderful shells, and all of the team at British Rowing. So hopefully we see as many of you as possible in 2027 for next year's Club Championships. Thank you so much. If you are able to stand, please do for the national anthem.